Live from MPO Arena, Jakarta, MPO Indonesia Season 15 is powered by Moonton. Supported by Esports Federation of Indonesia. Presented by official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy. Official e-wallet GoPay. Official sponsor Head and Shoulders. Official coffee Good Day. We own this.
Dan selamat siang para Shinobi yang telah berkumpul untuk menyaksikan hari yang ketiga di minggu yang ketujuh MPL Indonesia Season 15. Dari hari ini kita akan mencari tahu bagaimana tim-tim akan mencari tempat yang mereka tuju. Di minggu ketujuh ini kita sudah melihat ada satu tim yang tidak bisa maju ke babak playoff. Dan kita akan melihat seberapa besar chance dari tim-tim lainnya, 8 tim lainnya untuk memperebutkan 6 slot babak playoff. Dan sebelum kita membahas lebih jauh lagi, tentunya Bude ingin mengucapkan terima kasih kepada kalian semua dan juga khususnya kepada para sponsor dan partner. Karena MPL Indonesia Season 15 powered by Moonton, supported by PBSI, presented by official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy, official e-wallet GoPay, official sponsor Head and Shoulder, official coffee partner Good Day. Dan kita juga punya partner ini Sports, ada Telkomsel, Dunia Games dan IndiHome. Tak lupa juga advertiser kita Kacang Sukro dan Hawkband. Dan juga supplier kita RSV Helmet. Dan kalau ngebahas tentang babak playoff, semuanya sudah menantikan. Apakah timnya akan mendapatkan tiket babak playoff? Dan ternyata di match pembukaan ini, kita bisa mencari tahu bersama-sama. Bisa jadi satu tiket playoff didapatkan oleh tim RRQ. Mereka bisa jadi tim pertama yang akan mengamankan tiket playoff dengan kemenangan hari ini jika mereka menang. Namun lawan RRQ hari ini adalah lawan di musim-musim lalu yang pernah menjadi momok bagi tim RRQ. Geek Fam, The King Slayer. Mereka pernah benar-benar bisa menaklukkan RRQ. Namun di leg 1 RRQ bisa mendapatkan kemenangan. Bagaimana halnya di leg yang kedua? Karena tim RRQ dan juga Geek Fam sama-sama berada di top 2. Mereka saling mengejar satu sama lain. Dan kalau ngebahas Geek Fam, performa dari tim Geek Fam sedang naik-naiknya. Jadi ini kan menjadi pertarungan yang dinantikan di mana kedua tim sedang berada di pucuk, sedang di masa prima mereka. Dan kalau ngebahas tentang kedua tim ini, kita nggak boleh lupa terhadap impact dari kedua roamer. Dari tim RRQ ada Idok, dari tim Geek Fam ada Baloy. Baloy dari musim ke musim perkembangannya begitu berasa bukan hanya dari dirinya sendiri namun dari timnya. Dan kalau Idok, kita akan bahas lebih lanjut bersama dengan satu ini. Lebih dalam lagi karena ini akan memperjelas apa impact Idok di timnya. Leaderboard MVP diisi oleh Idok. Satu-satunya roamer yang masuk ke dalam leaderboard. Dan bahkan kita lihat di musim-musim lalu sebelum-sebelumnya sangat jarang roamer masuk ke dalam leaderboard. Berarti kita bisa tahu impactful dari seorang Idok. Kita bisa kilas balik juga dari sebelumnya. Dangki, seorang roamer yang benar-benar bisa membawa bahkan nama Indonesia pula. Jadi dari musim ke musim terus lahir sosok roamer-roamer yang bisa membawa dampak yang besar, impactful yang besar. Ada Leo Murphy, ada Kiboy juga. Dan kali ini sepertinya di belah tengah roamer Idok yang membawa benar-benar suasana baru di setiap game, di setiap matchnya. Nama Idok, apalagi ketika dia menggunakan hero-hero signature-nya. Gerakan demi gerakan, dia bisa maksimalkan, membaca pergerakan musuh. Ditambah lagi inisiasi dari Idok yang begitu mengerikan. Sehingga banyak sekali, mungkin nggak hanya dari super fans, dari para talent, namun dari seluruhnya juga setuju bahwa Idok memang dari match ke match punya impact yang besar bagi timnya. Masuki leaderboard tentu tidak mudah bagi seorang Rome. Nggak bisa ngekill, jalan-jalan farming, mencari gold. Tapi Idok bisa menemukan cara supaya ia bisa masuk ke dalam leaderboard. Dan kalau ngebahas Idok, kita juga punya banyak banget tentunya dari pertarungan ini. Karena match up antara Idok dan Baloyski dinantikan. Bagaimana tidak? Satu roamer veteran, the monster maker Baloy akan menantang raja dari segala raja. Ada Idok di situ yang akan mungkin memberikan kejutan kah? Dan kira-kira seperti apa Idok hari ini harus berhadapan kembali dengan Baloyski. Dan sepertinya kita juga kepengen tahu lebih dalam lagi, lebih jelas lagi dari yang ada di sana, dari para super fans. Jadi langsung saja kita akan lemparkan kepada Alisa. So Alisa, monggo.
Ditangkap Bude dan kembali lagi di MPL Indonesia. Kali ini bersama Alisa. Alisa hari ini sudah berada di jajaran para Kingdom. Mana suaranya? Dan pasti kita sudah melihat tadi Bude sudah memaparkan dengan begitu luar biasa roamer yaitu Idok dari RRQ. Dan mungkin kita akan tanya-tanya langsung ya sama Kingdom di sini yang sudah hadir bersama Alisa. Halo, boleh berdiri dan boleh kenalan dulu nggak sih, namanya siapa Kak?
Teguh.
Kak Teguh, gimana nih melihat seorang Idok bersaing di MVP leaderboard dengan Kairi loh bahkan?
Sangat keren sih ya, karena sebagai roamer bisa bersaing dengan jungler gitu. Karena dari montek-montek inisiasinya, jadi timnya lebih dapat gitu, lebih chemistry-nya lebih dapat.
Lebih dapat ya chemistry-nya, tapi kalau melihat performa Idok sendiri, kamu melihat Idok itu roamer yang seperti apa sih?
Roamer yang sangat ini sih, menggendong tim juga. Karena dari inisiator itu warnanya jadi menang.
Jadi menang ya, tapi ngomongin soal Idok dan luar biasa performa dia nih. Kita akan melihat Idok akan melawan Geekfam. Yang mana Geekfam kalau di klasemen sendiri juga lagi ada di top 2 bersama RRQ. Kamu melihatnya gimana nih akan melawan Baloy?
Positif menang sih.
Positif menang, berapa sih prediksi skornya boleh tahu gak sih?
2-1 kali ya.
2-1, kenapa ada satunya kalau kamu positif dan yakin menang?
Ya mungkin RRQ jangan melakukan blunder kalau dia mau kalah.
Oh gitu ya, oke kita akan tunggu, terima kasih banyak Kak Teguh. Dan kita nggak hanya tanya-tanya sama 1 atau 2 Kingdom aja, sudah hadir bersama Alisa di sini. Halo Kak, boleh berdiri dan kenalin dulu dong namanya siapa, dari mana nih Kingdom?
Michael dari asli Kalimantan.
Asli Kalimantan, wow ada juga yang orang Kalimantan di sini, ada? Wow ada juga ya, luar biasa sekali. Kamu sudah menjadi super fans dari RRQ, sudah menjadi Kingdom dari kapan nih?
Dari pas final AE sama RRQ season 6.
Season 6, wow sudah lama sekali berarti melihat perjalanan RRQ. Melihat Idok di leaderboard sudah menjadi MVP nomor 1. Kamu gimana nih melihatnya?
Ya seneng sih, bisa bersaing sama jungler-jungler lainnya juga. Bisa masuk top 1 leaderboard.
Bisa masuk top 1 dan melihat nanti Idok akan melawan Baloy. Kalau kamu melihatnya Idok sebagai new gen roamer ini seperti apa sih?
Ya keren sih dia.
Keren, dan prediksi skornya berapa?
2-0.
2-0. Nah ini Kingdom yang sangat optimis ya. Oke kita tunggu dan semoga bisa terwujud ya. Thank you so much ya Kak. Dan kita mungkin tanya-tanya sama 1 atau 2 orang lagi Kingdom di sini ya. Mungkin ada mungkin kakaknya. Halo. Ada? Oke boleh berdiri mungkin. Kita tanya-tanya sedikit. Kakak namanya siapa nih?
Indah,
Kak Indah sudah menjadi Kingdom dari kapan nih?
masih baru sih.
Masih baru ya, oke. Ini menarik nih. Kalau Kak Indah sendiri melihat performa dari RRQ sendiri gimana nih?
Jago banget, gara-gara jago jadi kita masuk ke RRQ.
Karena jago jadi dukung Kingdom juga ya. Boleh dong Kingdom minta semangatnya lagi. Prediksi skornya dong boleh, sama semangatnya mungkin.
2-0.
2-0, kamu paling ngefans sama siapa sih di RRQ?
Sutsujin.
Sutsujin. Oke, ada semangat-semangat gak sih buat Sutsujin?
Tetap semangat aja, kasih yang terbaik.
Kasih yang terbaik ya. Thank you so much ya Kak sekali lagi. Dan itu dia tadi kita sudah bertanya-tanya dengan para Kingdom. Dan kita akan melihat apakah di match pertama kali ini antara RRQ melawan Geek. Yang sama-sama berada di top 2 klasemen di MPL Indonesia Season 15 akan menjadi match yang panas. Dan kita akan lemparkan ke para caster. Silakan caster, take it over.
What is up, ninjas and shinobis alike? We are going to enter the final arc of Naruto in MLBB MPL ID Season 15. Today it is with me, Realize, and my two amazing partners, Mirko with the red hair, Sasori, who are you?
Original character.
Original character.
Original character.
And you? Who are you?
Original character. I don't think there's an Arashi in Naruto, man.
There could be, but of course for today it is going to be stacked with full-on pumping action matches in which number one is going to be RRQ against Geek.
Yeah, this is a fire matchup, ladies and gentlemen. Number one up against number two in the standings. Currently, RRQ seems like upper bracket is just, a few wins away for them. They just need a few more wins, and luckily for them, it's not really luck. Because they've been performing so well, and because they've already gone through the toughest matchups, this is the last of their tough matchups. The other matches they have will be against Dewa and Na'Vi. Not to say that those are easy wins, but for RRQ, it seems like it's going to be easier.
This is RRQ's way to achieving Shippuden.
Yeah.
In the anime.
Is the benchmark. They beat Geek Fam, I think they get upper brackets.
They do, and they secure themselves a playoffs ticket as well. How do you feel about this? And how would you rate RRQ so far? Because, yeah, they have been quite, in a loss against Onyx, maybe, specifically speaking, against Bigatron as well. But now they're, one win away from playoffs.
Well, I think those are respectable losses, I gotta say, man. Again, Bigatron, as Mirko always mentions, best team in the world, right? It's a tough contender. So is Onyx with the return of Coach Yeb. So overall, I still have great faith in them, but there's also always the underlying concern. I know Sheffin himself doesn't believe in patterns, so he doesn't really care about Geek Fam and their reputation, their history. But they were known as the Kingslayers. Although that pattern was broken by RRQ, it's still there in the shadows, right? We have no idea when it's gonna come back to bite the kingdom when they least expected. So there's always that air of uncertainty. But I do believe RRQ is gonna get it done.
Yeah, of course, Geek Fam are known as the Kingslayers, alongside Baloyski as their general. We'll talk about him later on even more, but for today's schedule, it is going to be RRQ against Geek Fam, Na'Vi against Bigatron, and Team Liquid ID against EVOS, who, by the way, lost the Classic Derby yesterday. So they are in a bit of a tough spot. If we take a look at the standings of the regular season, EVOS is number 7, with Na'Vi basically out of contention for playoffs. How do you feel about EVOS being down there, Mirko?
Dude, I mean, for me, it's kind of sad, right? I'm not an EVOS fan, but I'm a big fan of a lot of their players. Erlan, Mr. Albert, Hanky, ex-BTR, by the way, Javran, ex-BTR. It's crazy to see such a downfall for EVOS, because they were top 2 by the end of week 2, week 3. They were up there with RRQ. We were talking about how this was going to be Season 4 all over again. Prime RRQ versus Prime EVOS, an all-star lineup for EVOS against the system of Cascute. But now we see them at 7th, battling for playoffs, and like you mentioned earlier, losing in the Classical Derby. Now, their next 2 matches will be Liquid and Onyx. That's going to be tough, because if they lose both of those, now at this point, I watched a few analysis videos, I went through some of the simulations. EVOS, even if they win both their matches against TLID and Onyx, they're still going to have to hope that the others, BTR, Liquid, Alter Ego, lose as well for them to make it. So it's not even guaranteed with their own performance.
Or maybe we can add spiciness into the tiebreakers later on. But of course, that is something of our conversation for later. We're going to focus on the first match of today. After losing to RRQ in leg number 1, how can Geek avenge their defeat or their loss? Because obviously, RRQ was able to get the better hold of them in leg number 1. A, reduce overcommitment. B, force RRQ into assassin duels. Or C, give Maloy a pick-off hero. What do you think about this, Arashi?
Oh man, I feel like these are pretty vague win conditions by all means, and I don't think any of them are quite that critical. I guess the overcommitting point is quite interesting, but it's very situational. It depends on the draft as well, because we've seen GeekFam also bring out a great variety of different strategies. You know, sometimes they want to commit, right? So that's very situational to what kind of composition GeekFam are going to try and bring out here. I think that's the one that has the most weight, but also the most situational. So that's why when I first saw it, I was like, that's a pretty weird question.
Look at this.
Yep. The poster says it all. The King's return or the King Slayer's comeback. So if we take a look at MPL ID Season 4 up to Season 10, RRQ holds a win streak record against GeekFam 14-0. But then come Season 11 to Season 13,
That's crazy.
GeekFam were able to turn the tide around on towards the 0-8 scoreline for GeekFam for 8 wins straight. And now Season 14 and 15, you know, 4-0 for RRQ.
Exactly, man. Those days are over.
It's over.
Seems like it, right? It definitely seems like those days are over. But remember, Beloyski, that was like one Beloyski, right? Last season, that was a Geek Fam without the right tools, I'll say. Now, with the right tools, with Make It in the lineup, with Kenziski also performing really well, but with the layer of Jadera, they got a solid shot at actually beating RRQ. They're currently number 2, and their number 2 as one of the favorites coming into the season. I put them at my top 3 when we started the season, and I told everybody that it's going to be a slow start as usual, but when they do get to their comfort point, to that power spike, 7 deaths, the metaphor for the standings, 7th place. Oh boy, they suddenly turn everything around. It's the Beloy special. It's Beloy pattern, VP.
It is. Aside from that as well, if I could add an option to the audience topic voting,
Okay.
would have a D option.
D.
Put Beloyski on another surprise pick. This is the thing that always happened when GeekFam, you know, faces RRQ. He was the one who, you know, started with the Gatot Kacha thing back then when it was Season 13 or 14, if I'm not mistaken. So maybe, is there a possibility, Arashi, you know, in your analysis, would Beloyski pop up with a surprise pick? Is that a possibility?
If there's anyone that can bring out a off-meta pick in an off-meta role, at this point it has to be Beloyski. I mean, I don't know if it's the Filipino genes or something, but this guy just finds a way to just deconstruct a hero and just look at it bare bones and say, hey, for instance, this hero has a stun. This hero does damage. How can I work that into a composition? And he does it. And because he has full control, technically, over the team's strategies, that's why he can kind of, you know, arrange his teammates around these peculiar strategies. That's a benefit that not a lot of players have at their disposal.
Yeah, but this is the result for the audience topic voting. After losing in RRQ, to RRQ in Leg 1, how can Geek avenge their defeat? Which goes to B, force RRQ into assassin duels. Is this a critic towards Sutsujin in the Assassins? Because we talk about Makeits also performing very well with the Suyo and with his own picks. He has been exceptional in the regular season. So would an Assassin duel against Sutsujin or RRQ win out a winning condition for GeekFam?
Again, the Assassin duel is very vague. That point is very, very vague. Because, again, if we go through the pattern of beating RRQ for Onyx Philippines, for Onyx ID, it's taking Mr. Man's Sutsujin Joy and Hayabusa away from him, forcing him to play Lucas, forcing him to play Suyo, forcing him to play Fanny maybe. And here, coincidentally, for Makeits, Fanny and Suyo are his 2 favorite picks, are his 2 best picks. The Joy, not as good as the Fanny and Suyo. What I'm getting at is they can just go for the Joy and Haya ban in the first phase and then force out those assassins to come out. Suyo, Fanny, where I think GeekFam will have an edge over Sutsujin. But now, we're seeing more of a rise for the other members as well. Edok is back to form. Dyron is back to form. Rins, as usual. And for me, Toy, this guy has to be the X factor if Sutsujin doesn't get his comfort picks, and we've been seeing Toy really step up to the occasion.
Yeah. Speaking of Edok, he was able to clinch an MVP yesterday in the match against EVOS with his Franco, but this is where we talk about the race to upper, first playoff ticket, or Geek's Revenge, in which the last matchup was a 2-1 victory for RRQ. Like we stated before, if RRQ is able to win today, they'll be the first team to secure a playoff ticket into MPL ID Season 15 playoffs later on.
that's the thing about this season right here, because a lot of the matches are such a different, such a different scene, a different look compared to the first leg of the tournament. I mean, EVOS is a direct, immediate comparison. Leg 1 was pretty intense, was pretty close, could have been anyone's game. Leg 2, 2-0. So now, you have no real idea what to expect, because it doesn't really feel like it's the same teams fighting here. This is RRQ that has their own improvements. This is Geek Fam later on in the seasons, and we know Geek Fam is like a steady, a steady, well-fertilized plant. It just keeps growing the longer you let them develop.
Yeah, a new moniker though for Baloyski, the monster maker. He was the war crime general. Now he's the one making, conceiving monsters. We're talking about Ray, Nile, Aboy, Chadera, Luke, Hazel, Masako, Gobs. Makids is his newest monster in creation.
Dr. Frankenstein, but with a lot of Frankenstein's monsters. Baloyski's monsters, again, yeah, like you said, Masako. He's actually been taken out of the Ocean Black lineup, so I wonder if he's going to make an appearance in MPLID maybe next week for Geek Fam. It's ridiculous how he's done this. Back to back to back to back to back from Season 10 all the way to Season 15.
Yeah. It's insane how, like you said, he might have good analysis of bare bones when it comes to heroes, and maybe when it comes to players as well. He might have that good judgment when we talk about how he want to really utilize these players.
I mean, he certainly has an eye for things in particular. Like, he can spot the subtle factors, the subtle characteristics of a player that maybe isn't as visible initially, right? He's able to spot some of that talent and then find ways to develop it. So I think that's definitely a great skill to have. It fits his moniker of the war crime general, right? Yeah. Raising his own army, technically, when he has that authority and that freedom. But here's a perspective here from his ex-teammates for Baloyski.
Ex-teammates. Baloyski used to be in one team back in Onyx PH. What sets Baloyski's apart is his exceptional macro gameplay. His playstyle is unusual. His movements are hard to predict, almost like unexpected plays. He truly is a unique player, one of a kind. If we're talking about Kyrie's take on Baloyski, but for Coach Yeb, as far as I know, Baloyski has always been a leader figure. Compared to other roamers, he's one of the best. Like Yeb, Kyrie on the same page on their thoughts on Baloyski.
And we also have a quote from
Nile,
the best jungler, well, before Makids, right? Made it to a world championship together with Baloy. Overall, Baloyski is a great captain because he helps maintain the team's mental strength. His in-game decisions are also on point. That's why any jungler who plays with him can perform well. Baloyski never hesitates when making decisions. That's what makes him a good leader. And this is something that I think is very, very meta right now. Making decisions, no hesitation, is something that we have been seeing throughout MPID Season 15. Like, a lot of teams have just been very hesitant, have been second-guessing themselves in making big calls. Baloyski never second-guesses himself. He thinks, all right, this is the right thing to do. I will go in, no regrets.
No regrets. But of course, the player on your screen right now, Edok. Man, it feels like we had this conversation backstage. I asked you guys, is this guy generational? And it seems like he is a generational talent. What sets Edok apart from other roamers? Maybe if we can look back comparing him to Prime Keyboy, or even Donkey, or even Leo Murphy.
Well, first of all, I feel like it's a bit hard to judge immediately just from observing what he does in the game. The main point is that he can make plays, that's great. A lot of other roamers can also make plays, but he seems to have a great grasp on like the flow of the game. So it's not just about the plays he's making, it's when he makes those plays happen. When he decides to, and even when opponents get used to him, it's also when he decides to switch up the rhythm, the tempo, right? And then when your opponents are least expecting it, that's where the play happens. And on top of that, the selection, dude, especially on his signature hero, the Franco, usually it's only about the hooks, and we've seen great Franco players with great hooks before. But this guy knows exactly when to rely on those hooks, when to go for a flicker bloody hunt with that build, the Winter Crown into the Fleeting Time, the utility Franco build to guarantee a full-on lockdown. Again, knowing exactly when going for that particular play instead of a normal hook to really gain maximum advantage for his team, that's really great. The reason why he said it's hard to kind of judge just off observation, is that could be assisted. That decision making could be assisted by his teammates, by his partner in crime, Rins, in the mid lane as
Yeah.
well. That's why it's a bit hard to discern where that decision making comes from. Because the main shot caller, I think, still is Rins. But if it all does come from Edok, then that's it, man. That understanding of the game, of the flow of it, when they need to be aggressive, when they have to take it easy, I think that's something that he has an extra level on the rest of the roamers right now.
Yeah, it's as if Edok is just so good on any hero practically. I remember he was given the Aurora, if I'm not mistaken. He used to.
Yeah,
The
one
one
game.
time he used it, and it was also
Aurora Roam.
Aurora Roam, basically, and he was able to make it work. So of course, RRQ against Geek Fam, this is going to be a very interesting matchup. RRQ obviously eyeing that ticket towards playoffs quickly. I mean, this is something that is, I think, always going to be a statement for RRQ. Last season, they were able to punch the tickets as well, but this is the team lineup for Geek Fam, Gobs, Makids, Aboy, Baloyski, and Chadera.
Chadera making a appearance here, coming back to the roster. This is, in theory, the more tried and true version of Geek Fam right now for the season.
The King's reign has been prosperous, but there is one amidst the crowd that wants to take them down, destroy their reign. Are the Kingslayers back? Let's welcome them. Once before, they were able to slay these kings. It's Geek Fam!
King Slayers knock on the castle walls of the kingdom and the king themselves. 5-man strong with Baloyski, the monster maker, at the helm. Now it's time for the Kings to show up on stage. RRQ Hoshi, Dairen, Tsujin, Rins, Edok, and Toy. Still the same 5-4 from yesterday.
Still bringing their A game here. The full-on, full-powered roster of RRQ attempting to thwart and shut down these Kingslayers.
RRQ, a team at the top, #1, trying to solidify the upper bracket slot for themselves. Back to back to back for Kescute if he does. To challenge the king is treason. The man who passes the sentence should swing the sword, and it will be RRQ Hoshi.
Public execution might happen if the Kings are mad, and if the Kingslayers aren't able to seat their swords. But of course, the brains of the operations, the coaches from both teams, Kescute alongside NMM and Blovsy and Nora DSP.
I mean, call him Lord Commander here. Kescute, here to decide once and for all what is gonna come through in the Land of Dawn. You can see the mind games going through, definitely. Everyone's all smiles, but you know underneath the friendliness, underneath all the civility, it's all about domination.
Domination indeed. Take a look at this match today. Obviously, Geek Fam, like we said again, you know, a surprise pick might still always be at the table because you never know when it comes to Baloyski. But for RRQ, do you think they'll stick with their comfort picks from yesterday against EVOS?
I feel like there's no real urgency to stray away from what has worked so far. But especially against a team as crafty as Geek Fam, I do feel like some adaptations are gonna be required. But looking at the stats at least, Edok from RRQ definitely has an edge right here. #1 roamer average assist, #2 roamer unique hero as well. Like you mentioned, I realize Baloyski hasn't really been bringing out all those crazy picks, all those unique picks so far. But maybe against the Kings, that might just change.
It feels very weird to see him only pull out 9 unique heroes. We're talking about Baloyski compared to Edok with 11.
Those are rookie numbers.
Rookie numbers, but maybe he's saving the best for the last. Who knows?
Absolutely. Rookie numbers only to Baloyski, the man who's been the local one in MPLID.
Local.
But it
He's
seems
local,
like,
bro.
oh, it's going to be the home team, the Kingdom's blue side, their favorite side. 72% win rate.
That's a very, very high win rate. What do you think is the advantage? Or rather, what do you think makes RRQ so good when they get the first pick?
When they get the first pick, with a drafter like Kescute and NMM, it's just so concerning because you have no idea what they have planned out. And the idea that usually you want to respond. If you have a good flexibility, you have good adaptations in the drafting phase, you want to go second so you can kind of read into your opponents and then do something. But because Kescu has a great, and other coaches as well, has this ability to hide his intentions, to show a hero, but not the entire game plan, now it becomes a curveball, and there's so much more pressure onto the first 2 picks that red side has to kind of decide on, because from there, they already have to try and make a decision of only 1 pick that sometimes is just a very convoluted, hidden kind of pick.
Yeah, obviously, Geek Fam are second in the drafting phase later on. But I feel like today is going to be an absolute brawl. RRQ, they were able to swing their swords high yesterday against EVOS in the Classical Derby. A lot of things happened yesterday. It was so bloody. I mean, Tsutsujin was doing very, very well, even if Albert was winning the red trees left and right in the objective in the contests. But Toy was managing himself very well. Edoc with an MVP performance. I mean, wins, sometimes he's off position. It always happens to him. It happens to the best of RRQ, but I think for this game, RRQ is well equipped and ready.
Certainly are. Again, for RRQ, I think the template can work up against Geek Fam. The Kingslayers have been playing to their own game, which has been very, very, I think, readable. But in the past, the thing is about Geek Fam, you don't really see their real strategy up until you deny it from them, right? We've seen teams like Dewa do that before. Like, they tried to steal the Cho away. They banned the Suyo. They left the Fanny open for some reason. But again, the crucial picks like Choloiski, those screening picks, were taken away. But we saw the Hellcurt come back. We saw Mr. Man, Beloiski on picks that we haven't seen him before on. Haven't seen him play well even. Like, the Hellcurt wasn't a good pick before the Dewa match, but he made it work against Dewa. They have to do a lot. They have, the preparation must be perfect for Geek Fam right now to beat RRQ, because for RRQ, they have so much more comfort picks over Geek Fam. For Geek Fam, I can name a few again. Suyo Fanny only for May Kids. For Rome, I think it's just Cho. The Hellcurt is more of like it's comfort, but it's not really that meta. Harith for Chidera and Moscow. And then that's it. But for RRQ, Tyron has expanded his hero pool. Edoc has expanded his hero pool. Tsutsujin is as deadly as ever on Joy and Haya.
That's what I was about to say as well. The fact that Chidera is now in the lineup, obviously, the critics always towards him. A limited hero pool, they say. Harith, maybe Moskov. If Claude is feasible to be played in a draft, he will take the Claude. But again, it's not really a top prio pick for Geek Fam when it comes to the Claude because of how, power crept this hero has been. But for RRQ, it seems like they have so much options in their hands. Again, Edoc can play the Franco, he can play the Cho, he can also play the Chip. This is a pick that is actually, lavished by RRQ so far. So, what do you think will Geek Fam do to try to, counter and stop all these picks from happening?
I feel like that's a very interesting angle to observe this from. The fact that both teams have a great way to utilize their macro potential. Any kind of low Gs, any kind of chips for both Geek Fam and RRQ can really perform well. I think both these teams can work with those picks very, very well. But because there's also prio in the other comfort picks, like Mirko mentioned, the Hayabusa, the Joy, the Harith, the Granger even, right? You do wonder if maybe both teams are going to be looking more towards those picks and leaving open a lot of those macro tools.
Yeah, and here we go to the first drafting phase, presented by the official tournament smartphone, Samsung Galaxy S25 series. Geek Fam and RRQ. Of course, 2 bans, Fanny and Harith taken out. The Harith try to creep down options for Chidera. Meanwhile, the Joy taken out of respect of Tsutsujin.
They have to. The Joy, again, is a deadly pick when on the hands of Tsutsujin. But I think RRQ have done the same thing, right? We've been talking about the Fanny, the Harith, those really, really good picks for Geek Fam, and they take it out instantly. With the Joy already banned out, I think RRQ will be looking to also deny, if Geek Fam also ban out the Hayabusa, RRQ will try to deny the Suyo by picking it first. Kimmy, though, will be taken away.
Yeah, it was a toy pick yesterday against EVOS. And by the way, I spoke a bit with Maykids earlier today downstairs, and we talked about how he feels up against Tsutsujin. He says, man, Tsutsujin is insane.
Yeah.
I need to respect him, but I'm confident for today's match. So obviously, that confidence is still there for Maykids, one of the Up-and-coming superstars here in MPL ID Season 15. But the
Welcome back guys! Watch party naman ng MPL ID ang ating pupuntahan. RQ versus Geek Fam. Alam ko meron dyang naka +1 para sa Geek Fam.
Uy, dito Nostra, boss.
Meron naman mga naka 2-0 para sa RQ. Sinabi ko lang yung prediction.
Prediction lang.
Prediction lang.
Ako, feeling ko kasi sa lahat ng matches ngayon, Game 3.
Game 3, no? Okay lang sa'yo na mahaba yung araw basta puro Game 3.
Oo, okay lang sa akin yun. Wala akong pakialam kung sakaling...
Abuti na madali araw.
Oo, basta lahat Game 3.
Ayun ha. Pero RQ, sinimulan kagad. Chip ni... Sutsujin. Hindi, sige to.
Nidok.
Uy, ano yung chip niya dito, boss ha? Parang palag-palag yung chip ni Idok.
Pero, makukuha ni naghayabusa ba si Maykids?
Oh, naghayabusa siya. Assassin user yan, boss.
Kunin yun na.
Baka combo yan ng
Ha?
Kaleya Pobius.
Ay, maglulukas
Si
to?
hero ni Aboy
Maglulukas
Ay, hero
to?
ni Aboy. Hero ni Gabs
Lulukas to?
Lucas? Pwede, no? Pangbalagbagan dun sa chip.
Pero maghayabusa si Sutsujin. Feeling ko, naramdaman ko na.
Pag Hayabusa, medyo hindi ko ata, bet yung Hayabusa
Ay!
versus...
Nag-Sasuke!
Ayun na! Eto na lang kaya mag-Lucas, yung Geek Fam, para Naruto versus Sasuke.
Yun nga, Lucas nga tong Geek Fam. Di ba yun dati? Pobius, Kaleya, tapos Lucas?
Pwede na yan, para para magandang game 1 natin, Sasuke versus Naruto agad.
Sulit na, sulit. Pero kung ako tatanungin, mas gusto ko dito, maghayabusa talaga tong si Geek
Para may isa kagad. -1 agad.
Kasi pag Lucas siya,
pero hindi ba dehado yung dito? Hayabusa considering na ang kukunat ng hero ng RQ?
hindi. Pag na-delete mo naman na yung yung mage tsaka yung gold lane, wala na silang gagawin
Mage layer lang katapat yun
Hindi, Aegis ka mo.
Sabagay.
Tsaka pipe. Ow!
Para maganda, looking good.
Valentina to.
Looking good. Hindi, third pick Baka iba na yung Valentina. Feeling ko para sa side ng Geek Fam, mas it's a must na iba yung Valentina.
Hindi, baba naman talaga nila yan.
Pero kung maba nila yung Valentina, ang ganda nung pick nung
Nung
Geek Fam, no? Kahit sabihin natin may pumasok na shortcut, andun yung Netherrealm. Basta papasok yung Netherrealm, sasakto yung Netherrealm ni Aboy.
Feeling ko sakto lang din naman yan. Kasi kailangan mo yan sa chip talaga Uy, namatay yung TV.
Tsaka isang heavy damager.
Nandun sa likod mo.
Bubadil Valentina nga. Parsa? Tinatanggalan ng hero si si Tsujin.
Si Rins.
Si Rins po, tayo Sutsujin. Pag nawala yung Valentina, baka lang din to.
Feeling ko Bex.
Hindi. Tawag doon, Yib or Cecilion.
Cecilion?
Laptop yun namatay. Bakit? Di ba naka-charge laptop?
Pero ako dito, boss Mag-ano ako dito? Kung hindi pa ipipick ng Geek Fam yung Lucas, pwede, hindi na pala. Miglo na nga pala yung si Dairen. Pero ang ganda kasi ng Pobius pick dadaliin nyo dito sa Tsujin Pero tingnan natin guys kasi ako, talaga ako dito Maka-Geek Fam talaga ako dito. Game 1 lang, okay na sa akin yan. Ganda ng pick ganda ng pick ni Blapsy. Pero kung titingnan mo, palagables din yung RRQ. Sadyang lang.
Hindi binan yung Valentina, pre.
Hindi nga
Ano yun? Netherrealm to Netherrealm? Ang tanong, kukunin nga ba yung Valentina?
Hindi, kasi kung magbabalance sila, pre, feeling ko maglalak na ng damage ng early game yung RRQ
Puro sila?
Puro late game.
Puro melee nga
Oo.
halos. Tsaka, pero okay yun kung sakali kasi pagka shortout mo, may Netherrealm ka.
Pero, ika-counter Netherrealm ka lang nung Geek.
Ay, maganda nga pala yung pick ng Geek Fam, boy.
Oo.
Sila, nag-glue tapos may sabog-sabog yan pag nag-split-split.
Oo. Kaya okay lang kahit magbalentong si RRQ.
Ay, looking good nga kung gano'n na nangyayari.
Tapos pinipilit ng RRQ mag-Lucas.
Uy, binaba na yung X-Borg
Ay, hindi pala sila pwede mag-Lucas, no? Open pa balin.
Ang daming pagpipilian. Hindi, pwede na. XP, ano yan eh. XP glue na yan eh.
Hindi, kahit image yung balin, ano pa rin yun eh.
Masakit pa rin ba yung
Masakit
ano?
pa rin yun.
Ano na lang kaya, sa Geek Fam,
Feeling ko gold muna. Gold laner muna, boss.
open yung Hayabusa. Open pa rin Hayabusa.
Gold laner.
Moskov.
Kimi.
Moskov na kaya ni Kadera?
Feeling ko.
Isa sa mga main hero ni Kadera yan eh. Ay, Claude.
Clody boy.
Late game damage.
Hindi, kailangan nila lang insurance lang eh.
Oo.
Maghayabuta nga tong geek.
Para may early, may late game. Hindi naman nila kailangan ng frontline na eh. Granger. Okay.
Wakwak kay ano yan? Kay Kadera yan.
Valentina Sicilion.
Feeling ko Cecil.
Cecil.
Wala na silang choice eh.
Valentina
nga.
Hero ni May Kids. Wala ng Joy, wala ng Fanny, wala ng Fredrin. Ay. Baksha, Barats, Akay. Feeling ko mag-utility.
Ay, Ling!
Hindi ba puro sila late game yan? Gagana kaya to? Ang ganda na sana ng ano nila, no?
Kaya nga, kung nilukas nyo na lang yun. Kasi kung binan nyo yung balin, tas naglukas kayo, okay na sana eh.
Hindi ba risky yung link na to? Pag hindi sila naggumana ng early,
Oh.
i-snowball sila ng RRQ, tatapusin agad yan.
Yun nga eh.
Tapos may Netherrealm pang counter yung ano.
Ang ganda na ng drop nyo eh.
Hirap. Piling ko okay yung back sa jungler eh. Para ano, kahit kopyahin yung Netherrealm,
Oo.
okay lang. Tapos isipin mo pa na pag nag-back siya kayo, pag may bumunggo na chip sa inyo, tatagal kayo.
Nadali si Blapsy, boss.
Pero tingnan natin, game number 1, kung aabot naman to talaga sa mga 16 minutes, 17 minutes, mas mataas ang chance ng Geek Fam. Basta buo pa yung mga inhibitor towers nila.
Yun nga eh. Pero kasi kung ngayon, parang mahirapan yata. Ang lakas mang early na itong lineup ng
Early?
ng RRQ eh. Ayan oh.
Ang masakit pa nun, baka hindi makakontest ng turtle tong Geek Fam.
Oo nga eh. Okay na eh.
Na disaster.
Na disaster naman.
Nabigla dun sa sa last pick.
Ano ba yun? Actually, kahit yung Claude nga, medyo pa ako dyan eh.
Medyo, pa?
Questionable pa
Para
sa
mas
akin
okay
yan.
pa yung Moskov, no?
Oo.
Siguro inano lang nila na para may BMI out, hindi kagad mahuli kung sakaling may
Wala namang huli sa kanya eh.
Hindi, kung mabigla ng shortcut sa likod, makapag-out ka agad.
Di, pero mas okay na yung Moskov kasi kapag na ka naman, pwede ka naman mag-flicker Moskov pre.
Pero tiwala na lang sa mga players.
Tsaka pwede rin pala nila unahan ng Granger, no?
Hindi, parang inano nila na mahirap mag-Granger kung ang kalaban mo Valentina na may kopya Netherrealm. Wala kang damage masyado eh.
Sa bagay.
Kaya siguro kinuha nila yung Claude eh. Kahit kopyahin yung Netherrealm, AOE yung Blazing Duet, okay lang. Itong RQ mahihirapan sa late game. Kasi lahat ng hero ng RQ, early lang. What if umabot tayo sa late game, nag-Netherrealm si Aboy, tas ang damage yung Granger na single target. Wala kayong da-damage.
Naka-flicker pa yan, ha? So, yan, easy bit-bit kay Baloyski yan.
Lumalamang yung Geek Fam, ha? Pumapalo sila ngayon, ha? Looking good. Teka, sa XP na dedeyado. Pero
kasi
Turtle,
feeling ko kay Gobs yung lahat ng bola ng early game. Depende sa kanya kung paano niya dadaliin.
sila ni Balo yung tatangk eh.
Oo. Feeling ko kaya naman kasi ng Kalea na tumangke.
Pero more on pick-up naman yan. So, Netherrealm, nakuha na kagad ni Rins. Baka bigay nga tong first turtle as Baloyski will pop his flicker. Aabot ba si Maykids kung sakali? Eto na yung link. Retrian ang labanan. Tapos Baloyski makakuha pa. Susujin is down. Netherrealm to Netherrealm. Pero mas nauna yung kay Aboy. And pagbagsak mo dyan, sabog ka malamang.
Patay ka, boss. Di ka pa nakakuha ng isa. Uy!
Boom! Okay lang. Looking good. Yan ang ayaw mo para sa RRQ.
Ay, ang lalim ni Idok.
Yung makaka-early yung Geek Fam, lalo na't pang late game yung hero ng Geek Fam. Grabe yung nung retry ni Maykids dun, no? Hindi siya bumaba. At least, nasa taas lang siya sabay retry.
Actually, mas mataas ang damage ng hindi ka nag-hit. kesa yung sa nag-hit ka.
Kasi parang ano may inexplain dun si ano
Si
Si
Puego.
Puego, no? May lumalabas daw na damage. Parang
Kapag,
hindi mo mache-chempuan. Wala rin naman kasi aabot doon kay May Kids. Wala sila yung mga sanguine close ng Cecilion, ng mga Cho na pwedeng magpababa doon sa Ling. Actually, sa late game, wala kang pipigil kay kay May Kids.
Wala, ang hirap kay
Uy, ilan to? 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 na 2-0, tapos lahat naka-RRQ. Baka mamaya, babaliktad yan yung Geek Pam yung manalo, ha?
Pati si Mirko, naka 2-0 din, oh. Ba, hindi siya memers ngayon, ha? Seryoso siya ngayon, guys.
Naka-RRQ, top 1 nga ni daw, eh. Top 1 versus top 2 pala to, no?
Oo.
Pag nanalo dito yung Geek Pam, malakas yung chance nila para sa upper bracket.
Upper bracket, yes. Aray, dali ka. Wala na, patay ka na.
Split. Pinapap lang. So, mamayang turtle, walang
split.
Walang hindi na pala siya ulti, second skill na lang siya. Meron pa.
Oh. Pero,
mabilis.
kaso nga lang.
Bawas ka na.
Oo.
Kailangan mag-reset dyan. Blazing Duet, gagamitin ni Kadera, pero inaaning lang naman.
Ito yung masarap sa Claude, no? Hindi mo siya kayang i-burst talaga na mabilisan, eh.
Tsaka mahirap siya i-dive in.
Oo.
Kasi ang dami niyang panakas.
May BMI, tapos kapag worst comes to worst, meron siyang Blazing Duet na makakuha siya ng shield.
Kaya nga, kung makikita mo yung line-up ng Geek Fam, yung summoner spells nila, lahat naka-flicker. Kasi wala namang heavy lockdown dito, eh.
Oo.
Yun pa yung isang lacking ng RRQ. Hindi siya katulad ng Geek Fam na ang dami nilang crowd
Patay
control.
ka.
Alam mo na, Toy.
Patay ka.
Alam mo na, shortcut. Netherrealm lang. O sige, 2 Netherrealm yung binaba. Kaso wala na kayong damager, wala na si Toy. Kaso sino yung naiwan?
Si Aboy.
Hindi, may passive. Mabubuhay yan. Sakto yan.
Grabe nga ang RRQ nga, ay ang Geek Fam nga.
Ano ba kasi kala nyo sa Geek Fam? Walang daliri. Puro naman kayo 2-0 Geek Fam. Ay, 2-0 RRQ.
Naka 2-0 na kahapon yan, di na magto 2-0 yan.
Walang ganun. Pero hindi kaagad sinimulan ng Geek Fam yung yung turtle. Wala na silang resources eh. Walang ulti si May Kids, walang ulti si Aboy, walang heavy ulti. Pero,
ay, sumabog!
Bum. Bombardilo. Krokodilo. Sumabog. Bumomba. Yung buhay ni Dairen doon.
Ang kulit mo, ha. Split ka pa, ha. Kaya pala sila nag-link, no? Kasi wala silang pakialam sa kunat ng ng artist early.
Pag nag-split nga, patay ka. Tapos yung si Dairen pa, kailangan niya talagang mag-split para paganahin yung ulti niya.
Oo.
So gagawin lang dito ni Aboy, hintayin lang yung time na yon. Isang combo lang eh, isang skill lang eh.
So kaya pala dali ang RQ dito, guys. Guys, 4-1 na, Geek pa mang may Uy, alo ko? 13%? Sigurado ba kayo dyan? Audience prediction?
Hindi ba kayo dyan?
Hindi ba kayo karmahin yan?
Baka kala nyo walang chance yung
Teka lang, 4-1, 6 minutes and 30.
Dikit ang laban.
Dikit ang laban, kawawa si Dairen dito. Wala siyang magagawa. Si Toy nag-Sky Piercer. Pero okay lang.
Okay lang din naman.
Huli ka.
Binuhat na.
Patay ka na.
Alam mo na susundan yan.
Patay pa si Toy.
Ops!
Ay!
May bounty ka! Ay, wala siyang bounty. Wala pala siyang bounty, pero okay lang.
Ginawa ni dun, May Kids.
Transition sa Torre.
Torre na lang.
Torre na lang.
Ito yung nakakatakot pag nakapag-farm si Kadera.
Late game. 4-1 si Aboy. Kadera, libre yung farm.
Ang problema mo pa naman sa Claude. Ala ka, flicker.
Yun lang masama.
Yun lang. Nahuli siya.
Wag yung mga late, nagamit din yung Netherrealm. Ay, pwede pa.
Patay ka?
Pwede pa.
Patay ka?
Trade lang.
Hindi, ano pa yun? Lamang pa nga Geek Pam dun eh. Kuha
Dalawa,
si Sutsujin tsaka si Rins.
Jungler pa yung nawala.
Ayun lang.
Okay yun.
Ayun lang for RRQ.
RQ? Let's go, RQ.
Okay ha. Looking pretty good ang Geek Farmers. Pero tingnan natin guys kung paano yung sistema nila sa mid game naman. Pero kasi pag ganito yung laruan ng Geek Pam, suruin na to eh.
Pang-online na.
Oo. Ang init, boss.
Ang tanong, magtutuloy-tuloy kaya?
Pero no, surprisingly, hindi nag-ayabusa yung RRQ.
Hindi ata nila. Sa chip nila. May sila may drop na pag nag-chip tayo, hindi bagay yung Hayabusa.
Ayabusa. Pero feeling ko, mas kailangan ni Sutsujin kasi ng hero na bumubuhat talaga eh. May ano pa naman, may late game prowess pa naman yung RQ.
Meron pa?
Pag nandyan na si Rins. Kaso nga lang, pag super duper late game, mas halimaw yung Geek Pam.
Doon sila mahirapan kung sakali.
Mas tumatagal, mas sumasakit ang Geek.
Mas tumatagal.
Geek. Parang ano yan eh, parang nakababad na karne. Pag lalong mas na-marinate, mas sumasarap.
Hoping na lang talaga na magtuloy-tuloy to para sa Geek Pam dahil late game, lamang naman yung lineup nila eh. Huwag lang talaga magkaroon ng sabihin nating mga mistakes or error. Kailangan pa rin nilang respetuhin. Kasi isang snowball lang din ng RQ, pwede nilang
isang error lang din ng Geek
Pam. Mag-ship yung momentum. Skypiercer tong si Toy eh.
Si Kadera guys, solid Trinity na I think.
Pero kung drop lang talaga, sobrang lamang na lamang ng drop ng Geek Pam. Nga yung umabot na tayo sa mid-game.
Tingnan mo si Dairin guys, parang wala lang siyang parang 4v5.
Wala na kamo siyang silbi. Tingnan mo pag nag-split-split yan, dadaliin ni Baloy, ay ni Aboy. Yun lang, wag lang malalim ata yan, boss
Hindi, okay lang.
Hindi, napapop yung niya, napapop yung netherland niya. Binasag lang. Chip, wala na silang ulti.
Uy.
Teka, nakapatay. Reigns will go down. Ha? Nalugi pa yung RRQ doon?
Na Blazing Do It sila.
Akala nila wala nang wala nang resources eh. Wala nang netherrealm, wala nang Tempest of Blade. Andun pala yung Blazing Do It ni Kadera. Dikit-dikit sila doon sa shortcut. Sakit.
First Lord sa Geek Pam, guys.
And eto na nga. Mukhang nangangamba na ang mga naka 2-0 sa RRQ. Anong kala nyo kasi walang daliri yung Geek Pam?
Ano ba akala? Guys, top 2 ang Geek Pam ngayon Hindi rin makalapit si Toy.
Natakot siya baka mamaya nasa malapit si May Kids eh.
Piling ko mas okay Beatrix doon, no?
Saan? Sa lineup ng
RRQ.
Mas okay nga ata yan eh. Para kung sakali mag-nether, may grenade bombardment ka eh.
Delete agad eh, no?
Kaso nga gusto, game 3.
Sabagay,
di ba?
Sabagay. Okay lang. We take those wins. Pero syempre, kailangan pa rin manalo ng RRQ sa series.
Yan muna bago kung
Pakatay ka?
Tatapusin na ata nila na maaga to
Grabe. Binibait lang nila yung Purify.
Ang aggressive nila maglaro ngayon Parang confident yung Geek Pam ngayon. Simula nung nag-win streak sila.
Hindi, ang ganda kasi kapag nakita mo naka-paramis.
Nasa likod si Idok Naglagay na ng shortcut. Pero delicates ata yan dahil may netherrealm.
Patay agad.
Si Aboy.
Huli ka.
Hindi ba pag naubos dito yung RQ, pwede kayong niyan?
Pwede kayong
tapusin yan? Actually, 4v5 pala yung laban dahil wala si May Kids. And eto na nga si May Kids. Baloy lang yung namatay, boss. Tapos ata, ay hindi. Pabuhay si Idok. 4v5, lugi pa kayo. Nagpa-farm lang si May Kids sa taas. Tapos ang nakuha nyo, Ay! Sabog!
Si Toy talagang spectacular player ng Uy, Rins, ano ka dyan? Patay kayo. Ang tapang mo masyado
Nakakuha na kayo ng kill. Gumusto ka pa uli ng isa. Masyado ka ng naghangad.
Kaya nga pagka binibiyayaan na, tumigil na.
Zero. Hindi talaga okay. Pumabor pa ata sa Geek Pam yung drop ng RQ. Yung Valentina nila. Parang hindi nagiging okay yung netherrealm Sinagutan lang ng Claude
Kaya nga.
Grabe yung drop ng Geek Pam.
Sabi natin kanina parang okay na Pero kasi ay parang lugi na yung Geek Pam sa first 3. Hindi dun sa last 2, dun sa Claude tsaka sa Ling. Pero pala yun, pre? It's all part of the bigger plan.
Nasa players nga daw, wala sa drop.
Uy, nakakatakot. Baka ma-2-0 ng Geek Pam.
Hindi ba? Wala ka ba doon? Wala. May ano ka naman ah.
Wala akong ganun.
Wala kang +1 all the way?
Meron.
Oh, Geek Pam.
Pero kasi, syempre, baka nakabomba tayo sa match winner eh.
Ah, nag-match winner RQ ka? Ba, paano na?
Okay. Lord. Kinig. Dairen. Huwag ka na mag-split. Please lang.
Mukhang ano na to. Bigay to. Hindi, may shortcut pa naman si Idok kung sakali. Pero Lord, makukuha na. Idok, naglapag pa ng shortcut and mukhang ubos na nga ang mga miyembro dito ng RQ. Uy, napatay si Aboy. Mega kill si Kader.
Wala na,
Re-rect tayo na to.
GG.
Ang bilis pa nag-spawn ng Lord.
Patay. Si Dairen, walang magawa, boy. Triple kill.
Napasama pa yung ano nila. Feeling ko dapat binigay na lang nila yun, tas depensa na lang eh. Gusto nang matapos ng RRQ yung paghihirap nila. And game number 1.
Nice, good
mabilis
luck.
na tinapos ng Geek Pam, mga tropa.
Grabe nga yun. Geek Pam, is that you?
Grabe.
Or is it me? Grabe kayo. Grabe ka, Day! Iba ka, Day!
And that's for our series number 1, Geek Fam. Ito 2-0 nga ba nila ang laban or
Wag naman.
makakabawi yung RQ para dalhin tayo sa game number 3? Huwag kayong mawawala, mga tropa. Watch party lang po ito, paalala. Magbabalik kami para sa game 2 ng ating MPL ID, Geek Fam versus RQ.
Sim.
Win. Wow, what a performance from everybody. And that Geek Fam lineup, I mean, Gobs was just being Gobs, make it. The chase down a boy, what a performance, 6-2 and 10. And just becoming the frontline as well for Geek Fam to save them from troubles. And Chadera has proven to be able to scale to the late game with the Claude, a staple pick of his. And Geek Fam with not just a 1-0, but that was a convincing win. I would say it was one-sided. RRQ didn't have a chance. In a team fight, in a skirmish, they weren't able to win a single one.
A Fairness pick, the Ling pick in the end as well. You gotta go bold. Man, winning out that first retry win on the Turtle, getting the team fight as well, really stopped RRQ's plans. Like RRQ were planning to just snowball out of control with a Suyo, with a control over neutral objective. Getting Turtle 1 was a big part of how they could actually make that win condition happen.
By all means, they also did a great job, Geek Fam, by avoiding a lot of the shortcut moments. They played it calm, cool, collected, and waited for the big 5v5s to really happen. And a boy here, damn, what is that damage, dude? That's 3 members basically chunked out to half HP with a single Ghost Bursters. That's the problem when you have, you know, the glue, multiple blobs stacked up against you, man. And in the end here, they keep going for these all-in plays, but they just can't compete with the burst damage. And their marksman isn't exactly a burst marksman either. It's kind of a more of a kitey marksman, so the whole composition just did not work at all.
The man on your screen, of course, is your MVP. Presented by the official tournament smartphone, Samsung Galaxy S25 series. It is a boy. This guy is a menace. We talked about his sparks back in season 13, 14, 15. He was in a bit of a slump, but now he's back to his best, I would say.
Back on a signature pick, Paramis.
Yeah.
It's been a long time since we've seen a Paramis.
Old school boy.
But aside from the Paramis, man, oh man.
Damage.
That's some damage. Yikes. But also, man, I think Gobs did a great job in this game too. Always engaging it in the... Still engaging at the right moment, at the right time, finding times to really disrupt the right members from RRQ, especially when they're trying to go for that kind of dive.
Yeah, that's true. Look at Makids. It feels like he's so relentless in pursuit, on his pursuit of the Kings. And so far, yeah, they tried a lot of plays from the back, desperation plays, if you would say so, with the shortcut from behind, hitchhiking a ride as well. But it feels like Geek Fam always has a spotter and trying to, pinpoint the shortcut plays. It was Beloyski most of the time to try to spoil the plans of RRQ. And those shortcut plays, I feel like when it happened as well, Geek Fam were just out-damaging RRQ.
It really looked kind of mindless as we got here. Again, it just like RQ were throwing bodies, hoping for a win. They were literally just gambling with the skirmish, but a lot of that, well, at least in this team fight, it was kind of forced out by Geek Fam. Geek Fam had the control over the neutral objective. They blitzed it instantly. And again, to bring up the quote that we were talking about early before the matchup, I think it was from Niall. Beloyski never hesitates. When he makes a call, everybody has to follow through. That was the whole plan. And call there was to blitz the Lord. We don't need to go and Lord dance when we're up against a chip, when we're winning early game. We need to force the enemies to fight us, and we've been able to win 5v5. So it was, again, a very decisive call that made RRQ also make their own decisive call. The call for RRQ, it would have been two options. Both are bad options. Stay up top, get a tier 2 for the Lord, or come over and fight a team that has beaten you in every 5v5 in the game so far.
Yeah. It is insane, absolutely crazy from Geek Fam, and their dominance asserted in game number 1. Take a look at the items. Anything in particular, Arashi?
I mean, there's not much to say. For the most part, RRQ are counted more from the execution more so than the itemization, by all means. I mean, it's important to note that Dion on the glue went for the Athena, and it doesn't matter, like, at all, right? And even if he does survive, the rest of the team will pay the price for giving up all those bounces from the Ghostbursters. So I really felt like RRQ, they tried to go for the Faramis to try and match the sustain of Geek Fam, but in the first place, their composition doesn't really work well against that sustain either. I feel like this was a safer option, but if they really wanted to go, especially for some of those really risky plays, those Hail Mary attempts, they really should have gone for something that can enable that a bit more. I mean, after picking up the chip there, a bit more burst damage would be nice, a bit more crowd control perhaps, because the issue is that every single time they even go for, a huge attempt towards Chidera, towards Make-Its. That's how they like to win those late game, mid-game to late game situations. They take out the main damage dealer, and then they just win out the fight, because in theory, if your main damage dealer, the gold laner, is alive, you're gonna win out the fights. But because they didn't have any other tools, aside from the shortcut, aside from the stun from the Suyo, which is very basic, very small, the Valentina Terrify, they have no tools here to really enable a lot of those pick-off attempts. So I feel like they kind of got caught off guard with the Paramis, and then they tried to adapt and pivot, and then they ended up with a jack of all trades, master of none at all type situation.
I feel like RQ, we're also lacking with a easy point-and-click CC compared to like maybe a Kalea, a Tsunami Slam that could just bring you with one tap. And I think for RQ Hoshio, of course, this pick was a little bit ambitious, but what do you think would be a good alternative for the glue? Because it feels like the glue was just taken out of the picture in that game.
Ilos.
Yeah, I was about to say, at this point, right, if you want a frontliner that can match well against the Phobius, yeah, Hylos is a much better pick with the Faramis in the conversation here. Without the Faramis, though, I still think that to a degree, right, unless RRQ are really planning on just diving all the way to the backline, it's a whole different story. I'm wondering if they expected Geek Fam to go for some kind of long-range backline mage for a boy, because that's where the glue can kind of zone him out and kind of be useful. But even against a Faramis, even not against a Faramis, the glue doesn't really do much when it comes to frontlining for the team. He's more of a dive-in type hero. And if you want to dive into the excitement, you better get on the Samsung train, bro.
Yep. Geek Fam, we're gaming. And if you really want to talk about gaming, the latest Samsung Galaxy S25 series is the real champion, the real gamer. This is a gamer. This smartphone is incredibly powerful for gaming thanks to the Snapdragon 8 Elite for Galaxy processor built on a 3nm technology, making it the fastest processor ever in a Samsung Galaxy device. With this cutting-edge performance, your gaming experience is super duper smooth and totally lag-free.
Loading into the game right now.
Hey.
Yeah, we're gonna show you a bit of that amazing, awesome experience.
It is said that with this phone, it's easy to get maniacs and savages.
I mean,
It is.
that's how the players are able to do so, right?
Yeah.
When they have that kind of clarity in the midst of a big team fight, that's how you get those kills rolling in. And don't forget, aside from just the performance on the games, you can also use that Gemini AI feature, bro.
Yeah.
Right? You can
Right,
talk
blast
about
him.
anything to it. So you can try chat with it. Like, Mirko, you want to try and show the audience?
Yo, who's going to win MPL Indonesia? Wait, let me tap it. Yo, who's going to win MPL Indonesia?
Just yo.
Gemini. Gemini.
Gemini?
Gemini.
Gemini's still sleeping.
I'm calling. You know what? I'm just gonna call.
Call
Call Gemini.
call Gemini. And obviously,
real quick.
Gemini,
Yo, Gemini.
I'm still sleeping.
It's so lifelike, bro. This is what happens when I try and reach out to my friends as well.
Who is going?
They're
to
sleeping.
win MPL Indonesia.
Who? Is it a he or a she?
It could be whatever you want.
Exactly.
Is
Just
it
a
him?
sec.
Whoa. You came up with a whole paragraph.
Yeah. It likes to specify things.
It likes to special.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Should I just read it out then?
Yeah,
Sure.
do it.
I've gathered information on the current MPL Indonesia. I don't like the answer. Never mind. They didn't say
You don't like the
BTR.
answer?
They didn't say
You don't like
didn't say
truth?
BTR.
Ah.
See, it gives you realistic answers.
That's true.
If it doesn't really adjust to your worldview, it is what it is, bro. We can't help you with that.
If you're like me, you don't have friends to talk to, you
Oh, what?
can always
You don't
handle
have
Gemini. I'm
friends?
I'm kidding. You're
Come
my
on,
friend.
man. Yeah.
You're my
you got-
friend.
you got
I'm leaving.
friends.
Yeah.
Arashi's leaving for 2 reasons. Because Relies just said he's not a friend, and Arceus lost game number 1.
Oh no.
He wants to go
Oh, he's back.
backstage. But obviously, there's one thing that can make him leave this desk. It's the Team Galaxy Zone Cam by Samsung Galaxy. So if you have your Samsung Galaxy phone, you can always flex it in the Team
Whoa.
Galaxy Zone Cam. Look at that.
Wait,
Mr.
a-
Kingdom in the building.
that's an RQ fan who's sitting on the Geek Fam side.
Yeah.
Hey,
That's the privileges you
game
get.
is game, my friend. Game is game.
That's true.
Indeed. And if you're gonna get in on the Samsung game, make sure that you get it now, because there's a cashback up
Look at this
to
color.
3.5 million IDR, and you can get 6 months of Gemini Advance for free. Hurry up and buy it now, because the promo ends on May the 15th, 2025. So exclusive for MPL viewers, you can get a free 25-watt travel adapter and a shop app e-voucher worth IDR of 500,000 using the voucher code S25MPL.
Check it out right now, guys.
love
All
it.
right, S25. It's a lifesaver for me. When I play the Suyo, it just feels so much better when I'm on that S25. And I think speaking of the Suyo, we gotta go back to the point again that we were talking about. Suyo Fanny for Sutsujin, it's just not his comfort pick, right? He
Yeah.
doesn't do that well on those picks. If they want to win this game, then go higher. But if they do want to continue to practice on the Suyo, I think this is not a bad performance. Like for it's not a bad plan actually for RRQ.
Yeah.
Again, they basically almost qualified upper brackets. They've already almost confirmed it. Might as well start to learn the Suyo and the Fanny. Might as well start to put Sutsujin on the picks that he's not too comfortable on to make him comfortable on it by the time playoffs come.
Or maybe they could try out Chen.
Try out what?
Try out Chen.
Oh,
They could try
Wait a
Chen.
second.
Make him prepared
Sorry.
for playoffs.
sorry.
Who knows?
For me, I think Chen is more of a slot filler because Hazel is in Malaysia. I don't think they promoted him with the idea to actually use him.
Okay. Now, of course, all-time MPL ID Claude stats analysis. All-time leaders are Rand, CW, Skylar, Chidera, and Watt. But let me ask you guys a question. If I say Claude, who's the first pro player to pop up in your mind?
Huh.
For me, it's CW.
Wow.
Really?
W. For me, it's Skylar.
I think it's Skylar still for me, yeah.
Oh yeah, that's true because Blazing Duet from
Blazing Duet
Skylar.
from Skylar.
Yeah, you were quoting that a lot, Realize, back when it happened.
What about Beatrix? When you think about Beatrix, who comes up?
Skylar.
Oh, wow. For
Runner's
me-
apathy from Skylar.
Wait, see, for Claude, I think it's Skylar. For Beatrix, I actually think Oheb.
Ohem.
Yeah.
Oh no, for me it's
Calera?
no.
No.
I mean,
Domeng?
No, oh my god.
Domeng.
Realize.
I'm sorry.
I mean, it's cool though to see the performance of the Claude and how it kind of fell out of the meta, but somehow it's still standing on a very respectable win rate here.
Uh-huh.
Very interesting.
But I think one of the best Claude plays ever to happen was Season 13 Finals. lower bracket finals.
Yeah, the
That saving grace, blazing duet by Brands. And EVOS against GeekFam based defense. That was insane, by the way. One of the best games ever, I think.
Ooh. Ooh.
I mean,
with the environment, with that atmosphere as well.
Yeah.
We might get a sneak peek of that very soon, guys.
Hey.
Season 13, Velodrome. I'm not sure, but it is definitely a possibility for us to have it again in Season 15.
Yeah. That was my first playoffs, by the way. And the first time I've ever casted in such a big venue. And with the supporters just chanting.
Which one's better, Bandung or Velodrome?
Ooh. I don't know. I think I'll stick with Velodrome.
Dude, for atmosphere, I agree. I think it's Velodrome by a long shot.
For the vibes,
But for Bandung,
yeah.
Bandung, man.
Bandung, man.
Bandung, bro. That was a good time.
It was a good time.
The traffic wasn't on the way there.
Yeah, that's true.
On the way back as well. But that's a good time.
It was.
I went in the morning, 2 a.m.
You know who didn't have a good time? Toy.
Ooh.
He didn't have a good time because he was trying to get online, get his stacks going with the Sky Piercer, but Chadera was able to get inches further compared to Toy. But yeah, I think in a certain scenario as well, the Granger, I think it was very hard for him to really operate in that lineup as well because you have so much layers in Geek Fam in which you have to pierce, not to mention yet again the Nether Realm, so the Granger was having a hard time there.
I think a marksman with more AoE would have been much more beneficial there. I believe the idea, again, is to just snowball, get those picks from the early game, get Toy rolling. And, you know, when a Granger is snowballing hard, even the best frontliners really do struggle. They get poked down really well. But the issue is they weren't able to do so, right? So it's a plan that really hinges on everything going well. And against Geek Fam, you just always have this feeling that things can go well, but how well really, right? When your team... When the team you're up against gets stronger with every death, up to 7 deaths, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Right? It can go well, but how long can that last?
Bro, this is scary now, though. Geek Fam, blue side. They got those big picks on red. Now, RQ, remember, they still have to ban Fanny. They're going to also have to ban Chip, I feel, right? Because you don't want Chip on the hands of BBB, brother.
Yeah. I think for RQ, a lot of things to ban as well. But for Geek Fam, I think in this series, or rather this match, they're going to perma-ban the Joy. What you think? Because it is really a such a staple pick. And not giving him the Joy, forcing him on uncomfortable picks like the Suyo, the Fanny, it doesn't really give him as much agency compared to the Joy. So I feel like the Joy is basically going to be non-existent in this match.
Fist bump. Chidera getting that fist bump.
Bumpy, bumpy.
One of Beloyski's monsters here. He's doing the Wakanda Forever pose for some reason.
The Wakanda Forever pose. Oh, was he feigning sleeviness there, Chidera? Is that a bit of a message? He went like, ooh, kind of nodded off.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Is this a sleepy matchup, Chidera?
He's dozing off. He's dozing off.
He's trying to say, don't sleep on my performance.
Oh, we're definitely not going to sleep on his performance, especially when he gets his comfort picks in the Claude, Moskov, Geek with first pick, RQ instantly. Kalea.
Kalea Lucas.
Wait, is this Geek Fam going for the Onyx PH blueprint? The Lucas into Harith ban?
Well, Naruto and Sakura not apparent in this game, but now Fulvia is taken out as well. Was used by Gob and was used very well as well. Chip taken out. They don't want Beloyski to have his hands on the chip. The macro impact he can have is very insane with his twisted mind as well. So yeah, better not have it in his hands.
Okay, realize shout out.
Twisted mind.
Twisted mind. But
Charahoda.
We'll have to see how this really plays out. Geek Fam, they're banning 2 really strong fighters. Does that hint that they want to go for an assassin themselves? They want some security for the backline? Or does it hint that they're trying to go for like more pickoffs and limiting the potential to really jump on the potential for RRQ to go for the tankier members so they can really punish even more? Now with the Hayabusa banned out as well, RRQ, you know, potentially here Geekon's going to take the joy away, and then RRQ's with their back against the corner.
RQ got to ban Fanny, right? But if they do ban... See, I think they might want to trade Fanny with Joy, because Joy is Sutsujin's comfort pick. So,
it's can he join pick up the Badang?
But is it like worth it? Leaving the Fanny open, it's Makids, who's been amazing on the Fanny. One of the best, if not the best.
Definitely a riskier proposition. What is going on?
They bet on the joy for
What's gonna be
themselves.
the trade? Are they Harith? They're trading it for Harith?
That's a possibility. We
But
have
the thing is,
Cryo with
Geekfam
Harris.
don't need to pick up Fanny first pick.
That's true.
They know that Citizen doesn't play it.
Unless.
Then sure. I think Geekfam will be happy with
Rick
that.
was like, show it then.
Yeah, because I think Geekfam can just think about picking up the Harith now. Picking up a big pick, it's a comfort for Chidera. Leaving Fanny on the other side, throwing the question to RRQ. Here, are you gonna pick it up?
Are you sure you can make good use of it? Oh boy, that was definitely a huge curveball there from RRQ. I mean, we're off guard. I wonder if Geekfam are also caught by surprise there, for better
There you
or
go.
worse. Jushin though.
Jushin.
Okay, did not expect the Jushin.
Nothing is going as expected here, boys.
Yep. Balls in RQ's court now. Suyo.
What?
So they're gonna. Wait, they're gonna trade the Suyo with a
this one
Fanny?
is expected though. Like,
Yeah.
the Suyo isn't really that crazy for me because they don't play Fanny.
Uh-huh.
It should be
Suyo?
Suyo Harith, right? Because the Jushin pick is a pick that Rins does really well on, so they're just taking it away from him.
Uh-huh. Oh. Hylos?
What? Okay, now
Suyo
that is a
Hylos.
what? Because this is going to be a Fanny Harith, right?
It should be. It should be two strong picks for Geek Fam. Fanny, Harith, they're giving away basically win cons that Geek Fam might really enjoy lavishing on.
So, since this is Cascade we're talking about, the assumption is always that there's a plan to this. There's a mind game here that he's angling for, that he's baiting Geekfam. But it's really out of the box right here. I myself, I'm not quite sure what the idea is. It's a flex pick, technically for the Hylas, but that's about it. That's all you can say about this sequence.
Yeah. There you go.
And it's gonna be the Fanny Harris
Oh,
as
no.
expected.
Well played,
A
Geekfam.
deadly situation here for RRQ to face up against.
They go for the Moskov.
Straight away because they know the Moskov might be banned in the second phase. But the question is Cascade cooking?
What could he possibly cook, man? The recipe looks scuffed.
It's spoiled. I mean,
They have still a way to go Franco, right?
Yes.
There's still
Guys,
some
Fanny, yeah.
lockdown. There's still comfort. They have a Moskov against the Fanny. And it's good against Harith. Never mind.
They
Say
ban it
goodbye to
out.
that.
There's still the Tigreal.
what about a Badang?
I don't think you want to go tick against Jushin and Harith. Like, you just for the Fanny. And the Fanny, even then, it's not a guaranteed catch, unlike the Franco, you know?
For Badang Rome.
I'm thinking of a Badang or a Hilda.
Yeah, the Badang is... But I think the Badang will be banned. There's no way the Badang
Agreed.
gets... Like, no way Geek Fam leave it open
Uh-huh.
in the second phase.
I mean, we've been saying a lot of no ways so far, and the ways have been opening up somehow. Oh boy, we have to wait and see for RRQ's first move just yet. They got a Kacha initially though, already quite interesting. I wonder if they have an abundance of physical damage they want to use to really bully Geek Fam away. In the early game, with the Hylos, they have some staying power, and they've banned away another hero with...
Nagbabalik para sa
now.
Game 2 naman ng RQ versus Geek Fam. Currently, 1-0 na po ang Geek Fam, mga tropa. And based on drop, mukhang looking good. Talagang looking good ang drop ng Geek Fam with Jushin, Fanny, and Harith. Pero surprisingly, RQ, ang prayo nila is Suyu Hylos, no?
Matic.
So talagang binigay nila yung Fanny, Harith.
Hindi, feeling ko pre, lalabas yung sinasabi mo.
Esme.
Esme.
Kasi parang binibigay talaga yung Harith eh.
Kasi isipin mo, ang dami niyang pwedeng higupin ng shield, oh.
Oo.
Kay Rins.
Sushi.
Ay, kay... Yan, kay kay...
Pero hindi bilan
Jushin,
yung
kay
hindi
Harith.
bilan yung Esme, boss.
Yun nga eh.
Hindi ba disaster yan pag nag-esme itong RQ? Or baka ang iniisip ng Geek Fam itong Hylos ang XP. Pero pwedeng Geek Fam ang silang mag-Esmeralda. Kahapon nakita natin itong drop ng Geek Fam after ng Fanny nag-Hellcurt sila. So dalawang assassin para sa Geek Fam. Baka possible makita uli natin yung sa side ng Geek Fam, yung mga ganong unorthodox pick. Pero currently, fourth pick ay para sa hero ni Reigns. Last two ng Geek Fam, wala pang hero si Baloy, wala pang hero si
Uy,
Chow ni Baloy? Ha?
bakit?
Baka iniisip nila XP nga tong Hylos, tas deny pick sa Chow ni Idok. Pero pwedeng mag-Tigril lang tong ano eh. RRQ eh. Tigril ni, ni Idok.
Pero promise pre, Esme. Yung talaga pinaka-viable option ng RRQ.
Edit? Glass cannon masyado. Wala silang frontline.
Pag in-Esme to pre, promise, bombahan nyo na RRQ game 2.
Wala silang dano, walang damage.
Ganda dami siya, Esme.
Yes, glass cannon. Ang mahirap pa nun, ang lalambot ng hero nila. Kaso ang baka ang gawin ng RQ, magano sila? Tigril. XP tong Hylos. Tigril. XP Hylos nga. Gandang lineup ng RQ.
Kaso magpo-purify ito si Kadera.
Oh, purify talaga, Harit. No choice ka.
Kaso hindi ba mas madali yun pag naka-purify si Kadera? Kasi mas siya eh. Mas magiging matapang siya dito sa Clash eh.
Baka si Aboy mag-purify din. Tapos, ang flicker lang, si Edit. Tapos itong si Baloy.
Pero mahirap pa din eh.
Pag umabot ng late game, parang naiewan ako sa lineup ng Geek Fam. Wala silang frontline, boss. Pure damage to. Kung sino mahuli ni Baloy, dapat ma-pick up nila. Lalo na yung Hylos, pag hindi nila kagad napatay yun, wawa sila.
Wala pa naman silang Ultra Burst.
Wala. More on DPS yung lineup nila eh. Aside kay Maykids, kaso baka mag-semi-tank lang to si Maykids eh. Game number 2, Geek Fam 2-0 or RQ Game 3. Titingnan natin para sa ating Series 1 Game 2. So wala namang immediate bakbakan. Pwera na lang sa gagawin ni Baloy na susubukang guluhin si Sutsujin sa first buff na kinukuha niya ngayon.
Hindi ko alam dito I mean, yes, Geek Fam, maganda yung funny pick, pero...
Umewan sa first 2? Last 2?
Against Tigreal?
Na sila sa last 2 ata.
Nadali sila?
O baka baka magaya mamaya kasi di ba kanina, last 2 nila medyo questionable din pero napagana nila, may plano sila eh. Baka ganun din ang mangyari dito. We're not sure. We'll see as Rins na puwersa lang yung wings by wings niya para makatakas doon. Baloy? Ito na Sutsujin Lamang talaga yung early lineup ng boss? Ng RRQ dito.
Kasi si Mickey, hindi siya nakakapagwala dito.
Wala eh. May implosion siya, delikado siya eh. Kailangan siguro i-bait muna yung implosion. As what I said, Kadera and Aboy, Purify yung gagamitin. Makaka-contest kaya ng to? Na objective tong Geek sa lineup nila. Parang hirap, walang tatangkin ng turtle tsaka damage ng RRQ. Kailangan talaga makahuli dito si Gobs. Tapos
Sobrang pa naman.
I-burst nila.
Sobrang taas ng burst damage ng RRQ.
Kay Sutsujin pa lang eh. Tsaka dun kay Rins eh. Pag may tinamaan ng Feather Airstrike to. Pero
wala na, deleted na.
Wait lang. First turtle, wala pang Feather Airstrike si Rins. Pa level 4 pa lang. Kalahati na lang yung buhay ng Lord. Wala pang implosion. Pero first blood, Sutsujin naman yung mawawala. May follow-up pa ata as Dyren will also go down. Kaya ba? Kaya naman. Kaya. Damage ni Gobs pala ang kinakailangan.
Pero wala pa kasi siyang wala pang masyadong item etong Geek Fam. Kasi again guys, first turtle pa lang naman.
Wala pa?
Ano yan? Anong laban yan?
Iba yan. Ibang yan.
Ibang bang yan?
Bang yan. May bem yang.
Oy.
Pero 1K gold lead para sa Geek Fam Surprisingly, napapagana na naman nila yung lineup nila. Pero Glorious Pathway, gagamitin na. Gobs, makakatakas ba? Wala na siyang flicker dito. Oy! Pero sumakto! Mga tropa! Yung on Earth Shatter.
Wala na, patay na.
Pero wala na. Wala siyang primal. Uy, teka! Sumakto yung ulti ni Gobs! Patay ka pa dyan, Sutsujin!
Hindi, wala na, patay niya na.
Sayang, hindi umabot yung damage ni Gobs. Kung napatay nun si Sutsujin, disaster yun. Tilted yun.
Tilted na yun, pre. Tsaka tuloy-tuloy na yun, 4 gig.
Ay, hindi pinapawi. SOD, delikado ata yung Maykids May implosion na si Idok.
Patay ka.
Masyado ka na malalim doon, boss.
Mm.
Pinilit niya si Rins.
Masyado ka na nangarap.
Maganda naman yung kaso tumama din yung SOD nito eh. Pero gold lead na sa kamay pa rin ng Geek Fam. Lamang si Kadera ngayon and walang takot. Wala no. Parang
Ano?
yung boses ko. Sakit ng lalamunan ko.
Ano uso yan ngayon? Taglamig kasi. Kaya sa mga taglamig dyan, baka ma-happy Mother's Day kayo.
Good day, Sebatol. Good day, Sebatol. Baloyski? Hindi naman sisipain. Wala din yung kakampi niya. Tsaka magkaka-turtle din in a few seconds. Kanina nakita natin, Sutsujin yung nakakuha ng turtle pero nakakuha ng kalamangan yung Geek in terms of kills. Ngayon, ano kaya yung magiging istorya? Kumpleto yung ulti ng RQ, may implosion, may feather strike, glorious pathway. Paano ngayon lalaban yung Geek Fam as glorious pathway? Kasasabi ko lang ginamit na and aboy! Napaforce.
Wala pang implosion pre.
Wala pa.
Kamali na
nagamit
sipa.
na rin yung Hala kayo.
Patay ka.
Ayan na nga yung sinasabi. Ayun na. Wala na implosion. Sino pipigil? Sino pipigil? Sino pipigil kay Kadera at kay Makids? Kadera.
Wala. Pag sumama si Kadera, nalugi na yung RQ.
Tsaka nagamit na rin yung implosion eh. Yun lang naman yung hinintay din ni Kadera tsaka ni Makids.
So sobrang crucial to para kay Idok. Pero knowing Idok, hero niya kasi to eh. Yung tigil na yan.
Kailangan matchempuan na walang purify si Kadera tsaka mahuli si Makids. Ang maganda namin nahuli nila eh, si Gobs tsaka si Baloy kanina. Ang problem, nabuhay si Gobs eh. Wala kagad immediate follow-up.
Yun nga eh.
Hindi ba nakapag-feather airstrike dun sa Ritz?
Hindi, nadali siya ng 20%, 80%.
Ay, wala kamay yung Geek Fam.
Grabe kayo
Nakadali nga ng game 1 yan, boss. Top 2 nga yan eh. Ba, yung lakas kasi ng RRQ eh. Pero eto, tanggalan lakas mo sa marami. Implosion gagamitin ba? Ginamit naman pero hindi na kinailangan yung purify ni Kadera. Hinintay na lang matapos yung duration ng implosion and
Two
Geek
kills na
Fam,
siya,
nagsusunod-sunod na, boss.
2 kills na si Kadera guys A day of upset ba to?
Pwede Pwedeng ganun yung mangyari.
Aray ko.
Uy, nagamit yung yung Purify tsaka Crimson Beacon. Lalim yan, boss.
Ay, ang lalim nyo
Ang
dyan.
lalim yan, boss.
Ang lalim nyo dyan.
Pero may kids.
Okay lang. Okay lang.
Hindi, ubus sila, boss. Ubus sila.
Ubus kayo dyan.
Hindi okay. SOD tumama pa. Kadera!
Ala, patay na sa'yo yung toy.
Hindi, bumagal yung niya. Hindi niya kagad kinas yung Kadera.
Ay! Inantay mawala yung shield.
Lalim kasi nila dun eh. Masyado rin kasi kayong matapang, Geek Fam.
Yun lang.
And burado ang 2K na kalamangan ng Geek Fam. A turtle will spawn in a few seconds. Yun lang talaga yung yung mahirap sa Geek Fam. Napapa-brawl type sila.
Yun nga eh. May Pinoy na nga sa inyo eh. Dapat kunin nyo na yung playstyle ni Baloy.
Puminoy.
Hindi, dapat nga kailangan nilang puminoy, pre. Kailangan nilang puminoy para magkaroon ng disiplina.
Na kasi, nahilera sila dun sa sa Glorious Pathway. Tumapang sila kasi wala nga namang implosion. Wala si Ido. Kaso mayroong Glorious Pathway. Tapos nasa loob pa kayo ng Torre.
Doon kayo nagkakamali.
And wala nang lamang yung Geek Fam.
Pero good play from Gobs. Lagi niyang nakakancel yung Sacred Hammer. Ang sakit na ni Toy.
Mamaya yan, late game.
Oo, di-delete kayo niyan, boss.
Kahit si Makids, hindi na kaya i-1v1 yan.
Buti nga, hindi nag-Beatrix tong RQ. Nag-Beatrix to, feeling ko mas...
Tsaka parang nawawala na ng nawawala ng silbi tong Zushin. Baloy, babagsak.
Patay ka. Binigyan nyo ng momentum yung RQ, boss.
Sila na yung may hawak ng lead 500 gold din na para sa RQ.
Lakas pa naman mampunish ng RQ, no?
Glorious Pathway gagamitin.
Patay ka.
Grabe, no? From 2K gold lead ng Geek Fam. Nabura yung lamang ng Geek. And Makids, pwede pa mabigyan.
Si Dyren lang.
Nag-implosion ba dun si Toy?
Hindi. Nag-implosion.
Pero hindi lang nahuli. Dikit yung laban.
Maganda guys. Pero ang kagandahan kasi dito for RQ, ang lagi lang nasa-shutdown is yung mga ano nila, XP, Mage, tsaka yung tank.
Uy, eto lang ang mahirap.
Ayun
Wala kang
lang.
Purify, boss. Mahirap yung maglakad-lakad ka sa bush ng ganun. Wala kang Purify.
Ba't kasi siya nag-flicker?
Hindi nga nag-flicker dun si Baloy.
Ay,
Talagang
patay ka.
Ayun na.
Ayun na.
Nagsunod-sunod na. Oy! Magaling ka, Idok! Huling-huli mo! Yung 99%
Ng germs. Para kang safeguard, Idok.
Idok, nadali mo yung Natalia doon.
Para kang si Broke on Vodka.
Dinali mo pa.
Ayun lang.
Nagulat ako na parang nagtawag ng enerhiya si Idok dun sa...
Lamang na kayo, boss eh.
Tapos nakakuha ng pa ng Lord. Wala pa kayo implosion. Paano kayo team fight niyan?
Wala, patay na naman si ano. Patay na naman si Rince.
Grabe naman talaga. Yung Geek Fam dito. Wala pa implosion si Idok.
Dairen.
Binalibag lang ng binalabag. Nag-revitalize ka pa, boss?
Ay, buhay.
Pero, okay lang sa kanila eh. Kasi mas dadali yung pag-push ng Geek Fam.
Oo.
Walang revitalize. Walang walang...
Ilang segundo ba cooldown yan? Piling ko abot lang eh.
80.
80
yun.
ba?
80, 70 or 80. Matagal yun. Abot yan. Ay, ano yan? Hindi aabot sa push ng ano. Idok may implosion na. Mahalaga yung mga implosion ni Idok. Kailangan tumama yung ano. Pero hindi ko talaga gets ba't si Rince hindi siya nag-purify, no?
Kaya nga eh.
Easy target tuloy siya kay Baloyski.
Sarap sumipa niyan, men. Isipin mo naka-purify lang, ano.
Pwede ka mag-flicker, dyan, Jit Kundo.
Moskov lang yung naka-purify.
Wag lang talaga madikit dun kay Idok.
Kaso, wag lang ulit lumamang yung RQ.
Kasi pwede silang mag-shift na naman yung momentum.
Hmm.
Pero 4v5 to ginamit na yung Glorious Pathway and Implosion. 3 yung nahuli. Baloyski will go down. Gob susunod sa hukay. Yun
Gob
naman
sa
pala.
Setup lang talaga inaantayin nila, no?
Tapos ang nabasag lang ng Geek Fam, isang Dory sa gitna. Hindi rin nila nabasag yung nasa taas. Basta tumama lang talaga yung mga implosion na gano'n ni Idok. Kaya ng
Ang
RRQ.
lethal, no? Sobrang lethal.
Lamang sila sa gano'n. Na-force nga yung purify doon ni Kadere. So pwede uling mag-attempt dito yung RQ. And sila naman yung babasag ngayon. Mabilis lang yung Moskov yun eh. Aray,
sakit!
Sakay ko po. Walang implosion to eh. Kaso yung purple buff, kailangan paglabanan. Flicker out kay Rin, sabay Nakuha yung
Ay! What?
Tumama yung SOD.
What?
Buhay pa ba? Boss!
What?
Boss! Boss!
What?
Nabuhay si Toy!
Duff!
Grabe!
Sinustain niya yun. Dalawa yung umihit sa kanya.
Pinok ni Toy.
Ayun lang.
Tas wala pang purple buff to si Makids Hirap siya mamayang next Lord. Eto na yung power spike ni Toy, boss. Binigyan nyo ng 2 kill na ganun.
Ayun,
Bang!
Pong. Patay na dapat siya eh.
Mali ata yung sipa ni Baloy, boss. Napalayo eh.
Hindi, ang swerte niya kamo kasi walang
Tsaka late din yung poke ng
Sushi, hindi, nawalan siya ng mana pre.
Late yung poke nung purify ni Aboy. Na nasibat pa siya
Ayun lang. Uy, ano ka dyan Sudsudin, pwede kasi pahain dyan.
May implosion na uli si Idok Isang ganun lang uli ng RRQ, pwede nilang dire-diretsuin to. Again guys, kung maaalala natin, grabe yung momentum ng RQ. Pag na-implosion, yung 2, kaso wala kagad follow-up. Ang bagal ng follow-up nila, boss!
Ay!
Patay
si Makids! Wala na rin sino pa isa? Ay, wala rin si Toy.
Wala, si Toy na wala. Boy, si Kadera, boss, nakapag-pre-hit!
Okay lang, wala na rin si Gobs. 3v4.
Sumipa. Kaso wala nang Zaman Force yan Inubos ni Sutsujin, boss.
Ayun lang. Kaya mo ba yan?
Wala pang Zaman. Ay, hindi. May Zaman Force na siya
Horror Q is back nga.
Grabe yung shift ng momentum, boss. Kala ko okay na para sa Geek Fam. Nabura din si Nabura si Makids.
Oo, hindi yun yung pinaka-di ko in-expect, pre.
Hindi siya hindi siya nakapag-spam ng cable. Hindi siya nakapag-out kagad. Kala ko yung wala nang huli sa kanya kaya wala nang implosion
Hindi, siya ang inabangan ni Toy, pre. Pinindown sa wall.
And kahit sabihin nating namatay si Toy, yung damage, nando pa rin si Sutsujin. Yung Geek Fam kasi wala silang talagang sustain eh. Hindi siya katulad ng RQ na may Dairen, may Idok.
Ayun lang.
Magdedire-diretso to, boss. Implosion, nagamit.
Madadali kayo dyan. Patay ka.
Ay, nananakit talaga sila
Kaso
dun sa damage
kaso
ni Toy.
maraming nagamit. Implosion, tsaka Feather Air Strike, pero saglit lang yan eh.
Magko-cooldown din kagad yan. Pagbaba ng Lord sa torre ng sa base ng Geek Fam, yan.
Patay ka.
May ano ba to? Hindi kaya
Grabe ka, Toy!
Hindi kaya ng damage ni Aboy tsaka ni Makids. Baloyski, wala kang flicker. Si Kaderan dumamage, boss.
Wala.
Pero wala na silang skill. SOD, yun nga lang, hindi tumama. Hindi tumama yung SOD. Hala ka, may bounty ka, Sutsujin! Malaki yung bounty mo, boss! Grabe. Parang Ops, Kadera. May implosion na sa Idok ha, pwedeng biglain.
Grabe tong laban na to. Grabe ka, Day!
Back and forth, boss. Parehas talungan.
Talong dito, talong doon.
Oo, parehas may error yung dalawang team.
Ang dami nyong tanim, ha? Pina-over lang. Pina-over lang. Ay naman, kalmado lang.
Basta maganda lang talaga yung implosion ni Idok, lumalamang yung RRQ. Nasa kanya ang bola. Tsaka kay Toy.
Kaso hindi pwede mag solo-solo yung RRQ dito. Kailangan sama-sama sila.
Yung Geek Fam kasi, ang gumagawa na lang si Kadera tsaka si Makids eh. Wala nang tulong si Aboy, Gobs tsaka Baloyski, parang na lang sila eh.
Extra na lang eh.
Extra na sana mag-survive kung makuha ng implosion. Huwag sana ma-burst ni Sutsujin or ni Toy. Ganun na lang yung parang nila eh. Kailangan umabot tayo sa timer na may immortality yung mga hero ng Geek Fam.
Grabe.
8-2 si Sutsujin. Grabe naman to si Sutsujin.
Nagalit na si Sutsujin, guys. Nagalit na yung RRQ.
Dami yung jungler ng RRQ. Pinalone lang si Hazel para si Sutsujin na ang maglaro.
Pinalone si Hazel, no? Masyado ka na magaling.
Ako naman.
Napapalitan mo na si Sutsujin.
Sino kaya magandang target ni Baloy dito? Feeling ko si Rins talaga eh.
Si Rins talaga pinaka-targetin niya dito.
Kasi pag sinipa niya si
Ba't
Idok...
ganun? Ba't walang damage si Kadera kay Idok?
Athena. Naka-Athena shield.
Topong niyo po.
Mahirap yung ganyan ha. Pag namali ka ng buhat, tapos nabuhat mo sa maling
Patay kayo.
Daming Nagamit yung primal rat ni Gobs. Nagamit yung Feather Air Strike. Kaso mas mabilis yung cooldown ng Feather Air Strike ni Rins. Maya-maya lang, okay na yan. Lugi na sa team fight yung Geek Fam.
Kailangan na nila mag-sideline.
Lugi sila sideline, boss.
Yung Geek?
Oo, may Moskov eh.
Hindi, yan yung targetin ni Makids ngayon. Kung kaya niya.
May winchant na ata to si Toy. Mahirapan siya. Ops! Hindi ata right target yung boss. Pag tumama yung SOD.
Patay si Rins.
Tumama yung SOD. Wala na silang damage. Wala na.
GG
na to. Tapos na to. Pinaabot nga lang ng game 3. Grabe. Pinatawama ang mga prediction ng mga tropahan.
The Captain, Idok. Idok, alam mo, idol na kita.
Nagkamali lang pala ng isa pero hanggang doon lang.
Hindi, may game 3 pa, boss.
May game 3 pa.
May game 3 pa.
May game 3 pa. Okay.
May game 3 pa. And ang ating on-a-laps, The Kingdom RRQ, mga boss, madam. Nakita nyo naman kung paano nila binuhay ulit, no? Ito pa naman yung team na ayaw mong bigyan ng momentum. Kasi sobrang lakas man paano siya series nito eh. Kaya mostly ng mga series ng RRQ guys, 2-0. Or may mga marami silang 2-0 sa series nila. Kasi once na unahan nila yung kalaban, tuloy-tuloy na. Pero ganun din naman yung kalaban nila. Unless talagang makabawi sila ng game 2 or makabawi sila ng game 3 na ipapanalo nila yung serye, mga boss, madam. Pero that is it. We will be going into a short quick break at pagbalik namin, game 3 na ng net mainalaban ng top 1 at top 2 ng MPL Indonesia.
We talked about how everything is just going to dissuade Edok from picking the Tigreal, yet he still picks it up. He's still able to pull off majestic things like this. This guy is on a different level.
This is why sometimes they just stick to the TIG, right? We were thinking, all right, normal scenario. You gotta go Kufra, you gotta go something to cancel out those dashes. But if you have Edok on your team, put him on a Franco, put him on a Tigreal. Oh my goodness. Edok.
Wow.
Unbelievable, dude.
Rashi speechless.
Generational talent.
We were talking about this the whole time. Oh, Tigreal, it might be difficult, might be not as effective, and he turns out to be the big playmaker still.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter what you think, dude. He's not asking for your opinion. He just does it.
He doesn't care. And we talked about it, his implosion. Like, that's another win con of RRQ. Number one, of course, scale late game. And another win con was to let Edok play, let, you know,
Never doubt.
let divine intervention happen, and with an implosion, 4-man, 3-man was there.
Never doubt. Dude.
We say that,
guy,
we
man.
never doubt Edok.
Man, if you were Geek Fam though, that is a oh man,
That's a hit to the gut.
Bro, that is a
that is
punch.
a devastating way to lose the game, dude. And remember, the big point in the drafting phase we were talking about is that oh man, RQ gave them everything. They got everything they could
Yeah.
possibly want, and
Everything.
they got wrecked like that.
Wow.
Oh boy, no way, dude.
After everything going against their
No way.
favor in terms of the picks, the drafting phase, they still made it work. So, what is something that's able to make this work? It's insane.
It's just he just knows what to do, man. I don't know
Chilling.
how else to explain it. He sees things before they happen.
Bro, this guy.
Of course, your MVP for that game presented by the official tournament smartphone, Samsung Galaxy S25 series. It is Edok. Remember his name.
It's always him and Dyron, by the way, right? I mean, that whole play was kind of baited by Dyron, but Edok with the capitalization of a lifetime.
And again, there were moments aside from the implosion. Again, this was the moments where Dyron was able to actually, you know, set things up indirectly. He's on a high list, so he can't really do anything too crazy. But by all means, I don't know who made this game this messy brawl here. Is it RRQ? Is it Geek Fan? Because they both seem very happy to just oblige each other in these plays. But look at the Sacred Hammers as well from Edok. It's not just the implosions.
Oh my Lord.
Of course, it is the implosions mainly we're looking at. But even the Sacred Hammers, I think we're gonna see one more fight.
This one, dude.
Oh, and shout out to Toy as well.
Toy.
This, again, if that implosion wasn't supposed to happen, Toy is not supposed to survive here. There's no way.
Voloisky could have went for the hit. He wanted to give the kill away, and this is why, folks, when your tank kills the enemy team, it's not a KS kill steal, it's a kill secure.
And this was a chaotic fight, I think earlier on, before the final fight. And after the initial fight, you can see that Toy was taken out, but Sutsujin was picking up the role. And look at Edok, he flickers Sacred Hammer Chadera away from the team so that the rest of the guys can get the cleanup done. Chadera here with the outplay as well, predicting that Reigns will be vulnerable.
Look at this.
But dude, they should have known.
God,
they
bro.
should have seen it coming, Geek
Oh
Fam.
my.
That is a play that Voloisky himself would have made for Geek Fam if the tables were turned.
Yeah.
They really should have known.
They literally slayed Voloisky in his 7th death, man. He didn't let the power spike activate. They were like, nah, not on my watch. 070, not 007.
That was the icing on top. Take a look at the items again. I don't think there's anything out of the ordinary because it was more of a
Can we
brawl.
replay that Edok ult one more time? Just replay that again,
I'm gonna
please?
watch that every time I wake
It's gonna
up.
be on social media all over the place.
Dude,
you
yeah.
can bet it's gonna be
That
there
was-
With the
on multiple
Jiduk
channels.
eat it.
Yeah.
Put that up
Yeah.
there with the actually, obviously not, but Keyboy 1 is still more special because he did that in the upper bracket finals of M5.
Yep.
But holy moly, Edok. He just needs to find that moment in an international, and that's gonna be an all-timer.
Didn't Edok say that Keyboy was his idol, if I'm not mistaken?
Yeah.
So at least the regeneration is here. And I think for now, Edok is just
God damn, this guy, bro.
setting the tempo for RRQ, making them win out of unwinnable scenarios. And it's insane the consequences you have to face when you're giving him heroes like this. And this is not something he would pick every time. But when it comes out, it feels like you're just done for the day.
Dude.
It's fortunate for all the other teams in the league right now that he can only do something this crazy on the Franco and Tigreal so far. If he has more options, dude, I can't imagine drafting against this team. Right now, the Tigreal, the Franco, you can somewhat deal with, but dang, dude, they even brand the Franco and it doesn't matter. This guy's like, sure, I got the other option available. You want to shut me down? You need to take both away. I wonder if GeekFam are really seriously considering just banning both the Franco and the Tigreal at this point. Why not?
Oh,
Oh
was
boy.
so ridiculous.
Out of
Oh my
words.
God.
And again, shout out to Toy, but also to Sutsujin, because we were saying that on the Suyo, he can't perform at the highest level. And by all means, he was set up for a lot of successful moments by his teammates. But when there were fights where Toy gets immediately deleted, where Toy maybe trades his life for someone on the side of GeekFam here, Sutsujin did a great job picking up the slack, getting the secure on those kills. You know, overall, it was a respectable attempt, a team effort.
That's
Man.
all I can do.
Yeah.
That's all I can say.
Yeah.
That's all I can do.
Doc, what up?
I gotta breathe, dude.
Edok
Holy-
Oh man.
is absolutely insane.
That was good. That was good. That was a
Yeah.
good game.
Again, it
from
feels
LBP.
like they're just trying to reject our comments. We're saying that, their picks are taken away by GeekFam. A, B, C, D, E, F, G, all the strong picks. E-Dog is like, nah,
Comfort.
my
Over
middle
meta.
name is Tigreal.
Imagine Edok going, oh, did he pick up my PP?
Edok Tigreal Ho Chi Minh.
It doesn't matter.
That's his middle name,
The
right?
I in E-Dog stands for implosion.
Edok Tigreal Ho Chi Minh.
Hoshim.
Ho Chi Minh.
Ho Chi Minh.
That's
He's a
his
man of
last
Ho Chi
name. That has to be his last name. But of course, 1-all, GeekFam, they are yet to defeat RRQ, and RRQ, they still have a chance to get that playoffs ticket. But we're gonna throw it out to Alyssa for an interview.
Yeay, pastinya kembali bersama Alisa di sini dan Alisa tidak sendiri ditemani oleh
Michelle Kristo, halo semuanya.
Halo Michelle.
Halo Kak Alisa.
Gimana hari ini melihat matchnya yang sangat panas nih?
Jujur aku deg-degan banget ya. Tadi aku sampai tercengang gitu melihat Toy bisa kabur.
Luar biasa
Luar
ya
biasa.
memang ya. Kita bisa melihat perlawanan yang sengit ya memang antara top tuh sih mereka memang di klasemen saat ini ya.
Iya sih, aku nontonnya sampai sakit perut,
Sakit perut
deg-degan.
ya? Sampai mules ya
Iya,
memang ya.
mules.
Oke, ngomongin soal game yang sangat seru tadi di game kedua. Katanya ngomong-ngomong di sini di RRQ ini ada spot gaming juga yang menarik ya.
Iya,
di mana?
lagi ada spot gaming paling hits lagi, apalagi lagi di Manado. Namanya RRQ Arena dan Community Hub, Kak.
Wow, boleh
Iya.
nggak sih dijelasin ke teman-teman semua apa sih Community Hub?
Nah, di sana kalian bisa main game PS5, kalian bisa nobar, kalian juga bisa bikin acara-acara turnamen Mobile Legends juga bisa di sana.
Wow, jadi banyak banget program-program dan kegiatan-kegiatan yang
Betul.
dilakukan ya. Dan kalau boleh tahu ada harga yang harus dikeluarkan nggak sih,
Harganya
Michelle?
kocaknya murah banget sih ya. Untuk per jamnya biasanya itu di 13.000, tapi kalau untuk VIP di 25.000 aja 1 jam.
Wow,
Iya.
sungguh affordable dan pastinya buat teman-teman yang ada di sana kalau pengen ikutan ada promonya nggak sih?
Ada banget, lagi ada promo 50% nih. Aku nyontek dulu. Sampai dengan tanggal 18 Mei. Jadi kita tuh ada loyalty stamp. Nah, di loyalty itu kalau misalnya kalian ngumpulin sampai 10 stamp, kalian bisa dapetin free main game 1 jam di sana.
Oke, jadi kalian bisa ngumpulin stempelnya,
Yes.
lalu bisa dapat benefitnya juga. Selain itu ada benefit lainnya nggak sih, Michelle?
Benefit lainnya mungkin kalian bisa ketemu teman-teman baru kali ya di sana ya, karena di sana terkumpul para kingdom pastinya.
Para kingdom yang ada di Manado ya, pastinya dan
Betul.
Sulawesi Utara. Dan mungkin Michelle kalau misalkan teman-teman gak mau kelewatan update-update soal RRQ Arena dan Community Hub yang mungkin ada di kota-kotanya juga, gimana sih caranya?
Kalian bisa langsung aja cek di Google Map RRQ Arena dan Community Hub, atau kalian bisa langsung datang ke Jalan Babe Palar nomor 75 Tanjung Batu Manado. Atau kalian bisa langsung nih ada QR-nya kan untuk follow Instagram RRQ Arena langsung.
Yeay, jadi gampang banget pastinya caranya. Kalian bisa langsung scan aja QR code yang ada di bawah dan di follow juga social medianya. Dan pastinya kalian bisa bergabung dan bertemu teman-teman yang punya interest yang sama ya di kotanya masing-masing. Nah, Michelle, ngomongin soal gameplay tadi, ngomongin soal RRQ juga nih ya.
Yes, Kak.
Katanya dari RRQ juga lagi ngadain tour keliling.
Betul, lagi ada RKK. RRQ keliling kota.
RRQ keliling kota. Sekarang lagi ada di mana tuh?
Lagi ada di Palangkaraya hari ini.
Wow, seru banget ya pastinya.
Iya,
Dan
seru.
bakal ke kota-kota lain juga?
Bakal ada ke kota-kota lain juga. Di sana pastinya ada host di Kareski, ada Bapet juga, dan ada antara aku, Pak Ape, Bibi ataupun Angel, para BA juga.
Jadi ditemenin para BA dan kalian bisa nonton langsung, ketemu langsung, meet and greet langsung, seru-seruan dan have fun bareng pastinya dengan RRQ dan Kingdom yang ada di seluruh Indonesia.
Betul banget.
Nah terakhir dong Michelle, aku pengen minta semangatnya nih buat RRQ terutama di game terakhir karena ini sangat panas dan sangat sengit ya. Silakan.
Pokoknya FIFA RRQ.
Jangan lupa ikutin terus keseruan yang ada di MPL Arena dan thank you so much Michelle.
Terima kasih Kak.
Dukung terus tim kesayangan kalian untuk Kingdom dan juga untuk Geek Fam Unity. Jangan mau kalah dan kita akan kembali lagi ke para caster. Silakan caster, take it over.
That is, of course, Michelle, talent of RRQ.
Dude, I didn't even see the interview. I was just mesmerized still.
Speaking
just
of talent,
thinking of the
RRQ has a lot of talent.
Oh my God, Edok, bro.
Edok and other players as well. I mean, Toy was doing great. Tsutsujin,
Yeah.
he was doing good, you know, amidst the fact that maybe Suyo isn't his comfort pick.
11, 2, and 4.
Yeah, 11, 2, and 4. But yeah, Edok is just stealing the spotlight.
This
Edok.
guy, bro.
Oh boy.
This guy, so good.
It's insane. But another thing that steals the spotlight is Gope.
Gope.
From watching MPL, playing with friends, doing implosions like Edok, ranking up, to everything is, of course, hashtag PastiGG with GoPay Games. You get a free weekly diamond pass at GoPay Games. This is how you can do that. Simply purchase a WDP or a weekly diamond pass at gopay.co.id/games during the flash sale, which is 3 p.m. to 6 p.m. And don't forget to use the promo code shown during the MPL ID Season 15 live stream to get a bonus of 5 diamonds exclusively for first-time top-ups. And topping diamonds at GoPay Games is always cheap and 100% secure. The reason why I was able to pull out the Sasuke Uchiha skin was because I topped up with GoPay Games.
Check it out.
Now.
Popping up diamonds at GoPay is always cheap and 100% secure. WDP is only 26. Again, you heard it, all right? Now, it's time for you to vote for your champion. Because you guys can get a chance to spin the wheel that you see on your screen right now. There's a chance for you to win 2 electric motorcycles,
Wow.
5 smartphones, 5 power banks, 25 wireless earphone winners for y'all, all right? So you still have a chance to win 13 remaining electric motorcycles and other awesome prizes if you go over and check out gopay.co.id/games, win guaranteed rewards, vote for your champion, and then spin the wheel.
Spin the wheel. But how do we vote for our champion, Arashi?
Well, you go to gopay.co.id/games or open the GoPay app, obviously, and select the top up game icon. Then you click on the trophy icon on the top right.
Yep.
And you can, there's a button that says vote now to get a token.
Vote now to get a token.
Afterwards, once you get the token, you pick up your winning team and enter the final match score. You gotta predict the results and the score as well. And if you do, you can get up to 59 free diamonds and 1 token free for your first vote. And then you can use a token to keep spinning in the gift arena and win your dream prizes, bro. And if you feel like you want to keep spinning, you want more tokens, you can always top up your game credits starting from about 10,000 IDR, and your token immediately will be available for spinning.
If you have good luck, spin the wheel.
Check it out right now. If you guys want, you guys have to check it out, okay? Okay, you got it?
Yeah, good.
You guys can get a chance to win, brothers. Like, this, it ain't that deep. You don't have to do much. It's just download the app, put in your details, register, and then you get in. You get a chance to win. I've already done it. I haven't won my motorcycle yet, but maybe you're luckier than me.
And if you're lucky enough to have good connection, that means you're good. But if you don't have good connection, you need Talk himself. Because you cannot let lag cause you to lose ranks and lose out on those implosions. You don't want to implosion Scuttle Crab. You want to implosion 4 players like Edok did, so you can enjoy a seamless gaming experience with IndiHome Pocket G2 Sato. You can offer or rather, you're offered a fast and stable internet. Get speeds of up to 100 Mbps or megabytes per second for just I'm lagging. For just 375,000 rupiah.
No way, brother. So you said earlier that if you're lucky enough, you technically don't need to be lucky. All you need to do is get it right now.
Yeah.
No luck here. Just get yours. 375,000 IDR, 100 Mbps in the home by Telkomsel connection, and you good, brother man.
You do the delay effect.
I need help. Do it, Arashi.
Hello.
Whoa, Arashi.
Wow. Arashi, can you say Edok is the best player ever in Indonesia in MPL ID history, and he will win the MVP trophy and M series?
Brother, this sentence is
delayed.
way too long.
Just do the mouth movements.
Yeah.
Huh?
Just make it like the lag thing.
Yeah.
Again.
It's so long of a sentence.
No, it's okay. Just to be. I'll say it. I'll say it.
Yeah.
Bigatron, best team in the world.
Bro, I got set up for that.
No way.
But of course, if you're done with your internet and you have your diamonds ready, you go pay with IndiHome as well. Don't forget to snack.
Whoa.
Like a champion, because gamers snack like champs with Sucro. I don't want to ask the question, but Gasla.
Gasla. Sucro man.
Why are you laughing?
That's Sucro man right there.
Sucro man.
Yeah.
Born like that.
Born like that.
Okay.
Tough times in the hospital. Gasla.
Gasla. Sometimes you just gotta do, you know? Don't think, just do.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And then think later after the game. And that's what Edok did. He was like, I'm just gonna, that's maybe why his name is Edok. I do, okay?
Okay. Or maybe
Pretty bad.
EDOC stands for I don't officially know.
I
Until
don't
the game goes, he knows what he's doing.
Okay. What about you, Arashi? What's your take on Edok's name?
I think it's just Edok, bro.
That's boring, man.
So EDOC, outside the game, I don't officially know, but in game, I do know.
I
So
do know.
he knows what he-
Oh, so it's he's just IDK in game.
His ID. The IDK.
Okay, so now talking about the previous game in which Makits picked up the Fanny, he was a threat early on, but as the late game goes, it feels like number one RRQ were able to clump up and burst him down early, and there was a good peel as well coming in from RRQ, both Tyron and EDOC, but number two, it feels like the Fanny was forced to reassign herself to try to match the split push from Toy, because this is what we were talking about with the Moskov pick. It really puts Fanny, you know, on a pedestal. It feels like the Moskov does have the prio in the split push, and it could rejoin the fight with the global presence given with this Spear of Destruction. So yeah, I think Makins did have a good time early on, but late game, it was mixed.
The thing is, again, I'm really wondering who in that game, it's hard to tell from just an observer's point of view, but who was initiating all those brawls? Because you would think that for GeekFam at least, having the Fanny, they would want to split apart RRQ and allow for those pickoffs for the Baloyski Fanny combo, for the Choloyski Harris Chidera combo, right? Kick someone, burst them down. But then it just devolved into a full-on 5v5, right? RRQ at one point even brought Toy along for the ride. He wasn't split pushing for a great amount of that game. He was just sticking together as 5. And when that happens, it's just a lot more difficult for the Fanny to really get big moments. It's a lot more difficult for you to get a 4-man big engage when you're on a Cho compared to a Tegriel. So I feel like RRQ definitely initiated that several times, but there were times where GeekFam themselves were trying to, it's like they were trying to prove to everyone, like, we can brawl too, we can scrap too. But, you know, they weren't really drafted for it, and I think they really paid the price in trying to kind of match that playstyle from RRQ.
Yeah. And here we go. The final drafting phase
Let's go!
of this match, presented by the official tournament smartphone, Samsung Galaxy S25 series. Lucas, Kalea, taken out of the fray.
Already. It's gonna be the same formula, I think. This is what GeekFam tends to do. They'll say, we played it wrong. And they'll go for the same draft. Against Onyx, they did that, if you guys remember. And it seems like this is the same plan for GeekFam. It's going to just be, hey, you guys got lucky. You had Edok. What if we ban the Tig Actually, we can because Franco and Badang are definitely there too, but
What's your command?
there you go. RQ say, no, we won't play back to that game. We know how scary it was. We knew that Edok kind of bailed us out of that game.
Yep.
We got to ban out the Fanny. No more.
Put some respect onto Made Kids right there. But now without the Hayabusa in the picture, with Geekfam being first pick, RRQ, do they want to let go of the joy, right? The immediate question, of course. Do they want to trade it with the Harriet? We've seen that happen as well. That was our assumption on what was going to happen in the previous game. For Geekfam though, it's the same, the same exact bans here. Different order. Phobius is no longer an option. Enjoy still.
They banned Joy themselves. So Chip is, obviously open.
No way.
And Baloyski might be able to take it here. Again, stealing a stable pick for Edok and RRQ. And for Baloyski, you never know what he can do with the chip. Scary.
Is that the idea though? Like, okay, you go for the chip, because you're gonna be grouped up through the portal, trying to dive. Remember last game, remember that implosion?
Are you saying that another TIG will be picked by RRQ?
I mean, if the chip comes through, that could very well be the angle here for RRQ.
What happened to Carmilla, by the way? Like, it was always picked to counter the chip, and now it's non-existent.
Yeah, no, right. Actually, we haven't seen it. I haven't seen it in any of the games I've been casting this season.
They go Harriet.
Harriet, though, is more prio. Now, the chip did not work out for RRQ in game number 1. So RRQ, they can go for it, but are they confident they're gonna have the right follow-up picks afterwards to guarantee success for the team?
Where's RRQ? I think a chip might be picked up here. I mean, the Juicin is not banned, so
yeah, I think Juicin will
that could be a
up.
good pick for Rins as well.
Juicin for sure. The chip is the one that I don't know if we're gonna see here. Because for RRQ, it would be safer, I guess, to just wait. They don't go Juicin.
Interesting. They're going for the same angle they did last game as well. Hyla Suyo. I wonder why that's the case. It's almost like we haven't seen them do this against other teams, so it's almost like this is something they have prepared specifically for Geekfam. I wonder, again, if it's just the way Geekfam interacts with Dairon. If they want something tanky there, maybe Geekfam likes to play for the EXP lane more, get gobs ahead, right? So if they put Dairon on something like a Hylas, it's a lot more bearable in that sense. It really seems very Geekfam specified.
Yeah. Juicin taken up in a lane
early
for Make It's reminiscent of game number 1, but yeah, it's pretty early. So I think RRQ could pick up a Faramis as well to play against the Ling. They will pick up the Kimmy. Okay.
Wait, this is looking scary. The RRQ draft, dude. So many slows, so many options.
Yeah.
There's dive threat coming from the Ling and the Harith. But the kite ability here from RRQ cannot be understated. And they banned the Hellcurt as well. I mean, that's a lot of respect, dude. But maybe that's exactly what they need when they're up against the War Crime General himself.
Yeah. They're gonna ban the Cho too, I believe, right now.
Hindi kami nagbabalik para naman sa Game 3. Series 1 pa rin tayo, Geekfam versus RQ. First game, nanalo po yung Geekfam. Second game, nakabawi naman yung RQ. At Game 3 na nga tayo. Immediate link sa Geekfam, di mo masyadong maaga yan?
Kaya nga eh. Tapos, feeling ko kasi expected nila yung Kimi pick.
Kimi dayo?
Kimi dayo, Kimi nari dayo.
Pwede na naman magparamis tong ay hindi, wala na. Excuse me. Naka-Zushi na pala tong si ano.
Hindi na magka-paramis.
Hindi na nga.
Kimi dayo, Kimi nari dayo.
Ban! Tinanggal yung Hellcourt to.
Kaya nga eh.
Alam nila yung mga ganyang pick ni ni Baloy eh.
Kaso na Blapsy.
Si RRQ, yung RRQ boss pwedeng mag-ano na naman yun, Tigril ni Idok na naman.
Hindi, feeling ko this time mas madadali, mas mahihirapan mag-burst yung RRQ. Late game pa yung Kimi eh. Tapos feeling ko imimid ng ang ganda. Feeling ko mid Kimi.
Mid Kimi? Baka nga, si Rins yung gumamit tapos mag-ano sila. Granger Kimi.
Granger Kimi.
Yun yung ginawa. Sila ba yung gumawa nun? Hindi. At ano?
Si ano? Onyx.
Onyx. OP nun eh. Kimi tapos Granger, dalawa. Tapos walang frontline yung kalaban.
Kimi dayo, Kimi dari dayo. Pero malugi naman yung Kimi kung ano yan. Kung mid yan sa Sushin.
Franco pa rin yung tinanggal ah. Ano na to, boss? Tigril ano na? Tigril Granger
Nakangiti
na.
si ano, si Keskute. Alam niya.
Basang-basa daw yung grab. Basang-basa daw yung drop. Tigril ano na yan, Granger.
Granger, ano muna? Gulatin nyo kami. Moscow Bullet.
Moskov ole? Pwede. Gumana naman yung Moskov eh. Badang?
Oy.
So Rome ano pala to? Ay hindi pa pala. Pwede pala
Si
magpalitan.
Tito Badangs.
Obvious, Banna. Sisi siguro? Or ano?
Wala, ang lambot nila lahat kung magsisisi sila.
Gatot.
Sisi Gatot. Yan, pwede. Sisi Gatot.
Or Gatot. Ano ba magandang hero dito sa X?
Kaso ang bagal kasi netong Ling mag-scale eh.
Kailangan nila ng ano? Pang-contest sa Turtle mamaya. Lakas sa Turtle ng RQ, boss.
Isosoak lang ng ano yan eh.
So,
ng
team
Hylos
damage.
eh.
Gatot siguro. Gatot pinakamaganda dyan.
Gatot? Yatot.
Baka mag-chow na naman to kasi mahirap yung chow dyan eh. Cheap,
Ayun, cheap
edit. Hala, lambot na naman.
Ang lambot nyo na naman. Nag-apira na tuloy yung RRQ, boss.
Eh, yung RRQ.
Ay! Dali kayo, boss!
Feeling ko ano na, reverse na nga. Sayang, di mo ni-reverse. Oh.
Meron ako niya.
Nag-reverse ka ba? Parlay mo, reverse. Reverse.
Sa parlay.
Kala ko reverse.
Nakatuwan ako dyan eh.
Kala ko ni-reverse mo?
Nakatuwan nga ako dyan. RQ.
I mean yung reverse pagka
Ay, hindi na
panalo
ako
ng game
naglawa.
1.
Baba kasi. Times 2 lang.
Baba nga.
Pero yung mas worth it yung 2-0. Kaso hindi naman mangyayari yun.
Eh, looking good naman eh. Mukhang tutuwan na nga. And for sure may magtutuwan.
Kimi na yo, kimi na rin na yo.
Game 3. Top 1 versus top 2. Sino nga ba ang magwawagi sa huli?
At sa huli,
Palagi. Uy, bumababa yung ad sa ano ha?
Sa?
Nabi. Mukhang may something. May bumobomba.
May bumubomba. Buti naka-ano na. Na sana hindi sang-ayon sa pag-ibig natin pero di ako nagmamadali.
Gagana kaya to? Yung edit kasi
Aray!
kanina. Hindi gumana yung edit
Sabi
kanina.
ni Kadera, ang sakit.
Gana kaya to? Gaganyanin ka lang ni Dyren? Hindi nga napagana yung edit kanina. Actually, kahapon pa nga hindi gumagana yan.
Kaya nga eh.
Lugi sila sa ano? Sa jungle, boss. Inara sila ng Hylos. Malamang sa Turtle, mas lugi itong Geek Fam.
Oo, walang dadamage sa Hylos eh. Di rin naman pwedeng tambayan ni Maykids yan.
Si ano na naman?
Si Kadera
Si Kadera na naman ang pag-asa nila. Eh, paano pag nilatagan ng ano to? Ng Nightmare Dominator's Descent ni Rins. Paano nyo papatayin yan? Wala pa naman pwedeng tumangki doon.
No. Sana hindi sangayon sa pag-ibig natin pero di ako nagmamadali.
Tapos mahirapan din dito si Aboy. Sino bubuhatin mo? Buhatin mo yung
Nightmaric.
Oo. Buhatin mo si Rins, mag-ulti lang.
Magiging Tormeri ka dyan, aboy ha.
Hindi mo rin mabuhat-buhat tong Hylos.
Wala, lamang na si
Dyren din, hindi mo rin mabubuhat.
Lamang na si Dyren sa lane niya.
Hugi kasi, hirap yung yung edit sa badang eh.
Sangayon sa pag-ibig.
Early rotation kagad sa RRQ. Naka-ready naman si Baloy kung sakali. Pero wala pang mga ultimate dito, yung mga roamer. Wala pang Glorious Pathway. Wala pang shortcut. And mukhang bigay nga talaga.
Bigay 30.
Invade na lang. Hindi talaga nila kaya yan, boss. Pag nalugi pa sila sa clash, nung nakuha na yung turtle, mag-i-snowball yan. May ulti na si Gabs pero hindi pa rin. Hihintayin muna siguro yung shortcut ni Baloy para kompleto sila.
Ganda nung drop ng horror Q.
Linis, no?
Linis, pre. Pinaisa lang.
Gusto pa makadalawa?
Gusto pa makadalawa.
Ganun ba yun?
Hindi ganon, ang one night.
Tapos hindi rin makapag-farm ng maayos si Kadera.
Ayun, oh. Tsaka si Mikids mismo kamo. Ang lambot niya kasi, pwede siyang bulihin ni ano eh.
Ni Idok.
Ni Idok eh.
Alam nga naman ma-force out kang ano. Mag-Tempest of Blade. Level 4 si Gobs, level 5 si Dyren. Actually, pa level 6 si Dyren. Bilis mag-farm ni Dyren.
Sa totoo lang. Sa totoo lang ya.
Nag-ano kasi, nagdo-double. Uy, nakadalangin.
Sino?
Ayan daw, si Brando.
Dasal, boss? Dasal ka, boss?
Ano ka dyan, boss, ah? Parang may hinihiling ka dyan, ah.
Boss, dasal ka?
May hinihiling, ang tanging hiling.
Dasal ka, boss.
Ano kaya ang ano nito? Wini-wish nitong manalo.
Mukhang hindi.
Ayun nga lang.
Ayun lang.
Full force kay Toy. Kala ko mabubuhay pa si Toy.
Ay, kaso.
Pero hindi ata worth yun. Hala?
Hala ka.
Nalugi pa sila sa ganun?
Hala ka.
Hala ka, ubus kayo, boss. Nadali sila nung ano, boss?
Patay ka.
Nightmare Spawn.
Patay
Doon
ka.
Dominator's Descent talaga.
Patay ka. Dali, min. 3-2-1.
Ang tagal kasi nila napatay si ano, si Toy.
Uy. Uy.
Wala na, na-tilt na yung Geek Pam, boss.
Wala na.
Na-tilt na sila. Nag-isa-isa na ng ano, ng error. Mali yata si Baloy doon.
Hirap.
Hindi niya nabangga si Itoy eh. Kaya nakapag first kill pa eh.
May dash pa rin naman yung Kimi, di ba? Kahit paano.
Tapos namatay pa si Kadera doon. Naipit. Pwede ba pumasok yung kalaban sa shortcut ni Chip?
Yun nga, pwede.
Gumana pa tuloy sa RRQ yung ganun. Dapat ata yung paglabas ng shortcut ni Baloy, tago.
Nagulat nga ako eh. Hinanap ko ako may Valentina yung ano eh.
Wala.
RRQ.
Pumasok lang ata talaga sila doon. Tapos ganyan i-invade ka na lang, boss. Wala ka namang mapipick up dyan eh. Si Toy lang, kaso may flicker. Mamaya patay kayo Rins.
Kawawa to si Cobbs pag nag-dive in.
Sasaluin niya yung damage nung Zushin. Ay, nung Zushin. Nung Zask. Tapos si Kadera, hindi naman ganung snowball kay napitas nga siya. Hindi pa siya nakakuha ng kill kanina.
Ang tawag ko dyan. Sana hindi. Ay, yun lang.
Ayan na naman Wala silang mapatay, boss. Ayun o.
Patay kayo?
Nagpasukan yung
Nag-flicker si Aboy tsaka Crimson Beacon. Patay ka. Sila pa nakapatay.
Gumana pa sa RRQ yung chip ni Baloy. Wrong pick ata yan, boss. Hilig nyo kasi sa Zushin eh.
Yun lang. Tawag dyan, I love. 6 minutes yung first item ni Kadera. Ala to.
Wala. Mali yung mga shortcut dito ni Baloy. Hindi pang hindi pang chip si Baloy. Hero niya kanina. Nung game 1.
Kaleya,
Kaleya, no? Ganun lang dapat si Baloy. Hirap nito para sa kanila. Hindi gumagana yung chip. Late game, mahirapan pa sila lalo. Kimi tapos Zas. May kids, pwede mabigyan. Sinundot na nga. Mahuli pa ni Dyren and Tempest of Blade. Hindi na nakapag-Tempest of Blade, boss!
Walang galawan.
Tumunga na lang. And 3K gold lead ang hawak ngayon ng RQ. Talagang sasalad sa rin na nga. Reverse sweep nga ni ang Ika.
Ay!
Nahuli ka pa, boss?
Yun lang.
Wala na, tilted na malala yung Geek Fam.
Wala si Baloy. Patay ka. Wala na. Wala rin silang, ang late game lang nila, si Kadera lang eh. May kids.
Si May kids hindi naman makapag-farm. Hindi nga makagalaw sa kalaban.
Hindi nga makakuha ng sarili niyang buff eh.
Tapos 4K na yung lead ng RRQ.
Ang kaya niya lang i-burst mamaya si Toy. Kaso si Toy mag-winter crown to eh.
Hirap na nito para sa kanila, boss.
Patay kayo. Patay ka.
Dire-diretso na to ng RRQ. Pag nakakuha ng Lord tong RQ, ano na to?
GG na.
GG na. Wala din silang pang defend eh.
Nakikita ko na yun, no? Nakikita ko na yung pattern ng RRQ.
Mali talaga yung ano nila. Yung
Link pick.
link pick tsaka yung ano.
Open naman si ano ah. Dapat nga sila na kumuha niyang ano eh.
Dapat din na ata sila nag-ano, link ko mag-chip sila.
Kaya nga eh. Patay kayo.
Ayun, wala silang damage. Tapos Zushin pa. Ili kasi nila sa Zushin eh.
Pwede naman sana mag-sushin kung medyo makuha. May Lucas pa eh. Di ba
Dami.
naglo-Lucas si May Kids?
Ganda sana yun ng ano, ganda sana yun oh. Cheat tapos Lucas. Paglabas mo, may Sacred Beast form.
Yun nga.
Doon talaga madadalis ito eh. Tignan natin, mas gusto nila yung Ling. And ngayon, pa 5K na yung lead ng RQ, 1-8. Pina-game 1 lang pala yung Geek Pam, sabi nila.
Hindi, kasi narinig nila, si Tokwan naka +1 Geek Pam. Oo. Sabi nila, si Tokwan naka +1 Geek Pam, pagbigyan na natin. Ay! Pero kayo dali dyan! Boss! Pang! Bagsak agad si Baloyski.
Alam mo yung sa bawat ano, sa bawat dive, shortcut ni Baloyski may namamatay sa kanila. Wala na sila nakakuha ang kill. Wala na nga kamong successful na attempt ng shortcut si Baloy.
Naku.
Sa Holy Crystal na si ano? Si Toy. Patay na kayo dyan, boss.
Naku, hindi na kayo sang-ayon sa pag-ibig natin pero di ako magmamadali.
Maling-mali nga ata talaga.
Mali yung link pick talaga.
Mali yung drop nila. Hindi siya yung katulad
Sino ba? First pick, ano sila, di ba? First pick chip?
First pick chip.
First pick chip na kayo eh. Sunod nun, Lucas na eh.
Kaso hindi, nagling sila.
Yun oh. Patay ka pa, May Kids.
Hindi niya pa nga mapatay yung Lord. Pag na, ano ka, na corner ka na naman dyan. Tapos ayan pa yung link na hindi makakuha ng purple buff.
Oo.
I-invade na i-invade. Si Baloy, nasa likod na naman.
Hindi, titipid siya pa bot.
Bot ba?
Oo.
Okay yata eh. Likuran niya tong ano, nasa purple buff.
Hindi, sa bot na lang si Sutsu.
Malayo naman sila Sutsujin.
Sutsujin na
Kaso
lang.
alaga pa lang, nangangati na sila, boss.
Nakakuha ng purple si May Kids ha.
Tagal ni Baloy.
Pang! Patay ka!
Tagal ni Baloy doon sa likod.
Ulo ko, Baloy.
Wala na. Wala nang sense kung mag-shortcut pa siya, patay na si Aboy.
Wala na rin Crimson Beacon si Aboy. GG.
Tapos na to?
Tapos na.
Ganda sana ng game 1 nila para miss.
Oo.
Wala silang ano. Nadali sila sa Zushin. Tsaka edit.
Feeling ko kasi nadali lang talaga nila sa drop kanina eh. No?
Parang wala nang nilabas ng game to game 3, boss.
Tamo 10-1 no?
Napirmi na sa ano. Napirmi na sa ganyan drop. Ayan na si Baloy. Kita na yan eh. Aware na yung kalaban sa ganyan eh.
Pero pwede mamatay si Toy ah.
Wala. Kunat, boss. May shield. Patay ka agad si Kadera. Wala silang damage. Lacking yung damage nila. Dapat malakas yung mage nila eh. Pang-burst din eh.
Oo.
Naglabas siguro sila mga ano no. Mga Lunox. Yun maganda.
Wala.
Grabe si ano. Sutsujin sa Suyu, boss.
Wala na, GG.
Natata. Hindi na binibigay yung Suyu kaya no. Sutsujin.
Oo. Ganda na. Ang galing na mag-ano eh. Galing mag-Sutsujin ni Suyu.
Wala guys, ano yan, totally outdrafted yung Geek Pam doon. Yan ang masasabi natin. Sobrang outdrafted nila.
Uy, pang. Para pang.
Nakangiti na nga yung coach kanini.
Okay, di ba?
Pero that's it for our series number 1, mga tropa. 2-1 for RQ. Mamaya makikita naman natin ang laban ng Navi versus Onyx ID. Nakangiti rin to.
Wala pa.
Looking good ang mga parlay nila.
Wala pa. Kalmado lang.
So, mamaya guys, magbabalik kami dito lang sa JustML.
Matik. Bye-bye.
Going against the Kingdom is a crime. Public execution against them, and there you go. Woo! Qualified to the playoff stage is Rex Regum Kaon.
This was a guarantee, I feel. It's at this point, they're not even looking at the playoffs. They're looking at upper brackets. They have a few more matches to go, but I can't help but feel, man, this is already written down in the history books for them to make it to the upper brackets with Kescute. He has 100% upper bracket rate since he's debuted in BTR, moved to RRQ, and now he's gonna do it again. Must be a
Hopefully-
coincidence.
Hopefully, it's not the same fate as Bigatron.
I can't
Season
believe the team
13.
let him go.
That was insane, but of course, you want to hear from the players of RRQ up on stage with Bude, Clara, Mongstar.
Dan tiket playoff sudah sold out. Yang pertama kepada tim RRQ. Kingdom boleh berpesta, Kingdom boleh siap-siap langsung untuk menyingsing langsung. Dan di mana kita melihat ini adalah momen yang sungguh berharga untuk kalian ngedapetin tiket playoff. Kalian sadar gak ini adalah match yang seberharga itu?
Ya, kami, semua match sebagai kami berharga.
Tapi ini untuk tiket playoff, Idok.
Ya sekarang lebih aman aja sih, kayak udah lebih seger, lebih enjoy lah.
Lebih enjoy. Tapi ngelihat bahwa ini adalah match yang bisa menentukan tiket playoff pertama di season 15 ini. Kalian ada ngobrol sesuatu nggak sebelum match ini dimulai?
Nggak ada sih, ya cuman fokus lawan Geek Fam untuk match kali ini, nggak fokusin playoff juga. Nggak ada mikir sampai playoff, ya, mikir untuk match kali ini aja.
Agak kaget berarti ini ya, tiba-tiba wow langsung dapat.
Alhamdulillah.
Alhamdulillah. Tapi mereka ini tadi siapa yang paling bisa dibilang mempersiapkan hari ini khusus spesial untuk Geek Fam? Kamu nggak? Kan ada Baloy nih sebagai lawanmu, lawan yang lumayan bisa dibilang seorang veteran. Dan dia juga sudah melalang buana. Dan sekarang juga nomor 2 di Geek Fam-nya. Dari Dok sendiri gimana sih? Dari kemarin persiapan untuk hari ini?
Ya hari ini ya harus lebih siap lagi, lebih disiplin lagi, soalnya gameplay Balai juga sulit ditebak.
Gameplay baik susah ditebak. Tapi apa yang kamu lakukan biar bisa untuk mengimbangi gerakan-gerakan Baloy yang susah ditebak itu?
Ya kami main disiplin sama main as a team aja.
Main as a team dan hasilnya rupanya 2-1 didapatkan. Dan Rins, ini mungkin perjalanan yang sungguh luar biasa untuk tim RRQ. Karena sampai hari ini kalian tuh benar-benar bisa membuat nama RRQ terus berada di atas. Momen berharga ini kalau boleh diceritain gak sih Rins? Dari tim RRQ dan juga Rins di atas terus.
Ya kayak yang gua bilang kemarin sih Bude, kayak tiap ada match tuh kita selalu belajar. Contohnya hari ini kita kayak ngeluarin chest pick juga.
Bener, ini kayaknya kali pertama Bude ngeliat kamu pakai Zas ya?
Ya.
Di season ini?
Ya padahal di latihan juga nggak ada pakai Jax.
Waduh, wow, gimana Idok ngeliat Rins pakai Zas?
Ya nggak pernah lihat di latihan juga, tapi Zaknya jago.
Wah, tanpa latihan pun sudah jago. Temannya sendiri langsung mengakui. Tapi ngelihat bahwa hari ini hari yang begitu penting pula. Dan kalau dari kita sendiri akan melihat sesuatu sepertinya. Oke, langsung aja. Dan inilah kita akan saksikan bersama-sama. Apa yang dipersiapkan? Wah, Idok lah, Dok. Idok, kamu berada di MVP di mana ini leaderboard yang cuma romer itu kamu loh, Dok.
Ya senangnya bisa bersaing sama jungle-jungle, gorden-gorden gitu.
Bareng jungle-jungle lain. Dan ini persaingan belah tengah juga nih, nomor
Ya, belah tengah.
175. Dan sekarang mana belakangnya?
Ganti rambut, ganti rambut.
Oh, ganti rambut, ganti rambut. Kenapa ganti rambut?
Nggak ada sih, ganti aja.
Ganti aja. Nanti playoff ganti lagi nggak nih?
Nggak, kayaknya ganti.
Pergantian rambut. Tapi melihat bahwa dari season ke season, Dok, kenapa sih kayaknya romer tuh susah banget masuk leaderboard?
Ya mungkin Romer ya nggak lihat KDA ya, dia rela mati buat timnya menang. Ya gitulah mungkin.
Dan jadi satu-satunya nih, apa sih yang Idok ini boleh dikasih tahu? Mungkin temen-temennya yang bisa ngasih tahu ya. Rin sebagai sobatnya Idok, melihat Idok terpampang besar sekali tuh di situ. Gimana kamu ngelihat satu sosok romer yang muncul di leaderboard?
Mungkin orang-orang nggak tahu ya kalau Ido ini romer berdemek.
Oke, damage-nya Idok ternyata.
Iya, top 1 damage di seluruh ini dia, di seluruh role.
Memang ini ya. Jadi yang dipunya adalah damage-nya Idok ya.
Ya,
Makanya muncul. Tapi happy gak sebagai teman wajah Idok muncul di sini?
happy dong, kan setim.
Happy dong satu tim. Jadi makin penasaran sama Idok. Tapi ini masih dinantikan lagi setelahnya. Di mana hari ini yang bermain Suyo, Bude pikir ini bakal make it. Namun di sini malah ada Susu Jin yang bermain 3 kali Suyo. Ini memang plan kalian untuk deny pick untuk make it kah?
Kalau di naik pick enggak sih, emang udah plannya dari latihan juga udah gitu.
Atau karena kamu suka sama Sasuke?
Enggak, suka Naruto.
Oh sukanya Naruto-nya. Oh, ini sudah diperjelas ya. Tapi melihat dari persainganmu bersama jungler muda yang dimiliki oleh Geek Fam di leg kedua ini, apakah ada sebuah perubahan atau sebuah perbedaan? Ada yang berkesankah dari match hari ini?
Ya paling yang beda dari leg 1 karena tadi kita coba lawan Fanny-nya, ya Fanny-nya sih yang beda, jago banget.
Jago banget.
Ya.
Oke, iya Fanny dari Idok juga sudah dimunculkan langsung tadi. Tapi kalau kita ngelihat dari banyaknya momen-momen kalau biasanya orang bakal ngebahas tentang objektifnya, ngebahas tentang objektif di match ini. Seberapa intens sih perebutan objektif?
Intens banget sih, tadi rada pusing juga di flicker-flickerin terus.
Sama siapa tuh?
Sama Gops.
Sama Gopsnya. Jadi memang kalau kita ngebahas dengan banyaknya hal-hal yang terjadi, mungkin kita juga bakal ngebahas dengan persaingan antara Toy dan Kecadera. Ini adalah mungkin head to head yang paling menarik yang kita lihat. Gimana Toy match hari ini?
Alhamdulillah senang deh.
Karena apa nih? Senangnya kenapa?
Ya menang.
Bener sih. Masuk playoff sama menangnya lebih seneng mana?
Menang kayaknya.
Lebih seneng menangnya berarti?
Menang.
Menang. Kenapa? Ada hal maksudnya sebelum match kamu memikirkan sesuatu kah yang ingin kamu lakukan di dalam pertandingan dan kamu juga laksanakan?
Ya kalau menang soalnya kalau menang abang gak marah soal.
Oke, menghindari ya. Menghindari biar tenang, biar bahagia. Karena ketika menang semua bahagia, tidak marah-marah.
Ya.
Iya. Hari ini berarti kamu bebas dari omelan?
Apa?
Bebas dari marahan, dari omelan. Menang, kan yang penting menang.
Ya.
Walaupun menang 2-1.
Yang penting menang.
Yang penting menang?
Ya.
2-1 gak jadi masalah?
Gak masalah.
Gak masalah. Tapi kalau ngomongin tentang kemenangan dari tim RRQ, Budi jadi penasaran. Ini kan udah menang. Udah ngedapetin babak tiket playoff. Menjadi tim pertama yang men-secure slot babak playoff. Apakah tim RRQ akan mengeksplor hal baru? Akan gak nih? Mungkin Dairen boleh jawab. Hey Dairen.
Apa Bude?
Kalian udah ngedapetin tiket playoff. Jadi apapun yang terjadi nantinya, tidak akan mempengaruhi slot kalian di babak playoff. Akankah dari tim RRQ melakukan sebuah manuver atau gerakan?
Ya kita step by step aja Bude, kayak lolos playoff. Terus ya target kita selanjutnya upper bracket. Nah gitu sih.
Masih upper bracket?
Ya dong.
Emang bakal susah nih upper bracket buat kalian?
Ya pasti semua tim ini sih apa namanya.
Bersaing?
Ya selalu bersaing lah kayak gitu. Jadi ya kita tetap waspadain aja semua tim.
Jadi masih dengan fokusnya mengamankan upper bracket karena tiket playoff aja nggak cukup. Mereka ingin tempat yang lebih nyaman. Dan dengan ngedapetin tiket playoff ini kalian terus berada di atas juga. Ini sebelum season dimulai, kalian emang udah ada rencana mau mendominasi season ini?
Enggak sih Bude. Kita ya itu tadi step by step. Fokus match yang di depan mata sama hoki Bude.
Hoki Bude muncul udah muncul nih. Tapi berarti kalau ngebahas tentang step by step. Ini step yang sudah sangat manis dari tim RRQ. Terus menerus tiket pertama sudah didapatkan. Dan kemenangan hari ini dan tiket playoff mau kalian persembahkan kepada siapa sih?
Ya tiket playoff kami sembahkan kepada Kingdom yang datang ke sini, yang nonton di rumah, dan yang lagi RKK di Palangkaraya.
Palangkaraya dari Kalimantan nih pada lagi rame-rame ngumpul dan juga rame banget. Dan Dok, Mau Bude kasih tahu sesuatu nggak? Sekarang poinmu udah bukan 75 lagi.
Jadi berapa?
Poinnya udah sangat tinggi. Sudah 92. Jadi nomor satunya udah bukan 2 orang, tapi hanya Idok di atas. Wow.
Alhamdulillah Bude.
Alhamdulillah lagi. Tapi memang semuanya patut disyukuri. Perjalanan kalian akan kita saksikan lagi di minggu ke-8 dan ke-9. Boleh mungkin yang lain juga mau menyampaikan sesuatu?
Ya buat Kingdom dimanapun berada, tetap dukung kita terus ya. Semoga kita bisa kasih yang terbaik di setiap matchnya. Amin.
Amin. Semua Kingdom pasti sedang bersorak-sorai. Mereka juga lagi mempersiapkan untuk babak playoff. Tiket harus disecure dan kali ini mari kita persiapkan, kita sambut kemenangan dari Raja dari segala raja tim RRQ. Semua sedang berfokus untuk menselebrasi. Bagaimana tidak, tiket playoff pertama dari 6 tiket akhirnya sold out kepada tim RRQ. Dan Bude Clara di sini akan membuat kalian lebih bahagia lagi karena ada apa? Ada GoPay hadiah GG. Caranya gampang banget, yang penting kalian udah punya aplikasi GoPay. Jadi buat yang ada di sini, siapkan device kalian, siapkan smartphone kalian karena caranya akan Bude kasih tahu sekarang juga. Nah, ini dia cara untuk ngedapetin GoPay hadiah GG. Pertama-tama sudah pastikan kalian punya. Kalau yang belum punya langsung aja download. Langsung aja unduh aplikasi GoPay di Play Store atau App Store. Pokoknya semuanya bisa. Dan setelah itu buka kamera pada smartphone untuk scan QR code-nya. Dan setelah di-scan, kalian tinggal klik buka hadiah. Kalau kalian udah buka hadiahnya, otomatis GoPay Coins akan kalian dapatkan. Jadi siapkan device kalian, siapkan. Udah pada tinggi-tinggi, udah pada punya, udah pada ready? Ready? Nanti QR-nya akan ada yang di biru-biru situ. Kita akan hitung mundur bersama. Inilah dia GoPay hadiah GG dalam 3, 2, 1, let's go! Asik! Ayo yang udah dapet langsung tunjukin ke Bude. Kasih lihat. Oh, itu tuh. Congratulations! Selamat. Asik, dapat GoPay Coin. Selamat kalian, congrats. Asik banget ya, habis ini bisa pada happy-happy bersama. Memang GoPay itu begitu baik dan membuat kita semakin happy juga. Tapi kita juga di sini semakin kepengen tahu nggak sih bagaimana tim RRQ bisa mendominasi di game yang ketiga. Setelah game 1, game 2 bisa back and forth, tapi game ketiga RRQ terlihat semakin menguat. Tiket pertama playoff sudah sold out. Bagaimana game ketiga? Langsung saja jelaskan caster, kita mau denger nih.
Know what I'm doing?
What's that?
I'm punching.
Badang?
No.
What is this?
Punching tickets to playoffs.
Oh.
Hey.
RRQ.
I'm pretty sure the punching looks more like this if it's about tickets, you know.
That's true.
No, this is
I don't
like,
see people in the stations like, where's your ticket, sir? That's a bit concerning.
I mean, at least RRQ are able to get to playoffs, but like Mirko mentioned, it's not about, as of now, it's almost like a confirmation, a certainty that RRQ will make playoffs. Now they're going to eye for the upper brackets.
Yep.
And that seeding is very important.
this is their last top tier match in my opinion, right? Like all the other matches that are top tier, they've gone through already. So, actually they still have Liquid, I think. So I guess that will be the only match that can really stop and derail the upper bracket train.
He's very cool.
Look at the swag there.
Of course, the MVP, the player of the match, it is Edok. And we talked about, we're thinking of monikers to give this guy, but I think his place speaks for himself.
Yeah, I think is just simply Edok, dude.
Yeah.
And man, even here, before we talk about the big crazy moments, he's just able to find ways, again, to just assist with the team. And when he doesn't really make the main play happen, he can just be on the assistant role, and Dyron as the one that picks up the heavy lifting when it comes to the engages. Even Rins, technically, on the Zask. I'm surprised that they mentioned in the interview that they haven't tried it out in scrims. It's not a strat they've been saving. It's just something they thought would fit here, and they decided, you know what, screw it. Why not? And it really worked out, man. I'm a big fan of these kind of heroes that aren't super mechanical, but has high impact. And you definitely saw how troublesome it was for GeekFam to find them in the middle of a fight, to get stunned like that, 3-man stun on the Zask. Not a lot of heroes have that kind of impact, and not a lot of heroes can stun that reliably. So Dyron and Rins on top of it, it just allows Edok to just play for the macro focus, for those glorious pathways, and just to rush in the front and tank that damage and slow everyone down. It's just a composition that works so well. And you have to give credit to the coaching staff for coming up with something like this, man. Cascade, how do you do it?
Like you said, playing Zask is easy. You just have to play safe, but you know, having an impact in the game is hard. And I believe Rins was able to give that impact with the stuns and just, you know, the countless amounts of escape he was able to pull off against Makids. And taking a look at the item build, of course, Radiant Armor in the hands of Gobs, and as well as Beloyski, because he needs to mitigate all the magic damage given by Toy, and even, you know, with the Zask in the hands of Rins.
And that's where, when they're focused too much on that, that's where the Suyo can kind of get in and do a lot of that physical damage, and GeekFam won't be ready for it. And before even talking about the Suyo, let's talk about the damage coming in from the Badang too. For the most part, whenever Dyron engages, right, everyone's down to half HP, dude. That's the danger here. You're forced to deal with this magical long-distance harassment. But then when the fight actually begins, what they're taking is physical damage. And because of that, there's just no way in. You either, you know, get harassed and start the fight low, or you start the fight full HP against against a Badang that's gonna beat you up before the fight even begins properly.
Toy, it was 9 minutes for the Sky Piercer, the Holy Crystal as well. So it was,
and the concentrated energy.
The concentrated energy as well.
The
Yes.
item power spike at 9 minutes.
That was insane.
The big key as well for RRQ, especially when they get this, you know, their composition to play their style of MLBB, is just an overloaded kit of CC. Every single member on this team can CC. The Zask, the Hylos, obviously, but the Badang and Suyo, and even the Kimi can CC. So you really saw how GeekFam were struggling. Every time they would go in with the shortcut, they would be CC. The momentum would be stopped right there. Usually with a chip, he comes in, your guy dies before he can do anything. But when you have a way to CC to stop that die from happening, you technically force a front to back with a front to back comp.
Exactly. And this might be the go-to solution now for the chip, because again, you're just not as vulnerable. You're not locked down as long against the chip now. So there's moments where you can just flicker out. You can send the skill out and stop everyone. And dude, this is a strategy that a lot of teams can use to shut down the chip. I mean, I can see Evos pulling this off. You know, I can see Bigatron pulling off something like this. Have everyone have some form of crowd control. Wait till they funnel through the portal and just punish, dude. And I guess against GeekFam in particular, their tendency to stick together, to go for that one big moment as a team, that's a strong point for GeekFam. But against a comp like this with multiple ways of punishing, you know, the crowding of GeekFam, you saw it in game number 2 with the implosion. You're seeing it again there. 3-man stun on the Zask, 3-man, you know, what do you call it, like pull with the Kimi, right? There's just so many ways to go for the punish.
Yep. RRQ. Sublime game, but of course, we cannot discredit GeekFam because they were able to stomp on RRQ in game number 1, even though game number 2 was, I wouldn't say a throw, but RRQ just got the better of them, and yeah, the comeback was there, it was imminent, and of course, Edok, X Factor, by the way, so
this guy,
it's insane.
The X Factor, is that it?
The generational talent. We'll find a moniker for him very soon, but
the middle parted, the roamer.
Moses.
Moses.
Edok Moses Hoshimanjaro.
Who the heck is that? Hoshimanjaro.
Because it's
add
huge.
more and more names to the back. Every single win adds into another part of the name. So we started with Hoshiman, now Hoshiman Jaro. It could be Hoshiman Jaro, Jonathan Gray maybe later.
Whoa.
But of course, we have a losers interview coming soon. I believe it's with Dora DSP.
Dora the Explorer.
And
Let's explore
we really
that
want to
loser
have
interview.
insights onto why the loss. So of course, losers interview with Dora DSP.
Tangkap caster kembali bersama Alisa dan kali ini bersama Coach Dora. Halo Coach.
Halo.
Kata Coach Dora, kita akhirnya bertemu lagi. Coach Dora nggak mau sebenarnya ketemu lagi di sini ya Coach.
Jangan.
Jangan sampai ya Coach. Dan tadi melihat nih Coach jalannya match. Terkena reverse sweep dan ditutup dengan one-sided game. Ada apa sebenarnya?
Ya banyak eksekusi kita yang salah sih di game terakhir. Banyak yang bisa diimprove juga dari draft juga. Tapi tadi mereka main bagus juga.
Oke, tapi kalau melihat dari draftnya RRQ sendiri ini sangat berdinamika. Apakah ini yang menjadi masalah dari Geek sendiri?
Draft ya, draft mereka bagus sih. Tapi kita juga tadi bisa imbangin juga sih. Dan kita bisa pakai draft yang bagus juga. Tapi mungkin kita juga harus lebih improve di draft juga. Mungkin kalau bahas draft mungkin lebih banyak option.
Oke, tapi kalau misalkan tadi terkait tiba-tiba di last pick-nya sendiri ada Zaz. Itu seperti apa nih Coach?
Ya good pick sih, soalnya counter Juxin juga kan. Terus dia juga bagus lah itu buat team fight-nya mereka. Jadi itu good pick sih sebenarnya.
Good pick sekali ya. Dan kalau melihat nih masih soal draft juga nih Coach. 3 kali Suyo dari Susujin pilih dan Geek merasa itu deny pick. Apakah itu deny pick untuk Make It?
Mungkin, tapi mungkin itu juga komposisi yang pas buat tim mereka juga ya gitu. Karena mereka juga kuat di team fight early ya terutama. Tapi kalau di Nepik kurang tahu sih, tapi mungkin aja tergantung coach.
Tergantung coach. Oke, tapi kalau dari Coach Dora sendiri melihat Idok nih, terutama Idok sendiri yang menjadi MVP ya. Gimana nih Coach?
Ya emang bagus sih dia emang momentum. Tahu dia dari dulu juga sih, jadi dia emang bagus kalau dapetin momentum terutama pas lagi momen krusial. Ya buat Idok keep improve aja.
Keep improve ya pastinya, dan kita melihat tadi Idok sendiri selalu menciptakan momen-momen krusial terutama tadi di game kedua di mana tadi sebenarnya sudah bisa lead ya di awal game namun sayang sekali keadaan ini berbalik. Namun Coach mungkin untuk pesan-pesan untuk Geek Fam Unity yang nonton di rumah silakan.
Ya good buat kekalahan hari ini, terutama kita lawan tim bagus juga, kita belajar banyak juga dari draft, dari in-game. Masih banyak waktu, fokus kita di playoff, nanti mungkin kita bakal balas di playoff gitu.
Masih banyak waktu, masih banyak kesempatan, pastinya hope for the best untuk Geek dan kita lihat ya nanti di playoff ya Coach pastinya. Thank you so much Coach Dora.
Sama-sama.
Dan pastikan teman-teman semua, para super fans jangan lupa dukung tim kesayangan kalian dan kita akan melihat apakah ada analisis tambahan dari para caster. Silakan caster, take it over.
That was Dora DSP, of course, Geek Ma'am. This loss will be a learning, of course, but it's not the end of the world for them because they're number 2 right now in the standings. But that could all, shift earlier later because we have 2 more games to come. Navi against Megatron and TLID.
And they did say, I like it. Dora DSP instantly said that the drafts could be better. So they figured out what the problem was in that game, and I agree. Game number 3, the draft was definitely a bit weird, seeing the Harrod first pick. All right, but yeah, I like it. I like that they already dissected their problems.
Yeah, we all like it. But of course, we will take a break before we prepare for Navi against Megatron. So, prepare your snacks, prepare everything you need, your drinks.
Your sucrose.
Prepare your Megatron jersey because, by the way, my sister just bought the varsity jacket.
Memphis?
Yeah, the one. But it's too big for her, so I think I'm gonna use it.
It's very big.
It's very big, yeah. And my
That's what she
sister's
said.
like very small. Very small.
All right.
All right.
Well, man, so there's 2 more matches to go today.
Yeah.
Don't worry, guys. You see the hair? We're gonna get our win today.
Please, Navi.
Please, Navi.
Please, Navi.
Please, Navi.
If Navi wins, I'll get my hair blonde.
Really?
Yeah, I'll go Kyrie mode, bro.
Okay. We got it here. So, of course, we'll be back for MPL ID Season 15. We'll see you after the break.
Ya, aku merem. Ulang dong.
Gak perlu.
Guys, review.
Wow. Cool.
Walau yang lain terus berubah, kopi konsisten, kasih yang pasti murah. Tagihan murah di aplikasi GoPay. Transfer 100 kali per bulan. Download aplikasi GoPay baru, nggak pakai lama. Dompet andalan gamers banyak damage-nya.
Rasa baru makin seru. Pertama di Indonesia. Kopi susu rasa cookies. Always ready, warnai harimu. Good Day Groovy Cookies. Nikmati sensasi asyik kopi cookiesnya.
Tak ada hari tanpa mabar. Main ngelek, kerap buat ku tak sabar. Gimana mau main sampai kelar? Ini waktunya ku bersinar. Okay, let's do it. Games max andalanku bikin mainku semakin hebat. Tim stabil main makin mulus, rankku fix naik terus. Tukar DG rings, diamond dan voucher game kau dapat. Cuma Games Max makin no debat.
Games Max Booster, kini dapat DG Rings. Beli paketnya dan aktifkan boosternya di aplikasi Dunia Games.
相変わらずやかましい奴らだ。
今度は背中合わせでいくわよ。よっしゃ、第7班ここに復活だってばよ。
Dragon in agile fashion, we jump into action, dashing, perspectives are clashing. Oh, 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 we're taking on the fight. Justice is found. Transform into battle now. Judgment's gavel coming down. Fighting for the righteous justice. Fighting for the priceless truth. Blurring all the lines between the bad and the good. Yeah. Fighting for the justice no matter what we do. Three perspectives sharing one objective. Yeah. Everybody's fighting for the truth. Justice calls. Minna! 渦巻きナルトが帰ってきたぞ! Kurama! 力を貸してくれ! よっしゃ第7班ここに復活だってばよ。
見せてやるよ、シャリンガンの本当の力をな。 湧いてくる。相変わらずやかましい奴らだ。ここは俺に任せて。もらった。4代目ほかげを超える忍びはお前しかいないと俺はそう信じた。
みんなを守るために私はもっと強くなる。
Ya, aku merem. Ulang dong.
Gak perlu.
Guys, review.
Wow. Cool.
Walau yang lain terus berubah, Gope konsisten, kasihnya pasti murah. Bayar tagihan murah di aplikasi Gope. Transfer 100 kali per bulan. Download aplikasi Gope baru, nggak pakai lama. Dompet andalan gamers banyak damage-nya.
Rasa baru makin seru. Pertama di Indonesia. Kopi susu rasa cookies. Always ready, warnai harimu. Good day Groovy Cookies. Nikmati sensasi asyik kopi cookiesnya.
Tak ada hari tanpa mabar. Main ngelek, kerap buat ku tak sabar. Gimana mau main sampai kelar? Ini waktunya ku bersinar. Okay, let's do it. Games match andalanku bikin mainku semakin hebat. Tim stabil main makin mulus, rankku fix naik terus. Tukar DG rings, diamond dan voucher game kau dapat. Cuma Games Max, makin no debat.
Games Max Booster, kini dapat DG Rings. Beli paketnya dan aktifkan boosternya di aplikasi Dunia Games.
Live from MPL Arena, Jakarta. MPL Indonesia Season 15 is powered by Moonton. Supported by Esports Federation of Indonesia. Presented by official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy. Official e-wallet GoPay. Official sponsor Head and Shoulders. Official coffee Good Day. We own this.
MPL Indonesia Season 15 semakin mendebarkan dan kita kembali lagi di match yang begitu berharga pula karena ini adalah match kedua di hari terakhir minggu yang ke-7 di mana semua tim sedang begitu kerasnya memperjuangkan tiket playoff yang sudah tinggal 5 karena satu tiket playoff sudah sold out di tangan tim RRQ. So, kalau ngebahas tentang perebutan tikatan playoff, Bigetron, mereka benar-benar harus berjuang karena posisi mereka saat ini berada di zona nyaman atau tidak aman. Agak bingung karena posisi 6 itu bukan posisi yang baik, tapi juga bukan posisi yang gawat. Namun mereka membutuhkan poin kemenangan jika mereka ingin meranjak naik ke posisi yang lebih baik. Dan di sisi lain tim Navi, mereka memang tidak bisa melanjutkan perjuangan mereka ke babak playoff. Tapi mereka bisa memperjuangkan kemenangan mereka yang pertama. Pecah telur itu yang diharapkan oleh Navi Nation. Dan Big Troopers pun berharap mereka bukan ada di posisi 6. Namun mungkin di 3, 4 posisi yang lebih baik dari hari ini. Karena 5 slot saja yang akan diperebutkan. Tinggal tersisa sedikit jadi mereka harus berlomba-lomba mencari poin. Dan Bude juga ingin mengucapkan banyak-banyak terima kasih buat kalian yang antusias menyaksikan bagaimana perjuangan dari para tim-tim. Dan juga Bude ingin mengingatkan bahwa MPL Indonesia Season 15 powered by Moonton, supported by PBSI, presented by official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy, official e-wallet GoPay, official untuk sponsor Head and Shoulder, official coffee partner Good Day. Dan juga partner ini Esports ada Telkomsel, Dunia Games, dan IndiHome. Advertiser kita Kacang Sukro dan Hawkband. Tak lupa supplier kita RSV Helmet. Dan kalau boleh dilihat dan diingat-ingat, Bigetron mereka sempat kehilangan momentum mereka di match-match terakhir dari Bigetron sebelum ini. Mengalami kekalahan yang cukup menyesakkan 2-1. Dan Big Troopers pun menanti kebangkitan dari sang robot merah. Pasukan merah-merah yang kembali menyala. Namun dari Navi pun kita melihat mereka memberikan gebrakan gameplay anyar dengan hero mereka yang baru. Dan sekarang saatnya kita menyaksikan akankah sang robot merah bangkit atau tim Navi yang memecahkan telur mereka di match kali ini. Langsung saja kita sambut match kedua di hari terakhir minggu yang ke-7.
Welcome back to MPL ID Season 15. We are en route to match number 2. Navi, Natus Vincere against BTR. Bigatron, of course, are eyeing for their win. Navi still winless, but let's see if they can pull a magic trick under their sleeves because it would be absolute cinema if they will be able to take down a giant. Or rather, my friend here says, the best team in the world.
Best team in the world. Best team. There are concerns here right now though. The further down Navi goes, when you least expect it, that's where your weakness gets exposed. Can that happen today against Bigatron? A team that has been they've been playing well, but there are moments where you're like, whoa, hang on a second, what are they doing? Mirko looks very convinced here.
By the way, we had an interesting talk before this game started. It was last match. Mirko says that if Navi beats Bigatron, he will dye his hair blonde. Kyrie
Oh boy,
style.
best team in the world.
Oh
But of course,
boy.
on this topic voting, facing Bigatron, what should Navi do to secure their first ever victory? Number one, or A, is play more structured. B, bring early draft. Or C, change strategy and protect CV. Because I do think that CV has been Mr. President for quite some time now. He has been the core carry that would be funneled upon towards the mid to late game, and he does have that carrying capabilities.
Yeah, he does. But unfortunately for Navi, they've just been using him as a weak side. It's crazy to think that, again, Shive has been their main man for the longest time, but they haven't really played to their strengths, which is Shive. They've just been playing normal MLBB, putting Shive in the weak side and expecting Shive to carry anyways. I think at this point for Navi, if they really are looking for a win, it really depends on where the mentality is for them. If they're looking for a win, they gotta start playing towards their strengths. They don't have a lot of those strengths, but that's why just play for Shive. Try funneling everything to Shive first. If that doesn't work, then all right, GG, well played.
Yep, and of course this is the Red Robot's mission to upper bracket. This is the history of Bigatron's results from Season 1 up to Season 14. So far, they haven't really finished first, I'd say, but still they're able to acquire the upper bracket. But you know what happened, Arashi? The last time they got upper bracket?
Oh, they crashed and burned, to say the least.
Wow, that's extreme.
Yeah, that really wasn't what we were expecting from Bigatron at all. That was just 2 seasons ago, I believe.
Next season, man. We'll come back stronger next season.
Yeah, I mean, it's unfortunate. The closest they got to the first place was actually Season 7. That was a season where Mirko and I started casting, so definitely a memorable season. Since then, though, it's been a rocky road up and down, and Mirko has been bearing first-hand witness towards the whole endeavor.
Wow. But of course, if Bigatron wins against Navi, they will be able to secure top 3. So top 3 would be RRQ, GeekFam, and Bigatron.
Yeah.
So yeah, of course, that is one endeavor, like you said, that they want to get with the players here. Of course, 2 roamers in their repertoire. They have Light and Finn. Rawr.
Yeah, why is Finn emoting?
He did that after beating Evos.
Okay.
He's
That
pulling
makes
a repo on us now.
makes a lot more sense.
He also did this to RRQ, remember?
Yeah, that's true.
So he's a very spicy guy. I really like this Finn guy. They should keep him. Best roamer in the world.
He is. Now, audience topic voting, facing
Let's see.
Bigatron. What should Navi do to secure their first victory? And the results are play more structured. Do you
more
think
structured.
Navi lacks structure?
I don't think they need to play more structured. I think the structure has been really I mean, listen.
All right.
Listen.
Playing normal MLBB won't work. They gotta try something different. They gotta try their own style. What is their strength? Shive. Play for Shive. If they play more structured, that means no, they're not gonna play for Shive. They're not gonna play for their own win cons. They're not gonna play Navi MLBB. They're gonna play meta MLBB. And unfortunately, meta MLBB, they're not gonna win in meta MLBB currently, right? Teams have tried meta MLBB up against RRQ as well, but RRQ do meta MLBB the best. That's why they have to go Ling. That's why they have to go for these crazy bombastic picks, explosive picks over against RRQ, against other teams.
And I would argue that, mechanically speaking, Navi, I wouldn't say that they're bad in terms of mechanics, but if you're going to pair them up against the junglers we have here, obviously the Suyos, the Fannies, the Lynx, Navi has been gapped.
That's been the case. And also the coordination whenever they're in the Land of Dawn. This is why we're talking about going into something that's not really meta. Because they just don't have that I don't know, man, that communication, that synergy. They don't seem to be in sync whenever they're in the Land of Dawn. So is that the solution they might try? Just 5 aggressive picks, see what happens. Anyways, because at that point, right, rather than force something that's not really working, might as well try something that might not work as well, but works somehow, I guess.
Just the watch list, of course, Light or Finn. If you talk about Light, number 1, average KDA for a roamer. But for Finn, it feels like he's more behind in terms of the statistics. But again, statistics are just statistics. But there is something that Coach Do has said. If Finn plays, Bigatron's communication will run more smoothly. As a roamer, communication is very important. Perhaps Light still has some language barriers. Do you agree with what Coach Do says? Mirko, especially as a Bigatron fan.
from what I've heard in the mic checks, I don't think the communication issue is a problem anymore. It's just more of like how they are synced together. Because Light plays in a very different way, Finn plays in more of a BTR way. So I'll agree on that point. I think Finn does suit BTR a bit more. They like to go with the risky picks, but also consistently the roamer needs to be the sacrificial lamb. A lot of times we see Finn do that and take that role. That's why his average KDA is pretty bad. But for Light, he's much more of a roamer that doesn't want to die. He wants to find quick games, clean games, and unfortunately the rest of the team isn't really known for that. You know, they're not clean gaming. They're BTR. This is it's Luke. When you have Luke as a captain, you don't want to go for the clean games. What you want is you want to go and fight and skirmish and out-mechanic your opponents. So it really depends. Like for BTR, for the longest time here, we saw it. When they get their comfort picks, they do really well because, again, all they want to do is brawl. And when you want to brawl and out-mechanic your opponents, it's great when you have comfort picks. I think the win con we were talking about for Na'Vi could be placed down for BTR if they want to win. They got to be more structured. They got to stop playing this crazy MLBB when it's unnecessary. Like sometimes it is. Maybe when you're up against RQ and match point, you need to go a little bit local to beat them. But if you're here, just get some free points, you know, get some points in, play normal MLBB, and try to snowball from the start, play clean.
Talking about clean, Aman is the definition of clean. Basically, as a marksman, he wins the lanes, but he plays far back. So at least, you know, they have that insurance in the hands of Aman. But speaking of Na'Vi, I don't know. What do you think stands out for Na'Vi, Arashi? Because if we talk about RRQ, they have Sutsujin, back then they had Skylar, now they have Edok, insane player for Bigatron. It's Aman with his consistency. For Na'Vi, what is it aside from being winless?
Well, back then they had Cars, right? We talked about how Cars was such a big factor. He was able to have so much impact from the EXP lane, but now he's no longer in the EXP lane. He's from a position where he can dictate things. He's put to a position that enables. Now that's great, and I think that his instincts serves him well when it comes to engaging, when it comes to finding moments for sure. But afterwards, when he finds those moments, what happens, right? Unfortunately, I don't think the rest of the team are ready or are coordinated enough to actually take advantage of his plays anyways. So that's exactly why we were so confused when we saw him moved over to the wrong position. Because we knew that he has impact in that lane independently, and now he's forced to kind of adjust and serve the benefit of the whole team, whereas the whole team is kind of new.
That's true. I mean, we had this conversation multiple times. Cars was seen and touted as one of the best XP laners in MPL ID. Now that he has shifted to roam, it feels like he's an average roamer in MPL ID. Even worse, under average sometimes.
Yeah, I agree with that assessment. Below average roamer. He's been, oh man, it's crazy to say this because again, Cars, we love Cars here on the desk, but
we do.
I think he might just be, right now, statistically the worst roamer, right? Obviously Hanafi has that, but it's the same team, so we can't really compare both of them. Cars is really good on Kalea, and that's the only pick I see him do well on the chip. On the other picks, again, that require coordination, everyone on the team looks like the worst. Maybe except for Shiva, because Shiva is actually doing well and he's playing his role.
Yeah.
I don't know what the idea was in the 3-week break that they had, but for some reason the solution to a big problem they had in the first 3 weeks was to move Cars from XP to roam. That ain't a solution. That is another question. That is another problem that they're gonna have to solve.
And the math doesn't check out. It's not negative times negative becomes positive like that. Exactly. You can't just do that and expect the problems to go away. Now it just seems like there's more problems, and now the things that made them at least somewhat stable are no longer in the picture.
Here.
So you get really confused because they're still switching out members too.
What was the problem for Na'Vi first 3 weeks?
Jungle.
Okay.
Jungle.
So what's the solution?
Exactly. There's a solution to move the XP and to
the wrong position.
It's like your engine's broken and you get new tires.
Wow. I feel like they're on their wits' end because they had two junglers. Ether, Washipol, they tried interchanging.
I don't even know who's better.
That's true because they're both like on par.
And none of them have been given time to develop because they constantly swap.
Yeah. And what you do next is, you know, changing. undoubtedly one of your best players to roam. I mean, back then they had two standout players. They had Sive, they had Cars. Two win cons that they could really funnel into. But now it's only one.
Now it's
only
one.
Sive. Ex-Bigatron, by the way.
And it's rough because again we've seen Sive have some pretty good like stats so far.
Yeah.
And that's with a team that's not really doing so well. So there's definitely potential there. So if anything, they might try and draft for him. I think that's something they can try and do.
I mean, they have to bank on something great for Bigatron Esports. Luke, Annabelle Moreno, and Light. Light is going to play in place of Finn.
Chahyo!
Chahyo!
Chahyo making an appearance here. Unfortunately, our own Chahyo isn't on duty today. But this is going to be Bigatron coming in. Technically in full force still with Light. This is a combination that has performed well before, and against Na'Vi, it shouldn't be any different.
It's again a problem that, oh, Moreno with a smoochy face. All right. The Red Robots coming in with flair, with Chahyo Light in the lineup. Bigatron Esports.
I like that swagger that Moreno has. And of course, the players of Bigatron still 5 hair, all red for their hairs.
Yeah, that's kind of funny because it was fading out and we were making jokes like, hey, their performance is dipping as well. They got a retouch, and they did.
And now for Na'Vi, winless.
Okay.
But still looking to get their first ever victory. Bikushai, Washipol, X-Magic, Cars, and Shive. How will they fare against Bigatron Esports today?
2 XBTRs deployed up against BTR. Shive, Washipol.
Oh my god.
Is it going to be enough? Na'Vi Nation, let me hear you in the chat. Let me hear you in the crowd. Give it up for Na'Vi.
Smooth coordination right there, spreading onto the stage.
Just like glue.
Just like who?
Glue.
Just like
spread.
Just like glue. It seems they can kind of manage that kind of consistency up against Bigatron. It's gonna be a tall order for sure. This is a team that was number 2 in the standings. But they have a shot to try and make something of a statement at least, to tell the people that there is hope.
Whoa!
There is something to be relied on for the next
Oh my god.
stage. Whoa, hang on a second.
Ladies and gentlemen, E2 Max will not be deployed today.
Theo Nile.
It'll be Coach Theo Nile with Tazi.
And of course, Aldo and Raiden for Na'Vi. And back to their name, Na'Vi, Natus Vincere, born to win. But so far still winless. I feel like that's a burden that they have to carry up to this stage. Not the best first year.
Did you just say Natus Vincere, realize?
Natus Vincere.
I haven't heard that in a while. Oh my god.
Yeah, I think I heard it. We're supposed to. And you know what? You know how when you're in trouble, your parents use your full name?
Yeah.
Exactly.
Does that sign realize they are in, well, the problem's gone already. Like, I mean, unfortunately, even if they win here, if they win all the remaining games, they're out of playoff contention. This is just more of a, let's go, let loose. And is Cars going to be let loose? Will Cars play a car in this game? Because Johnson...
Please.
Hey,
Johnson.
Come on, we talked about this.
Yeah.
There's nothing left to lose.
Exactly.
Just go with the...
Go with the flow.
Go with the flow.
Okay.
Funky picks.
Cars, we believe in you.
Come on, Cars.
Go with the car.
His #1 roamer unique hero here at 12. We'll see if he brings in something crazy. If it's not the car, I wonder what else really fits his reputation, his nickname.
If it's not the car, I hope he goes back to XP. I'm not even joking. Like, he's really good in XP, dude.
Yeah. I think he goes something like a Benedetta or something, you know, going back to the aggressive style, brings in a Paquito. I mean, we haven't seen it, it's not meta, but if he performs well on it, that's kind of crazy.
Horashi, relax.
Yeah.
We saw Onyx do that. Kyrie, utility jungle, Benedetta in XP. Can't Cars do that? Like, what would you call Aether, play Fredrin, stay in the jungle, let me do the hard lifting, right? Let me and Mr. Shive, President Man, do the hard lifting. But now, because he's roam, he can't.
He can't.
Maybe he'll pick up a carry roam. He'll pick up the
Amasha.
The Saver.
Saver?
Yo, actually,
yeah.
It's pretty bad, but I like it.
Damage, bro. It's all about the damage.
The damage. Chahyo, though.
Chahyo?
In your picture.
Look at
his
him
name is
warming
Light
up.
for a reason. He engages so fast, the speed of light, that his friends are there to back him up. So
I mean, have we explained to the audience why his nickname is Cahyo?
So, ladies and gentlemen, light in Bahasa Indonesia is cahaya.
Cahaya.
But because I guess he hasn't been performing that well, people have been calling him Cahyo.
Cahyo.
An Indonesian name, not Cahaya as in light.
Cahyo is like a...
Cahyo is an Indonesian name.
An Indonesian
it's
name,
literally
yeah.
Shepard's name.
Shepard's name.
Shepard's real name is Cahyo.
Cahyo.
We're
And so
doxing
is
him.
light.
All right. 1% difference here, or 1.01% difference in the first and second pick, Mirko. What do you think about this?
Hey,
Is that 1.01%? Gotta be critical in ensuring a dominant performance here for Bigatron.
Hey, at this point, you go with the flow, Rashi.
Go with the flow.
Go with the flow. There ain't you. I don't know, just go with the flow, man.
At this point, whenever the response begins with A,
hey,
you know it's about to be an A time.
Look at Navi. 20% on their first pick, second pick. 15.79%, under 50%, by the way.
Yikes.
Are they the only team to have, like, both under 50% win rates in both sides?
Oh, I'm not sure. I think Dewa might be pretty close.
Ah, Dewa, yeah. What about them?
I don't remember it, you know, I don't remember the exact numbers, but I assume that's the case. But I wonder again, if you are the architect, if you are D.O. himself, Big Doe, D.O., what's the idea here? He's known for crazy things. He hasn't been that crazy. Is it time to let loose?
Well,
hey,
please, let loose.
Fundamentals, man, fundamentals. I'll start with fundamentals.
Fundamentals.
I don't know what that means, but you know what it, yeah.
All right, drafting phase. Presented by the official tournament smartphone, Samsung Galaxy S25 series. And wherein we see Kakashi right there taken out, and Chip also banned. So no Haya, no Chip. But here it says Tazi as the main coach. So is Tazi's gonna be the one to draft?
I guess so.
that's an interesting situation there. Have we seen Tazi being the main drafter before?
MDL, BTR female lady.
For MPL?
This season.
This season, no.
Right.
Okay. Oh, this season MDL.
No, but not for
not
MPL.
no.
Because I haven't seen it before, so I'm interested to see the thought process, the options that she will explore here. Meanwhile, after the Hayabusa and the Lo Yi, Do himself has taken out the Chip and the Harriet. So far, pretty standard.
Yeah, two strong picks for Bigatron, obviously. Chip in the hands of Light. You know what he likes to do with the Chip and the Harriet as well. A staple pick for Aman. Meanwhile, for Bigatron, the Haya taken out, the Lo Yi as well, just tries to decline any possible global impacts that the Lo Yi does have.
Okay. Interesting. All right. I think their time here, both teams, and thinking of the right option right now. So far, for Bigatron, I'm not sure what they even want to respect from Na'Vi. They still go for the Fanny. I think Washer Paul might still pop off on it potentially, but we'll have to see.
But is Washer Paul that feared though with his Fanny?
I don't personally think so. I see the expression,
Hey.
Mirko.
Hey, what you trying to say, Mirko?
Just go with the flow,
Go with
man.
the flow.
Don't think about it too much.
Alright.
Gotta go with the flow, bro.
Go with the flow. Serves up, brothers.
Hey. But by the way, off the record, look at the Na'Vi Nation. They're still here cheering for the team.
Wow.
What do you mean off the record? Like, we're on broadcast, bro.
I mean, like, they can't really see the Na'Vi Nation, so...
This guy's trying to get out of the broadcast.
Well, let's see. Final ban.
Ranger.
Granger banned out. The Joy left open. Can be, should be first pick, right? Or is it going to be Juice In?
Yeah, Juicin is an obvious pick. It's basically wide open, so Bigatron could pick it up, but Eve as well is there. If Bigatron does pick up the Juicin. Hey!
Na'Vi Nation!
Hey! Where's the Bigatron? Where's the Bigat Troopers?
Mirko!
Mirko, come on, man.
Hey.
Do better.
Na'Vi are the best team in the world.
They are.
Of course they're going to get this.
Wait,
They
that's
are.
ridiculous. The Bigat Troopers.
Wait,
are
no,
one
no,
of
no.
They're one of the more well-known like fan bases.
Are they calling out the foreign Na'Vi nations? You know?
Oh, is this just for the English stream? Is that it?
I am not sure. I don't know.
That's crazy, though.
Yeah.
The Bigat Troopers outnumbered by the Na'Vi Nation. You
Even
weren't
in the building,
expecting
by the
to
way.
see it.
in the building too.
But come on, Arashi, what's a trooper against a nation, right?
Exactly.
I mean, how can you maintain that nation without troopers?
Hey, good overview, but back to the draft. The Kalea taken, and they have the Joy and the Kimi picked up both for Walshy Paul and for Shive, but again, this Kimi could still be flexed.
Right, now with the Kimi, I do wonder, what picks would you say would be good to counter the Kimi? This is quite the fresh new pick. We've seen it rise in popularity. It's also great because it can be flexed to the mid lane or the gold lane. And so far, we haven't really seen a hard counter.
Thinking of something like a gap close really fast against the Kimi.
Like an assassin, basically?
Yeah.
Makes sense. But Professor KB, if I recall correctly here, I'm gonna quote, but if I recall correctly, he mentioned, Kimi, it's Lolita time.
Lolita?
Just bounce everything back.
Oh my god, they're gonna go Fredrin and Varsa. I don't think I would think about that when going up against the Kimi, but hey, this is BTR's way. Their ninja way. As the Kacha comes in.
Okay. I mean, you have disruption when the airstrike does come in from Farsa. You have the AOG to escape.
And welcome back guys, muli kami nagbabalik. Series 2 naman, BTR versus Navi. Quick update.
Ano?
Sa mga nagdaang laban, Vamos na 2-0 ng Homeboys sa MPL Malaysia. Well, wala na namang bago na 2-0 nga sila kahapon ng Todak.
Top 8 yan
top 2 pa yung Vamos pero hindi na ngayon. Next on the list is CFU Gaming po ang unang makakakuha ng MPL tuloy, MSC slot dahil sila ang kampiyon ng MPL Cambodia. Looking good.
Looking good
ang drop. Fredrin Parsa Kalea, tapos Joy, Kimi, Gatot para sa Navi. Ganda ng drop ng Navi. Pero, real to ka, ganda nga ng drop ng Navi.
Oo nga eh. No joke.
Wala, hindi naman ako sanay mag-joke eh.
Pero kahapon kasi, ganito rin sila. Ang ganda ng draft nila, tapos execution.
Onyx naman yun.
Sa bagay.
Ito BTR.
Sa bagay.
Tapos wala pa si Etomac.
Tapos wala pa si Finn.
Light in. Mahirap pa naman pag lights on and lights in.
Nako nga.
Hati ang buhok ni Light.
Kaya red na red yung buhok ni Light, oh.
Para siyang yung kalaban ng Malawin.
Sino ulit yun?
Yung mga pula yung buhok.
Kamukha niya si Perea ng Encantadia. Galing no? Nakapag-adjust din si Light sa bahasa.
Ay, syempre naman. Parang malabaloy na rin yan.
Feeling ko magiging local na rin yan sa BTR. Unless, maging mas maganda talaga yung
fluent
performance.
na sa bahasa yan.
Tingnan mo yung binan nila, pre, oh. Si ano lang, Eman. May Moscow pa yan. Agawin nyo na kayo. Ay, hindi.
Hindi. Pwede pa mag-ano yan eh. Pwede pa mag-Claude. Claude ni Eman. Ay! Nilabas na yung hiling. Terizla, ilang ano ko na yung Sabi ko, ilabas nyo eh.
Ilabas nyo na ang aming Christmas bonus. +1 lang ang Nabi. Please naman.
Tapos tinusiro ng Navi, no?
Ha?
Tinusiro ng Navi.
Huwag naman.
Malabo ba? Malabo?
2-0 Navi, malabo. Pero, depende sa EF ng hangin sa BTR.
Pwedeng gamitin ni Eman. Claude, kailangan nilang damager eh. Walang damage yung jungle nila eh. Hirap ata, Terizla eh. Tsaka Kimi. Bubugbugin siya. Beatrix! Ay, Bea, Kalea, ano nga pala to? Tapos Arlot. Hindi ba kulangan? Ay, hindi, may parsa naman.
May parsa sila. Kaya. Pero, ang lakas sa burst ng Navi.
Ano to, boss? Old match-up, Arlot versus Terizla.
Oo nga.
Dating match-up yan.
Bumabalik ngayon yung mga set na
What's up, Mashap?
Kailangan nila dito ng... Feeling ko suko niya na yung Kimi mid na yan. Sabi sa'yo eh, Moscow tong Navi.
Taas kamay na. So, Kimi mid na nga to.
Kailangan nila ng extra damage, pre.
Kimi dayo na nga para sa Navi.
Gagi, ang ganda ng drop ng Navi.
Mas gusto ko rin naman yan sa
Sa BTR.
Sa BTR.
Pero okay lang, palagables lang yun sa Navi, pre. Sa lahat ng mga sorry.
Tingnan
natin kung sorry, ha?
Tingnan natin kung sorry.
Tingnan natin kung...
Sorry or worry.
Sorry or worry. Yun lang yun.
The red hair versus the black hair. Yun lang yan.
Yeah.
Pula. Pula versus itim.
Hindi, pula. Red versus yellow.
Sakto pa nga yung buhok ni Eman doon sa gamit niya, Bea.
Oo nga, no. Ganda nung ano talaga. CGI sa ano?
Siyempre.
Sa MPL ID.
Mapira ang Indonesia. Maraming sponsor, maraming event. May NBA nga sa kanila eh.
Oo nga, no. Natapos na rin yung collab na yun.
Meron
no?
silang parang ano yung GoPay. Di ba parang Gcash Maya yan sa ano sa atin. Diba? Sa atin walang ganun.
Oo nga, no. Ba't kaya wala?
Imagine meron tayong ganun. Feeling ko mas matataas yan.
Oo. Hindi, kasi ano na eh, smart na eh. Yung sa atin eh. Feeling ko pag ganun, dapat Maya ang ano.
Maya, pwede Maya dyan. Ibon mang may Maya.
Ibon lang ang may mayang lumipad. Okay. X-Magic being very aggressive mga idolords ha.
Teres lang. Paano kaya first performance niya dito sa game number 1?
Hero ba yan ni BQ?
Hindi ko alam eh. Ngayon lang kasi nilabas ng ano yun eh. Nakagulat lang na nilabas uli. Tingnan natin kung panglabas ba talaga yung Teresla o pantago na.
Grabe yung Nabi oh.
Aggressive sila ah. Sila yung parang nagtatapang dito ah.
Alam kasi nila na late game spike pa yung BTR eh.
Early wala pa masyado eh. Baka first objective nga, Navi ang makakuha kung sakali mamaya.
Uy, Annabelle. Ano pa naman to? Parang soft counter yung Kimi ngayon sa ano eh. Sa Predrin.
Soft boss?
Soft counter. 3.5 juta. Claim, pakay, code, voucher, S25 MPL.
Yep, tama.
BTR, let's see ha.
Wala pa rin patayan. First turtle pa talaga
First
yun na
turtle
hantay
pa.
natin dyan.
Ayun
And
na.
speaking of, sino yung unang mabibigyan? Nakapag-flicker out naman yung Teresla pero it means wala nang flicker.
Wala nang Teresla.
Penalty zone. Yan, naalala pa.
Walang Teresla sa sa first turtle team fight.
Wala nang flicker.
Pero kayang ano yan eh. Kayang Magic ni X-Magic yan eh.
Pero pag bumabad si Annabelle dyan, secure niya yan.
Oo.
Pred rin yan eh. Hindi, bigay na boss. Invade na lang si Washipol ng red.
Rekta agad sila sa red oh. Alam nila. Ay, huli pa ata si Washibon. Pero lamang pa rin Nobi. What?
Sagot.
Ayun na. Bumalik na.
Bilis kasi mag-farm ng mga hero nila. Lalo na yung si Washipol. And mukhang pwede pa mabigyan si Luke. Makakapag-flicker out naman pero it means madedelay siya ng XP dito. They will go for cars. Kaso makunat yan boss. May revitalize pa yan. Kayo pa kami madadali dyan. Pumasok pa si Luke. Look.
Ako, patay ka. Na first blood ka tuloy.
Masyado kang malalim boss. Wala ka ng flicker doon. Masyado kang nagtapang.
Yung maganda sa uy, bakit nandiyan si si pangalan niya, si X-Ib. Si Ibe.
Ay, naka 2-0 lahat sa BTR. Tapos yung iba dasal na emoji.
Kulit na ito ni Mirko talaga kahit kailan.
Ay, may naka 2-0 Nabi oh. Boom! Wala, tanggal ang kunat sa marami.
Matik yun sa ganun eh.
Matik na ba yun?
Pag nabuhat ni Kalea dito. Lalo si Cars. Again guys, itong lineup ng BTR, palitan mo lang si Annabelle, gawin mo lang Suyo.
Sa BTR?
Oo, para ganito yung ginawa ng Onyx sa TLPH eh.
Yung Kalea Bea talaga, yan eh. Pumalit na sa yan eh. Cho Bea eh.
Oo.
Yun na yung bagong combo eh. Pero dikit pa rin yung laban Parang rin to Nabi. Omega Twisted Minds.
Ay! What?
May something.
47% Nabi.
Pero looking good.
Okay
Gusto ng mga yan. Gusto ng mga tropahan yan. Dikit. BTR tas Nabi. What? Kadalasan nakikita natin 80% sa kalaban, 20% sa Navi.
Kahapon siguro sa Onyx. Pag yellow versus yellow siguro, boss. Mamaya, sakit na nito ni X-Magic. Uy.
Dalawa pa kamo yung mag-hit sa kanila. Ayun
kuna.
lang. Sinalo nila yung grenade bombardment and upriser at X-Magic.
Patay rin to.
May purify. Oy! Ayan na naman si... Look.
Anong sense nung Nabilog na yun.
Parang ano, slow.
Okay, medyo 1K na po ang kalamangan ng Team BTR. So, let's see mga kaibigan kung kaya nilang kaya nilang buhatin.
1K na, boss?
1K na, 1K ako na.
Sana all may 1K.
Mapasabi rin ako ng sana all.
Sana all, sana true.
Sana all. Tung.
Sahur.
Nabi. Sana mabombardino krokodilo nyo tong BTR. Kanina na bombardino krokodilo ng
Ng Geek Fam
Ng
Ng
Geek
Geek
Fam,
Fam, no?
oo.
Baka nabi, it's last day na ng week 7
Uy, low.
Ayun na, tumalon. Nabuhat, grenade bombardment. Boss, wala ka ng purify doon. Nagamit niya na kasi yung purify niya kanina and it's go time.
Uy, nabuhay po.
AOG lang. Space daw, space para kay Shibe. Space lang para sa Moscow.
Wala ka.
Ayun no. Wash it, Paul. Wash it out. Galit pala yung BTR dito, boss.
Bakit?
2 sa mga miyembro ng Nabi galing BTR.
Awe ba?
Oo.
Dapat babawi yung
Si
Nabi.
Cars, tsaka sino? Nakalimutan ko isa
Sino?
Cars.
Baka sa X-Magic galing din.
Worshipful ata. Pero balay mo.
Si Annabelle, saan ba galing team dati yan?
Annabelle, Onyx.
Akala ko Ibos.
Nakalimutan ko na rin.
Grabe
Ayun na naman, saktong-sakto na naman yung combo. Dat pala nila, tinatago na yung Terisla.
Uy, pero nakapatay yung Nakapatay yung Moskov. Pero si Eman, sitting 404. And the lead just blows to 3.3K. So, not good sign for Navi.
Hindi maganda nangyayari para sa kanila. Lalo na mag-i-snowball tong si Eman. Paano mo nga naman daw pipigilan si Eman mamaya?
Ayun nga.
Kailangan makatalon ni nung Terisla.
Kailangan ka mo, kailangan matalunan ng Terisla, kailangan ma-AOG.
Dapat ata sa sa Navi, tago na nila yung mga ganyang hero.
Oo. Tignan mo si Annabelle, wala siyang takot Ganda kasi nung Kalea pick. Feeling ko dapat yan yung binan kaysa yung
Parang yan ang prayo ng BTR. May mga may mga iba't ibang team na may prayo silang hero. Geek Fam, prayo nila Zushin. BTR, prayo nila Kalea. Para sa RQ, Suyo ata. Pero eto na naman yung combo!
Ay,
Na-purify. Yun naman ang masama para sa BTR kasi gamit na kagad nila yung 2 resources nila. Uy, teka, yung sniper. Tinututok.
Ang kunot nyo
Revitalize, boss Kaso wala na silang revitalize. Ay, may ginagawa nga palang plano si Shibe.
Ano?
Ayun, 1-0 na siya, boss. So, kanina pa siya segue. It
Yun
means
nga
yung gold niyan. Ang totally gap lang talaga, yung mid lane XP. Pero yung gold lane nakakasabay.
Oo. Tsaka hindi, feeling ko may slight advantage lang sa Eman.
Oo.
Kasi
ma-advance ka na naman.
Oo, kailangan Kailangan.
Ayaw mo ako sabayan.
Hindi, sasabayan kita. Ang kailangan kasi ng Nabi talaga, kumbaga.
Manalo.
Hindi, yung parang yung...
Ay, hindi kailangan manalo.
Hindi, kailangan manalo. Sa game 1, kailangan nila ng side lane.
Ayun na, Moscow.
Side lane prowess talaga.
Pero ang problem kasi, yung lineup ng Nabi, pag nagsa-side lane si Shibe, hindi nila kaya yung yung 4v5 na lineup ng BTR.
Real-time victory rate, 69%. BTR. Ba't ang baba pa rin sa BTR? Sabagay, may late game potential pa paling Nabi.
Ano kasi, boss Moscow, kasi ito?
Moscow Kimi. Sabagay, didelete lang yan si Eman mamaya
Madikitan lang ni Worshipful. Tapos matamaan ng SOD.
Kaso kasi ang problema lang ng Nabi dito, instant -1 kasi agad.
Tsaka bago yung mangyari yun, kailangan muna nila, ang dami nilang dapat dapat pasukin muna. Kailangan nilang makalagpas dito kay Luke, kay Annabelle, kay Light. 3 bouncer yung lineup ng BTR.
Kaya nga.
Ngayon wala pa kayong pang-sustain and another combo. Burado. Yung Terisla, boss.
Wala, nahihirapan yung Terisla talaga.
Hindi ata pang Terisla pick.
Anong score niya na? 1-4-1?
Feeling ko okay dito sa lineup ng Navi sana. Xborg. Hindi na Terisla. Kasi isipin mo mabuhat mo man yung Xborg, buhay siya, panigurado kasi may Piraga armor.
Tsaka, Hindi, feeling ko rin malulugi rin pre sa poke.
Hindi,
Maubos
okay
din
lang
yung
siguro
Piraga
yun.
armor.
Parang ang gagawin mo lang talaga pronta lang para hindi ikaw yung ano eh, buhatin eh. Hindi yung mga ibang hero mo eh.
Sa bagay.
Ibang kakampi nyo eh. Tingnan mo, ngayon lang ako na parang ano ng ganito na 10 minutes wala pang Holy Crystal yung ano.
Yung Joy, no?
Yung Joy.
Nahirapan din kasi
So sila King Kong yan, ano yan, saglit lang yan, may ano kagad yan.
Oo, siguro kapag luging-lugi talaga mga 9 minutes. Kasi mas ipaprayo nila yung farm eh. Iba din kasi talaga yung ano?
Iba rin.
Yung farm na itong BTR.
First inhibitor tower nakuha na ng BTR. Will they go for another one? Siya na naman, boss.
Si BQ, aray! Isa ka pa!
Aray ko po, 1-5.
Pang!
1-5-1 ka na.
Pang! Ay, gusto ko.
Burado, tinamaan Renner long shot. Pagbagsak, patay. Wakak, pakak, ganun ang nangyari kay ano?
Deleted.
Kay Cars?
Deleted, boss madam.
Lights in nga pala. Combo nga pala to ng dalawang Pinoy. Si Light tsaka si Eman.
Tapos na to? Tapos na? GG.
Nabura yung ano dun.
GG.
Nabura si Lights.
Uy.
Hindi, po-focus na lang to eh. Ay! Hindi nila pinokus ng Nexus? Tumagal pa. Giving life.
Munti ka na si Eman dun, min. May bounty siya eh.
9-0 yan, boss. Talagang magsiswing yung gold niyan. Kimi Moskov ba naman yan?
Hindi pwede yun.
Wala, nagano sila. Nilaro. Hindi nila init pa yung Nexus Tower.
GG na yun eh. Isang hit na lang yung kay Eman eh.
Kahit nga si Moreno yung mag-hit nun, tapos yan eh. Ang masama pa nun, pag nakambak sila dahil lang dun.
Oo.
Gusto mo yan?
Sino?
Comeback.
Yung Nabi?
Oo.
Ngayon? Oo. Gusto ko yan. Basta ganyan. Pero tingnan natin guys kasi again, kahit sabihin na nating okay, nakahinga konti yung Navi, still mahirap pa rin makabawi sa gantong ano.
Kailangan nila talaga maabot to si Eman.
Oo.
Tingnan mo si kanina, Cars, pag AOG niya, pagbagsak, wakak, pakak.
Deleted siya sa ano no?
Renner long shot. Sniper ni Eman.
Yun yung problema nila dito. Feeling ko dapat maging...
Uy, ano yun? Ano yun?
Bakit?
Pinay na slash yung minion wave?
Feeling ko dapat maging super duper prayo talaga si Eman.
Kailangan sobrang
dapat wala na silang pakialam kay kay Moreno tsaka kay Annabel.
Sobrang ingat. Sobrang ganda ng position ni Eman dapat.
Free Lord na naman
kasi
to.
Once mamatay si Eman, pantay na to. Kaso Lord, nakuha. Wala, may pandepensa naman sila. Moskov Kimi naman yan.
Kimi no tori ko ni mata sina. Uy, sakit na
Holy Crystal na ata to sa X-Magic. Tapos glowing wand.
Kaya pala eh. Medyo masakit na nga talaga.
And Worshipful, for sure naman may Holy Crystal na rin yan.
Actually kanina pa. Pag nabuo niya dito yung yung deadly, yung wings, yung blood wings, magiging delikado pa BTR dito.
Parang ganun yung ng Navi. Panel na lang siguro nila yung Moscow. 4-0 si Shibi
Kaya nga eh.
At nagkaroon tayo ng internet problem.
Loading screen.
Saan ba yan? Sa atin nata, no? Check mo nga, Rekdi.
Sa atin yan, sa atin.
Ayan. Okay na yan. Nagkaroon na ng konting aberya.
Pero feeling ko tapos na to. Uy, Worshipful, ang lalim mo
Pero 4-0 yung Moscow, boss.
Uy.
Ay, pag napitas to.
Ay, wala. GG.
Ikaw pa yung nawala. Siya sana yung pang-backline eh.
Ikaw sa... nahuli pa. Daming pang set ng BTR.
Uy, teka, wala na si Light. Kaso wala
na,
boss.
Wala na, GG.
Hindi kaya ni Moscow mag-isa.
Mali pa yung inuna niya.
Sayang, nung ganda sana ng stats ng Moscow. 5-0, 6-0 ata yun.
Oo.
Wakakak, pakak, ganun na nangyari mga boss. Nagtagumpay ang pula.
Pulahan ang tropahan.
Pula laban sa itim para sa ating game number 1 ng series number 2. BTR po ang makakauna against Navi.
Navi Swan.
Ano ba sa tingin mo? Outdrafted ba or nadaan sa pindutan?
Sa pindutan.
Pindutan kasi okay naman yung drop nila, no? Parang nadali sila dun sa early na nag-snowball yung combo ni Light tsaka ni Emma.
Pero feeling ko kung game 2, feeling ko ban nyo Kalea. Tanggalan nyo si Light ng hero na ano.
Kasi nagkaka-error siya pag ano eh. Nagkaka-error siya pag Cho tsaka Johead eh.
Oo. Di, mas malakas siya dun.
Hindi yung Johead niya, ang dami niyang error pag Johead siya.
Mas marami siya error pag high loss, gatot.
Oh. Pero that's it para sa ating game number 1, series number 2. Kami ang inyong kasama, Broky and Tokwa. Magbabalik kami para sa game 2. Titingnan natin kung aabot ba tayo ng series, game 3 or tatapusin na to ng BTR. Okay, mga wala, magbabalik kami sa JustML.
The pose that they do whenever BTR win. Well, whenever they lose, it's this, I think. Or
what?
Yeah, they have.
But it feels like it's the Ronaldo celebration, you know?
Yeah, he's a Ronaldo fan. He yells
he is.
a lot. Yeah.
This.
But,
I like
oh
this.
man.
But the only thing Navi's doing is like,
oh man.
their chest beating.
Let's look at the bright side. At least DJY's got some competition now.
I see. Wow. Has he played a single match?
No, he is the demon in the back rows, right?
Zetsuna. Basically Zetsuna.
The god on the bench. The bench god. If we have the god in the jungle and a god in the gold lane, we have the god on the bench.
Shout out DJY. Might try
one.
playing for Navi. Who knows? You got a shot.
Maybe.
But yeah, look at
They
this
need a jungler.
They do. And he's good at Fanny as well, right? DJY?
Yo, you're right.
See?
He's good at Fanny. He's good at Ling, allegedly, I think.
Is it disrespectful to compare a pro player to DJY? Because he's a pro player too, technically now.
Yeah.
DJY is
He's a different kind of
pro
pro player.
And he plays Fanny.
That's true.
How good is Fanny, though?
How good is his Fanny?
Very good.
Which player in the scene do you compare him to?
I'd compare him to Kyrie.
Fabian.
Fabian.
Excuse me.
Yeah. He's as good, dude.
He is that good.
Is Fabian undefeated in MPL Malaysia? Actually, he is. So, yeah, never mind. Like, because he hasn't played there.
Yeah.
But so hasn't DJY is also undefeated. So, same
Exactly.
stats.
Aye. For Navi, it's about just coming back from their mistakes because if we take a look at this replay, or the crucial moments, you can see how much damage Bigatron had from the get-go.
Yeah, I feel like, honestly, if I was in Navi's shoes, I wouldn't go for a front to back in a situation like this. You can see that every single time they dive in, the damage, dude, the spray down, this man just completely gunned them down.
Yep. MVP player of the game, presented by the official tournament smartphone, Samsung Galaxy S25 series. And man,
Bargain Hunter, man. And you know why he went Bargain Hunter. He got full items in 13.
Was looking for a bargain. Definitely found it. Man, again, all the way in the early game, Luke got over-aggressive. But aside from that, it was just full control from Bigatron. They have the better engage tools to pick off. They have the better deterrent tools to stop the other members from following up. And they have a good combination of burst damage and AoE from both the Parsa and the Beatrix. Not to mention different kinds of damage, physical and magical. So any kind of frontline presence that you were expecting from Navi just wasn't available at all. And when the Droid comes in, you have to remember the Droid is no longer immune to crowd control. You get immediately deleted here. I feel like the only real way for Navi to find anything is to dive towards that backline. Use the flickers, use everything, right? Get to the backline, let Washer Paul decimate the backline, and that's the only way they can win. If they can take Eman out, if they can stop Moreno.
Oh, it was a Renner. Okay.
Man, what is that damage, dude?
so much layers.
Here. Bonk, bonk, bonk. Wait. Oh,
Is it?
Okay, he gets a shot down.
Look at this.
Wow. Half HP! See, see, that's why I was like, whoa, that's actually a lot of damage.
I'm surprised it works like that. It doesn't get cancelled.
No, the ult can't get cancelled.
The Appraiser's Wrath. Yep. The Appraiser's Wrath just comes through.
Oh, once again, Washer Paul. Ooh, more like Washer gone.
Oh man, they don't do that to my boy right there.
I was about to say something, but I'll keep it for later.
It just got deleted, bro.
Yeah.
There's no two ways about it.
Shibe?
Yeah. I mean, dude, again, the backliners were alive from Navi, but at that point, like, what's the point? What were they supposed to do when the rest of the team has already been decimated?
Dude, 5-0 and 1.
That's your boy. Hey.
I mean, Shive was doing his best. And the Moskov can't even split push at that point because Bigatron were everywhere around the map and they had so much pressure, so much control. And Avi, they can't even escape the trenches. They had to stay in the base, that to just receive the smacking that Bigatron gave them. So, nice try.
See, I was talking about how Na'Vi, they might want to use the wave control and then later on, use it to stall the game and then use the Moskov to split push. But I did mention that Bigatron, if you don't have the right precautions, the right kind of screening to deal with his team, you can see that Annabelle, Luke, Light, they were just making plays left and right, no concern whatsoever. They don't even need Eman and Moreno immediately available in the area. They can just go in and then wait for Moreno and Eman to participate from downtown.
Yep. So, Mr. Arashi, what's the solution? Do they get another XP laner from MDL and then they move Becky Shy to roam?
What?
Is this?
If it didn't work once, who's to say it won't work twice?
I don't know about that. I feel like
the first time was so nice I had to do it twice. They can pull an AJ here.
Uh-huh. I'm not sure if they want to repeat this kind of performance twice, though. The main question here. There's still one game to go, but it's already looking so bleak for Na'Vi, dude.
Usually it's the 1-0 power spike for Na'Vi, right?
Is it?
1-0 power spike?
Yeah, 1-0 power spike. They get good in the second game and then that's it.
Oh, man.
Is that a thing?
I think it is, isn't it?
I'm not sure myself, but what would you say, realize? Help him realize something.
Put cars back.
In?
XP.
Gold. XP.
Gold?
He was a gold laner
lane.
before.
Yeah, that's true, but
Put
like...
him back in the gold lane.
No, but like, Chive is already as good.
I agree.
So, yeah.
Gold. XP, yeah.
I miss
Hanafi. Come on.
Paquitos.
My goat Hanafi.
Hanafi, you have to come back. Don't let Na'Vi sink down deep. How many games left do they have? Total of 3?
Hanafi?
No, I mean like Na'Vi.
They still have to go up
7?
against... Oh, dude,
8,
you know what their last match is? You know what the last match of the season is?
What?
RRQ versus Na'Vi.
Oh my god.
I checked it last night. That's the final match of the season. It'll be the battle of heaven and hell.
And imagine, they're able to win.
Told y'all.
Told you.
Never doubt.
And when they win, they'll still keep cars in Rome.
They still what?
Still keep cars in Rome.
See, it works.
It works. Trust the process.
I told you.
Well, we're gonna have an interview with Alyssa up on stage. So of course, while we wait, Alyssa, take it away.
Ada apa sih emangnya caster di sini? Ada apa sih di sini?
Ada apa aja?
Ada apa aja? Oke, kembali lagi bersama Alisa dan juga
Zaki.
ada Zaki. Zaki ini Bikin Troopers ya?
Iya, ada.
Boleh dong dipanggil teman-temannya Bikin Troopers mana suaranya gitu?
Bikin Troopers mana suaranya? Sepi banget.
Parah banget ya, padahal
Lagi pada beli minum.
oh, lagi pada beli minum, lagi merayakan ya kemenangan pertamanya hari ini. Zaki, aku hari ini mau ajak kamu main games karena kita MPL Indonesia lagi crossover dengan Naruto nih. Dengar Zaki katanya super fansnya Naruto juga.
Waduh, suka sama Naruto.
Suka sama Naruto. Oke, jadi kita bakal bermain blind ranking. Nanti Zaki tugasnya gampang banget, nanti aku bakal kasih satu-satu skin dari Naruto dan Zaki harus nempel sesuai dengan rank kesukaannya Zaki.
Oke.
Oke, super easy ya. Nanti
Ya,
harus dijelasin juga kenapa kamu tempel di situ, oke? Oke, kita langsung saja ambil skin yang pertama nih. Zaki, ini yang pertama ada siapa?
Wah, ini ada Gara.
Ada Gara. Gara kamu mau taruh di nomor berapa nih Zaki?
Gara nomor 4 aja.
Nomor 4. Kenapa di nomor 4 nih?
Dulu sempat jadi musuhnya Naruto walaupun sekarang jadi teman.
Oh, walaupun TTM teman tapi musuh dulu baru jadi mesra gitu ya. Oke, boleh. Kita langsung saja yang selanjutnya. Siapa dia?
Wah, ini Sasuke.
Ada Sasuke.
Nomor 2.
Nomor 2. Kenapa nih? Ini cukup tinggi nih.
Dulu ini adalah rivalnya Naruto yang paling susah.
Yang paling susah.
Iya.
Tapi
dan sekarang jadi teman juga.
Sekarang jadi teman. Kalau nggak jadi teman kamu taruh nomor 5 ya kayaknya ya.
Harusnya kalau jadi musuh ya nomor 5.
Oke, kita lihat ya di yang ketiga nih siapa skinnya nih. Siapa?
Oh ini Sakura nih.
Sakura.
Mantan yang diincer Naruto dulu.
Ini doinya Naruto ya?
Dulu, walaupun sekarang sama Hinata kan.
Iya betul. Jadi udah
Terakhir aja, terakhir.
Terakhir. Kenapa? Karena dia udah nggak sama Naruto ya?
Iya, nanti diomelin Hinata.
Oh nanti diomelin Hinata.
Ya, betul.
Oke. Baiklah kita langsung ke skin yang keempat. Ada siapa?
Nah
ada
ini
siapa?
harus nomor 1. langsung
Naruto
satu.
ya?
Satu ini gampang, gak usah dipikir-pikir lagi.
Ini Super Valentine Naruto ini kamu mau taruh di hero-nya siapa nih?
Lukas sudah bagus kok.
Lukas sudah bagus?
Sudah bagus.
Selain Lukas ada lagi gak?
Apa lagi ya yang mirip-mirip Naruto ya? Mungkin Fredrin.
Fredrin?
Iya.
Oke, good choice. Kita lihat yang terakhir, last but not least. Kita punya...
Wah, gurunya. Udah otomatis 3 dong.
Udah otomatis 3.
Ya.
Oke, kenapa
Gurunya
ditaruh di 3 nih?
Kan gurunya Naruto.
Gurunya Naruto, jadi sensei ya.
Iya,
Harusnya
betul.
di 2 gak sih kalau gurunya Naruto?
Gak apa-apa, 3 aja.
3 aja. Sudah puas dengan pilihan-pilihanmu?
Puas.
Oke, kalau dari semua ini selain Naruto, siapa yang menjadi favorit kamu?
Sasuke.
Sasuke. Dan kira-kira Sasuke mau ditaruh di hero siapa?
Sasuke. Siapa yang enak ya? Fanny mungkin?
Fanny?
Iya.
Oke. Wow, bisa jadi juga. Dan kamu sendiri main Mobile Legends?
Main.
Sudah pakai skin-skin dari Naruto?
Belum.
Belum. Oke, nanti kita tunggu ya.
Oke.
Dibeli dulu ya skin-skin.
Muntun mau endorse boleh?
Boleh, silakan. Langsung aja. Thank you so much Zaki udah nemenin aku main di sini ya.
Iya.
Dan jangan lupa teman-teman semua karena kita punya skin-skin Naruto yang bisa langsung kalian mainkan di Land of Dawn Mobile Legends. Dan kita akan langsung melihat di game kedua ini apakah Bigetron akan tampil prima dan bisa langsung mengalahkan 2-0 dengan Navi. Kita akan lemparkan kembali ke para caster. Silakan caster, take it over.
I beg to differ. I don't think Naruto is number 1.
I agree.
Sasuke has to be number 1.
Sasuke. What about you, Rash?
Oh boy.
What's number 1?
I gotta go. Are we rating it's the character or the actual skin?
No,
The
like
skin,
the
the
skin.
The skin?
Yeah. If it's
It's
character,
gotta
then
be Sasuke, bro.
yeah.
That skin is so good,
Okay.
and you see the effects so often. I think you can't compete.
What
with
about as a character then? Number 1. I'd
Still
still say
Sasuke.
Sasuke. Yeah, dude.
Really?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Especially Sasuke.
Kakashi.
Like after the
Wow.
whole
As a
shit that
character,
happened.
I love the guy's character, actually.
go.
No, Kakashi.
Like the whole
is kinda
backstory,
cool.
he has big shoes to fill. His dad was a legend.
Yeah.
And he had like unsolved like dad issues, parental issues.
Dad issues.
Oh, yes, that is.
And then they met each other in the afterlife.
Yeah.
Deep, very deep.
Yeah.
That was after he was taken down by
Then he had to
Pain.
kill the girl, Rin. Spoilers
Yeah,
if you haven't watched the
yeah.
show.
Yeah.
If you haven't watched, what are you doing? Dude, come on.
But have you seen Sasuke on his redemption arc?
Oh, yeah, of course.
When he has only one hand and he has the black robe with him.
The last, right? In the
Yeah,
last
the
movie?
last.
I like that
Bro, that
movie.
was the
That was a good
most
movie.
OP Sasuke. He stopped
The meteor.
a meteor
Alone, yeah.
all by himself with
Yep,
a blink of an eye.
And then
And then
all these great, amazing people just went irrelevant, and then Boruto comes in.
We don't talk
make it
about-
make sense.
We don't talk. We don't talk. We don't talk about that. We
Make
don't.
it make sense.
It,
You can stop meteors.
Naruto ended with the Boruto movie. That's it.
yeah,
That's it.
I see.
Naruto and Hinata became married. That's all.
Became married.
Yeah, they
That's
got
that's a
married.
Interesting
Fans
phrasing
got
there.
became seventh Hokage.
Hokage. He was late for his inauguration.
Yeah.
He was.
Yeah. Typical Naruto.
Yeah, and he had his clone step in. It was Kakashi who stepped
Yeah.
in.
You know what's crazy? My friend, based on skin, he would say Sakura is the best. You know this guy. He says
Oh.
Sakura has the best skin. And I'm like,
He says,
really?
He was saying that like the heals you get when you proc the Kalia passive.
Yeah, it's Lady Katsuyu.
Lady Katsuyu. He's like, that's so cool. I'm like,
Katsuya.
And I'm like, yeah, but does
Okay.
that mean it's number 1? Do you not see the Susanoo and the Nine Tails?
But to imagine getting healed by a bunch of snails, that's
Ugh.
I'm not sure if I would, I would refer to that as, oh, it's beautiful. You know what I mean?
Maybe he has a thing for snails, right? Oh,
Maybe.
whoa. We listen, we don't judge.
Yep.
Talking about you, Ronnie.
Gani. My God, Gani.
Ronnie.
Of course. Would picking up a Naruto-based hero and game number 2 be the solution for Navi?
That is,
You're trying to say they have to use the power of friendship?
Yeah.
they
Team
gotta
7.
go talk no jutsu at this point.
I remember in Onyx, I think it was in MPLPH, they picked up the Team 7 for that whole draft.
Ah,
Who was it?
TL?
I think it was.
TL.
I think it was
Yeah,
the LPH.
TLPH.
That the
Oh,
whole Team 7
Yeah, Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura.
minus Kakashi.
Nice. Oh no, I think it's Onyx.
It was Onyx PH, yeah.
Onyx PH.
But speaking of Naruto, of course, we have the official custom collaboration that's officially released. The first collab custom main interface is Naruto Uzumaki makes his exciting debut to battle side by side with you. With so much items, can get for free. You have the stickers, you have the emotes, you have the quick chat, you have the everything. Everything. Basically everything.
Everything. Check it out. You guys can get the Tsunade one.
Deidara.
Deidara. Ooh,
Hinata.
Madara. The Madara can show itself in game if you use the Naruto map.
Oh,
the Lord. He's the Lord.
If there was going to be a Madara skin, who do you think suits the best?
This Madara or like the...
This one.
Dude, I don't like this Madara. I like Madara when he was still...
edgy.
Yeah.
Okay, so who? If that was the Madara.
I gotta think about this. I gotta think about it.
While thinking about that, you should also consider what clan you
Ah.
want to support there. Because this is a fun one, right? There's quite a multitude of options. And you know, there's a lot of things to consider here. You gotta...
What clan are you part of, guys?
Me?
Yeah.
I'm the Namikaze clan.
You have to guess what clan I am.
You're... What clan is he?
Oh, the Uzumaki clan.
Uzumaki. Yeah, obviously red hair.
But I like Uchiha's more.
I remember back then.
Yeah, but they're gone though.
So are the Uzumakis, man. I mean, we only got more of a Namikaze kid than
Yeah, that's true.
he's blonde.
He had to bring up the Uzumaki name when he was growing up, but of course you can support your favorite ninja clan by scanning the QR code on the screen and choosing your top ninja clan with win a limited edition of
cool?
MLB X Naruto action figure, by the way. You'll also get an exclusive avatar border and other collaboration in-game items such as the battle emote, the voice pack, and more. And by the way, I remember back then when I was still in elementary, I would argue with my friends.
Okay.
Like, my clan is Uchiha.
Dude, yeah,
Your
that's
clan-
actually same.
And I would make
yeah.
a Facebook account with the clan name in the back. So Faiz Uchiha.
Yeah, that was
a
thing.
That was the thing. That was the thing. Yeah.
Dude.
Yeah, I
Give
can
me an
relate.
Itachi skin. And
Itachi skin.
And I'll say goodbye to Sasuke. 'cause Itachi's my favorite character.
Itachi
Really
Farsa
shocked.
skin? To the
No.
crow?
Farsa?
No.
Yeah, because of the crow.
Itachi is... I think they've already spoiled it a bit. Like, they leaked it.
Wow.
I think it's Julian.
Okay,
Yeah.
Julian. Yeah. Makes sense.
Well, how
And
many
then
more
Minato
skins?
is Gushin.
That's cool.
That's pretty cool, right?
Yeah. I
how
thought
many-
of Minato being Joy, by the way.
Oh, that's not bad.
Yeah.
But it's weird because why would he be dancing?
Yeah, that's
Why
true.
would he be singing songs?
He's just fancy like that.
Maybe the Hidden Sound Village will will put someone in there.
They call it the Hidden Sound Village, but I don't see anything soundy about it.
Yeah.
There was like one guy with like a sound-based power, and that's it. So Hishimoto, you gotta explain yourself, man. Some of these things look kind of random.
Dude, they have the whole, like, Ino's clan is about communication, and they got a phone now. So it's like,
Yeah, I
the
know,
whole
right?
clan, dude, they should have wiped them instead of the Uchihas. I'm just saying.
Dude, they're gonna get wiped out by economics, man. Eventually. But dude, they had this whole orb. They had the whole orb, and they're like, this is important, so it can reach everyone.
Yeah.
And a few chapters later, like walkie-talkies.
All right.
What's up, bro? What's up?
I think enough with the Naruto talk.
Reject modernity, embrace traditions.
Embrace telepathy.
Alright, time to focus on the game because it is game number 2. Pikachu against Navi. What do you think Navi has to do? Because it feels like even with that draft, they were clueless in their execution part. So I don't know. It feels like Navi have lost their identity.
I feel like they might want to fall back to comfort, if anything, right? Get something they know how to play in depth, that they themselves have used to succeed in their own games, and try and get the best out of Bigatron like that. Hopefully Bigatron will oblige them in those fights as well, but at least they would know the intricacies of the heroes, because early on, like you saw earlier in game number 1, it just seemed like they had no idea what to do when they were winning, what to do when they were losing, how to translate, how to move around the map, who is gonna check the bushes first. I just feel like at this point, when you're this desperate, going with comfort might be the solution.
Comfort. So we're talking about Shive on the Granger, or maybe Cars on the Paquito, but again, he's back in Rome, so not the best. But taking a look at the bans, Kalea and Hayabusa gone. Harith and Fredrin taken out. They respect Annabelle Fredrin now.
Is this Fredrin ban like a ban because they want to go Joy? Is it just a setup? Because technically Fredrin and Harith are both really good against the Joy, right? So they're setting up for it. BTR, are they just going to ban out the Joy here? Or do they just want to ban out all the Naruto? Maybe they don't like Naruto.
Huh. That's an interesting one. For once, they're like, no, none of your anime skins are gonna show up.
Yeah, dude.
No power of friendship.
And then now we're gonna pick a different anime skin. So we're good.
Okay,
it's Chip. Chip. Alright, Chip banned. So no shortcut. The Land of Dawn. And of course for Navi, the Joy is open if they want to pick it up. It's a Washipo go-to pick as well. Without the Frederick in the hair, now they will have so much agency to try to activate this Joy.
Oh man. If the Joy does come through here, again, I feel like they have to plan out which lane they want to make plays around with first.
Granger.
Some of the picks like the Kimi wasn't bad at all, but what were they planning on doing with it? That's the question, right? So I feel like, okay, they got the Granger now. Is this the lane they want to make plays around? Is this the safe lane, the weak lane, right? Do they want to make more plays with Becky Shy or with Shive? They need to make a decision because they just can't keep bouncing between top and bottom and expect to just, for things to just do well.
Talked about it. Comfort picks maybe? Granger is a comfort pick of Sive, so he's able to carry at least with this pick. But Megatron yet to pick their own heroes. Cho and Joy.
Oh.
Joy against the Granger. The Granger's gonna have a hard time.
Yeah, and again, the counters for the Joy have been banned. I wonder why they didn't go Joy themselves, right?
Yeah.
But I guess it's a bit too scary to give Eman Granger. Now what do they go for? Both comfort picks for Annabelle and for Light for Chahyo. Chip is banned.
Yep.
Jungle. Suyo against Joy is not that good, but it's the only choice right now, unless they want to go like Ling. They go Hilda, Becky. Oh! Washer Paw on the panty!
We talking about it.
Interesting indeed. Remember, at the highest level, against a team like Bigatron, you can't just be good on the fanny. You need to be great on the fanny. Yep. Washer Paul, can he fill in what is required of him for Navi to get something going here in the early game?
Bigatron. What can they pick to stop this fanny? Still, yet to reveal their cards. Badang is available for Luke if he wants it. Or maybe the show still could be flexed to pick up the Moscovs. So at least playing in lane will be much easier when you have the Moskov against the Granger.
We're going to be leaning more towards the Granger, in my opinion. But yeah, you have more flexibility. You can disengage and all that. So Eman definitely will be trying to play that lane intelligently here. Try his best not to give Shive the advantage that he requires to really carry his team. With the Hilda in the picture, though, you do wonder if Bigatron are looking for max HP damage, right? Like the CCs and all that. Or are they willing to just risk the chance for Becky Shy to be uncontrollable on the Hilda? You've seen that happen before. Just once, I believe. Still a possibility.
Farsa ban, though.
Yep. They want to take as much burst, as much kill pressure away as possible. Again, for Navi, if they want to play with the Fanny, they need kill pressure to put on the map. So, BTR, what's it going to be in the XP? I think Navi got to get rid of the Badang, right?
I mean,
no. Gotta be the focus.
Taking it out, minimizing the choices, because again, the choke still be flexed, but most likely it's going to go to Light, because we know how capable he is with the choke. Now Bigatron, one last ban to close out the first phase, the second phase rather.
Welcome back mga tropa. Navi versus BTR pa rin tayo. 2-0 nga ba ang mangyayari para sa Series 2 number 2 natin? Or papaabutin ba tayo sa Game 3 ng Navi?
Sana.
Ano ba? Kala ba? Ano ka?
Wala lang pakialam, pre.
Hindi, nag-Navi to ng Game 2.
Hindi ako nag-Navi.
Sabi mo, sana Game 3.
Nag-2-0 lang BTR.
Paabuti kaya tayo ng Game number 3. Granger, Fanny, and Hilda para sa Navi, while on the other side, BTR, Cho, Joy, Moskov naman ang uunahin. Prayo nila yung Cho sa BTR. Parang inasahan na nila na magpa-Fanny itong Navi.
Hindi, kasi open eh.
Bagay.
Uy, swerte yung mga funny ngayon sa MPL ID ah.
Win streak, no?
Win streak ang funny.
Baka ito na nga yung sagot para sa Nabi na dalhin tayo sa Game 3.
Tama naman kasing ano sila kanina. Tamang tawag
Terisla.
yan? Terisla.
Pwede pa isa. Teresa pa uli.
Feeling ko ano kanina.
Hindi, Hilda XP na ata to.
Oh,
badang. Tinanggal yung ano. Counter dun. Tigril kaya, boss?
Nagtitigril ba yan si ano? Cars?
Pwede. Nagtitigril lang. Madali naman.
Nakaban ba Kalea?
Nakaban.
Choni,
Nakaban si si Sakura.
Choni Light? Parang medyo scary.
O kaya tayo na Tigril, boss? Or baka magano lang sila, gatot. Typical gatot. Franco, pwede rin? Ay, ito na naman pala yung double range lineup. Kailangan pa nila ng isang makunat.
Tigril na.
Tigril ata. O Johead.
Johead?
Para pick up.
Actually, mas okay nga yung light of
BTR? Wala pang hero dito si Moreno, ah. Tapos nagsisilyon lang, no, boss?
Hindi.
Vexana. Zushin!
Wala kayong damage early.
Wala silang damage ng early. Hintayin pa yung spike ng ni Joy, yung Holy Crystal. Tas late game din yung Moskov. Baka bigay yung objectives, depende na lang. May badang naman sila eh. Looking 50-50. 50-50 yung drop sa tingin ko.
60-40.
Kahit ano naman siguro mangyari dyan eh. Game 3, 2-0 meron kayo eh. Ang problem lang yung game 3 mo.
Yung 2-0 ko yung
Yung game 3 mo, mahihintayin ka pa bago madali yun.
Yun yan. Wala na akong pang pang-hedge eh. Malas na tinuruan mo ako mag-hedge.
Hindi, 2-0 yan.
Hindi, feeling ko mas may on-a-laps pa rin ako kung makaisa yung Nabi.
Tapos doon naman sa last series na dali.
Hindi, doon, last series kaya nang bumamba doon.
Oh. Pero tingnan nga natin, game number 2 para sa ating series number 2. Late game ang hiling ng Team BTR while early naman para sa actually may sagot din pala sa late Navi. May Kimi nga pala sila.
Sobrang glass cannon ng lineup ng
Hindi ba mahirapan si Emon dyan?
Bakit?
Ay, kala ko. Okay.
Uy!
Ay!
Uy!
Out na lang ata. Makunat yan, boss. Ay, habulin siya. Hindi ka ba mahagap kay Badang niyan? Kay Luke?
Hindi, makakat niya rin ulit eh. Grabe siya mag-cut.
Ano yan General cut yan
Kaya nga eh.
Parang old cut yung ganyan Naalala ko yung mga cut na ganyan kay Dilar pa.
Malabikat ka dyan, boss.
300 gold para sa Navi. Going to 500. So maganda nga yung early dito ng Team Navi. So probably umabot tayo ng game 3 kung magtuloy-tuloy dahil mukhang si Annabelle aware. Alam niya. Alam niya nandun yung Hilda. Level 3 pa lang pala si Annabelle, boss. Level 4 na si Washipol. Ops! Nahuli sila pero wala nang follow-up. First blood, patay si Luke, mga tropa. Eto na yan. Level 3 pa rin si Annabelle. Wala silang Hindi sila Ay! Kinatrout. Ayun na nga ang sabi. Magbibigay ng isa. Grabe naman pala yon.
Hindi na ako makahinga.
Level 3. Kaka-level 4 pala ni Annabelle.
Sana pala pinasukan ko na lang. Malito yung ginagawa ko eh. Broke malito, ha?
Kung ano ang ginanda ng early ng BTR kanina.
Putik na yan. Hindi ko na alam.
Pero susubukan naman kumontes ng BTR. Andiyan naman si Light tsaka si Luke kung sakali. Ang kaso gap kasi ng level 2 si Annabelle eh. Baka mag-purple buff pa to ayun nga, purple buff. Level 5. Hindi. Level 4.
Ha?
Hindi. Mali pala ako ng tingin.
Bakit?
Level 5 na si Washipol.
Level 5 ba?
Pag nagka-unstoppable force tong si Cars, hindi na makakagalaw tong si Annabelle. Kailangan maganda yung sipa ni Light dito. Tsaka tumama yung mga SOD ni Eman. Kasi mag-i-snowball tong lineup ng ng Navi. Pang early talaga yung lineup nila Joed. Tas, ayun, bilis ng ano? Ng Sky Piercer ni X-Magic. Yun kagad prayo niya. Pero, kabubuo mo lang ng Sky Piercer, boss. Patay ka kagad. Washipol, babawi naman. Si Moreno yung makukuha niya. Annabelle!
Wala ka!
Ba't naubos yung buhay ni Annabelle?
Ang tagal niya, no? Ni BQ.
Pero wala na silang damage yun. Paano papatayin Hilda? Paano papatayin Hilda? Hindi tumama yung SOD ni Eman, no?
Hindi.
Ops, si Luke, naiwan. Mag-flicker out pa ata to. Oy!
Ay, patay ka? Ay, hindi. Okay lang, turtle lang.
Nag-a-advance ka kasi, boy. Huwag ka naman ganyan. Hindi tuloy ako makasabay sa ano eh.
Hindi, pares pa rin naman yung reaction ko.
Hindi, mamaya na. Huwag ka naman ganyan.
Ay! Patay ka?
Malas yan eh, salam
Patay
yan
ka?
eh.
Patay rin to si ano?
Ay! Nakapag-out pa, boss. Pipilit niya ata. Kaso, kapalit siya. Wala pa siyang, ayun, nakapag-out.
Oh, ang bilis!
Nakapag-out. Kaso si Washipol. Washipol!
Ay, nagkamali. Hindi, nakita niya si Light.
Nag-out ka agad, no? Kaso maaagaw yung ano niya, purple bag niya.
Oo nga.
Grabe naman yung Navi sa game to, mga sir.
Uy.
Tsaka pumabor sa BTR yung ano. Kung kailan lugi sila ng early.
Pero late game naman kaya nila di ba? Late game for BTR kaya naman nila.
Kaya naman nila ng late game. Kaso hindi nagkakaroon ng space tong si ano eh. Si Eman eh. Tsaka problema nila yung Hilda sa early. Maagang nagap si Annabelle.
Putik.
Oh.
Naka-over nga lang pala ako. Hindi pala 2-0.
Ano pa talaga lagay mo?
Over lang.
Kaya ba ano ka ng 2-0?
Hindi. Over lang pala.
Over lang?
Oo. Okay lang.
Patay mo na yan.
Naalala ko ngayon. Kasi sabi ko, inisip ko kanina, paano ko kayang babawiin yung kung sakali? Ay! Ano ba tayo?
Bumamba ka ba ng over? Sa over ka bumamba? Over 15 kay over kanina, no?
Over 23 ako, over 23.
Duration o kills?
Kills.
Kills.
Loyo naman nun, 23.
Ayun nga pala, 15 nga lang pala ang duration.
Okay. Magpatayan kayo!
Lamang pa nga ni ang Navi, hindi makapalag ang BTR.
Uy, magpatayan kayo! Anak ng Buchi, oh.
Hindi ata okay yung last pick nila ng Zushin, boss.
Oo. Dapat ib na lang eh. Kung ayan, ib na lang.
Hindi sila kumuha ng crowd control, no? May funny yung kalaban, hindi sila nag-crowd control na ano, na mage. Paano mo papatayin yan, boss?
Itong si Course.
Nag-flicker out lang yung, Joed. Nagamit yung ulti ni Luke. Panghuli niya sana yung kay Washipol, eh. Binigay na yung Torre sa baba. Wala, hindi natakot na si Eman, baka hindi ulit tumama yung ano niya.
SOD
niya.
Sumama na, no?
Pero 3K na yung gold lead boss ng Navi, ha? Unti-unti nang umaakyat, tumataas.
Uy, magpatayan kayo. Nice one.
Pero kung naglagay ka nga, no, +1 sa lahat. Aray, sarap. Pero Cars, hindi sila nag-go doon. Naipit yun, ah.
Ayun na.
Nagwala na si Washipol, boss.
Ayun na! Ay!
Kaso ubus na kayo, boss. Si X-Magic pala.
Patay din.
Ayun na. Lumalim na. Ayun pala yun.
Kulit nyo. Uy, yula ka!
Nagkamali ng flickers. Pero kaya ba? Hindi ata.
Boy.
Patay pa nga ata sila pag pinilit. Ay, pinilit nga, boss. Okay, Eman versus Shibe. 1v3 with a great one. Kaso masyado ka nang lalim nila doon. Okay. Looking good pala sa'yo.
Okay lang.
Gusto mo pala yung mga patayan.
Gusto ko lang yung mga patayan na ganyan. Magpatayan kayo na magpatayan.
Tas mas okay pa kung mananalo, no?
Oo.
Lamang pa rin naman yung Navi pero nabura. Mga tropa yung 3K gold lead nila. Bagsak sa 1K at babagsak pa dahil nakabasag din ng Torre si Eman.
Putik na Navi to.
Ang lalim naman kasi nila nun.
Ang
Tapos,
lala ng blunder.
mostly ng kills, napunta pa kay Eman. Yan nga yung ayaw mong pakuwain ng item. Pero kala ko nagwawala ka na doon si Worship ulit. Napunit yung mga miyembro ng BTR kanina. Good kick na rin para kay Light. Tsaka follow up kay Luke.
Oo, ganda actually nung tandem nila dito. Feeling ko yun lang talaga yung nila.
Tsaka yun lang din naman talaga magandang target dito ni
Binate lang.
Ops. Pero patay pa at... hindi, sinipa na.
Patay na.
Kukomboin siya eh. Alam niya mamamatay siya pag ano eh. Pag hindi niya sinipa eh. Pero it means walang sipa si Light sa upcoming Lord. Kailangan pang ihintayin mag-cooldown.
Nag-Sky Piercer ba si
X-Magic?
X-Be? Si Ibe?
Hindi ko lang alam. Pero sa X-Magic nag-Sky Piercer.
Lakas mong gulo ni ano, no? Uy.
Patay ka dyan, boss.
Alok ka.
Ay, yung ginagawa mo dun sa baba. Nagsosolo ka naman, may Lord.
Hindi, okay lang yan.
Okay ba yan?
Okay lang yan. Okay lang yan.
Okay pala yan. Sorry.
Okay lang yan.
SOD kay Eman, pero mukhang bigay na lang ata tong Lord. Ops! Pinatama lang.
Wala na eh.
Ginagawa ni Annabelle dun sa baba. Nabaliw naman siya ata dun. And possible pang mabasag yung mid tower dito ng Team BTR.
Delikado mabasag to. Ay, patay ka?
May ulti naman.
May ulti. Buti may ulti siya. Pero first Lord guys sa Na'Vi. What?
Namatay kasi si Annabelle eh. May malaki sana yung chance ng dito, ng BTR
Ay,
Kumontes.
ginamit yung Crimson Beacon agad.
Nagkaka-error rin. Parang ang lala ng mga nila. Blunder nila. Parang ibang BTR to compare sa nakita nating BTR ng Game 1, boss. Linis ang laro nila ng Game 1 eh.
Oo.
Annabelle, pwede na mo mabigyan. Gumamit ka na ng electrifying bits, boss.
Patay ka.
Si Light na lang daw ang sacrificial doon.
Ay, look! Sige, set up mo! Set up mo! Ay.
Wala ka namang kasama doon. Si lang. Nabaliw na yung BTR. Sunod-sunod na yung error nila mga boss. 9 minutes
Ala
pa lang.
ka!
9 minutes pa lang. Ala? Ang gulo ng laro ng BTR. Biglang pangit ng laro nila.
Patay ka?
Ba't nag-stay pa siya dun?
Ay, hindi pala nabasa
Wala
dito.
ka, nag-stay pa siya dun. Lumakad dun sa gitna, sa gilid ng pader. Lumakad sa gilid ng pader si Annabelle. Hindi ko na alam guys
Ang hirap
Parang hindi ko na talaga maintindihan yung laro ng BTR. Parang nawala sila sa pagiging pro player.
And if you're coming in the back, magpatayan lang kayo, magpatayan uli ka.
Wala pa si Annabelle. Pabuhay pa lang naman.
6 na lang.
3K uli ang gold lead ng Navi dito mga tropa.
Sige, patayin yan!
Ops! Binuhat. binuhat lang. Kinakabahan ka masyado, boss.
Patayin yan. Silip nga.
Oh, ayun na naman.
Ano na lang, 6. Ay, tama ba?
Ayun na.
5 na lang, 5.
Oh, patay mo na yan.
Oo.
Nag-e-enjoy ako eh.
5 na lang.
Moreno, napaka-Crimson Beacon out na.
Ang aga niya mag-Crimson Beacon. Ay, patay ka. Ay, hula ko.
Doon pala nadali.
Oo.
Lumalim na. Ay, hindi ito!
Ay, ito,
si X-Magic! Wala naman siya stock ng Sky Piercer. Okay lang.
Oo. Feeling ko dapat ibenta niya na yan eh.
Tsaka, good thing na lang sa Navi, aabot si X-Magic sa
Pero for me,
Next
pre,
Lord.
ang ganda ng ginagawa ni BQ. Feeling ko pang ganyang hero talaga siya.
Bumalik siya sa yung
Hilda.
Terisla, dapat itago na talaga yan.
Oo.
Hindi na talaga panglabasan yung mga ganong hero. Pero Emma pwede siya mabigyan dito. Mukhang mako-corner out. And Winchat, aga niya ginamit, boss. Ang aga niya ginamit yung
Ayun
Winchat
lang.
niya. Ginamit niya yung Winchat niya, wala pa yung
Ay, pero yung Lord, mapupunta sa BTR.
Hindi, boss. Ano na lang? Ops! Patayin nyo.
Sige, patayan na lang.
Sutukan na lang, oh.
Uy, wala nang wala nang
19 kills. 19 kills.
19 kills.
Mga kadep. Sila pa kamo makakabasag. Ang aga ginamit ni Eman yung Winchat niya. Wala pa yung Fanny, nag-Winchat ka agad siya.
Hindi, pwede siya kasing i-burst agad nun eh. Pero nakakabahala to for BTR kasi nagkaka-item na yung Kimi tsaka yung Granger eh.
Sakit nga nung dalawa eh. Si Annabelle dito, bago malapitan tong dalawa, baka mag-flicker out lang, tapos tsaka siya, So, may Lord na nakuha yung BTR. Ang tanong, makakabasag ba? Magagamit ba nila? Man, ikaw na naman, nandiyan. Pero nandiyan naman daw si Light kung sakali. May purify din pala itong Granger.
Grabe nga ang guys.
Hindi nila magagamit yung Lord. Parang kinuha lang nila yung Lord para i-deny sa Navi. Wala, hindi Hindi sila nagsama-sama. Papatayin ka dyan, boss. Yun, nakipag 1v1 sa ano, sa full item na funny.
Apat na lang.
Apat na lang ba?
Apat na lang.
Hindi ginamit ng BTR yung Lord nila.
Tatagal ba nga?
Next Lord pa yan, magkakapatayan pa sa next Lord.
Uy, Annabelle, loli mo dyan.
Hindi pa nila kayang patayin yung ano? Yung Hilda. 1K yung lamang ni X Magic compare kay ano, Moreno. Hindi ko talaga gusto yung Zushin pick dito. Last pick nyo Zushin, pangit. Nag-Aurora pick sana na lang sana kayo. Crowd control.
Feeling ko mas okay yung Aurora, pre.
Ayun na.
Dali ko.
Ubusin sila, boss. Patay din si Luke. Patay din si Annabelle. Ginagawa no, nagpaisa-isa sila.
Uy, pero wala si X Magic.
Pero 23 na yung kills, boss. Patay ata si Eman. Kaya ba?
Patay si BQ.
Tinamaan ng SOD. Oh, grabe yung lead ng Navi. Okay na pala.
Okay na.
Okay na.
Sige na, Navi, papanalo nyo na yan.
Basag nga yung gitna.
Okay.
Ay, ang sakit talaga ni Worshipful, boss.
Pero sumasakit na rin si Eman.
Kaso, nahirapan siya mag-create eh. Dalawa kasi yung ano eh.
Dalawang marksman kalaban niya no?
Ang gulo ng laro nila nila Annabelle. Kanina pa si Annabelle nagpapapick up.
Alam na.
Matik na.
Alam na this. Okay ha. Kalmado ang everyone. Okay, kalmado ang everyone. Basta ang alam natin, na-reach na natin.
Ang goal. Na-reach na ang goal. Ang susunod na goal naman.
Nakasalalay sa Navi.
Hindi na sa BTR.
Hindi na sa BTR.
Pero pag nakakuha to ng Navi, pwede na ata nilang tapusin to.
Wala nang dosh.
Aga magano. Ay, nag-electrifying beach siya, tapos hindi niya binabad dun sa Lord. Nakakuha pa ni boss? Oops, tumama yung SOD. Hala ka, nakakuha si Worshipful. Hindi makakapag-out. Hala, isa lang napatay nila, si Cars lang.
Patingin niya ako ng cellphone. Silip lang.
Si Cars lang nabasag nila, napatay nila dun.
Pero nakapag-push yun, Eman, Sakit na ni
Ni Shibe, pre.
Shibe.
Naka-Sky Piercer din ata yan eh. Dalawa silang naka-Sky Piercer kung ganun. 10 second kay Cars. Kailangan nata ng BTR na kahit papaano bawasan yung Lord, pero hindi. Hindi daw yun ang plano. Wala po. For sure na yan sa Navi.
Pag ganyan?
Parang laruan nila. Tumama yung SOD ni Eman tapos ang na-pick up lang nila si Cars.
Si Cars lang, no? Pero nasayang din yung Lord eh.
Pinapaganda lang.
Tapos papabor pa sa BTR yung
Yung next Lord.
May
malalaking minion wave pa eh. Pwede yatang ipuwersa to ng Navi.
Uy, remote.
Pwede nila ipuwersa. May pa sila. Ayun may malaking pa. Ayun, nananakit sa Eman, boss. Annabelle? Iba-burst ka na naman ni Worshipful dyan. Kasasabi ko lang.
Sakit,
Tsaka si Annabelle wala. May blood.
Pag sama-sama si Eman sa teamfight, nalulugi siya, no?
Walang bloodwing si Annabelle. Kaya pala ang lambot. Wala ba?
Meron.
Meron ba? 3K gold lead pa rin sa Navi,
Hindi mapababa, no? Pero ang maganda kasi dyan, na-push yung bot, eh. Feeling ko dahil dyan, na sila, okay na sila, Gold distribution.
Pero may funny naman daw sila, Kayang lang kagad yan, Rumespo, Pero feeling ko sa BTR, once mamatay si Eman, tapos to. Kasi siya yung mostly nagdi-deal ng damage, Si Annabelle di naman makapag-pick up sa backline. Di niya maabot si Shibe or si X Magic. Kaya nga siya i-burst dito ni Worshipful, Bilihan na ata to ng immortality, boss. O kaya Winter Crown, kailangan na ng ganon.
Di na rin pwede mamatay.
Look! Bubuhatin ganyan, boss. Hinarangan na. You should not pass. Pero yung bottom tower nila, tatabla ng inhibitor tower.
Oh, yun lang. Tinabla.
Hindi, Dep. Ay, para sa BTR. Lamang na sana sila dun sa next team
Kaya
fight.
nga eh.
Nalugi pa.
Na ano pa, na even out pa.
Full item na din pala si Annabelle, pero parang wala siyang damage. Hindi lang talaga siya makalapit, no?
Hindi siya makalapit, pre. Ang sakit ni, ni X-Magic tsaka ni Shibe.
Yung mga poke kasi nung dalawa eh.
Oo.
Tsaka ang bilis pa ng cooldown ng mga skills ng
Wala rin kasing heavy burst yung BTR eh. I mean, kapag tinatry nilang mag-setup, tumatagal si Cars tsaka si BQ sa teamfight.
Ay, ano kasi sila eh, Zushin eh.
Tinan mo ginagawa ni BQ?
Tas ganyan lang oh, may pani nga sila, pwedeng yung side lanes. Maganda sana kung hindi nabasag yung enabler tower nila sa baba.
Ay hindi, ibaburst nila. Ibaburst nila yung Lord.
Hindi, ito na ata yung pantapusan nito, boss. Pag nakuha pa to ng Navi, tapos na to. Natatakot din si Eman mag-pre-hit eh. Kasi alam niya pag nadalihan siya ng dito, pwede siyang tapusin kaagad eh. Nakalalait ang bola. Kumahanap ni Light si Worshipful tsaka si X-Magic. Wala namang Purify yung dalawa. Pero aasa si Eman sa SOD niya.
Oo, SOD na lang.
Na-reset yung Lord. Wala, hindi nila pwedeng kailangan i-ignore lang nila tong heal eh. Hindi talaga nila totally kaya to eh. Ay! Gantang target nun, boss. SOD. Tumama. Win chant para kay Shibe. Nakuha, tapos na ata to, boss. Ay, hindi, nabuhay si Shibe. Nabuhay si Shibe, hindi hinabol ni Eman. Kaso si Worshipful, hindi ka papauwiin yan, boss. Ha? Ah! Hindi, nakita niya, di ba? Anyari kay Light? Pinauwi ni Light? What? Tas nakapush pa yung mga lane ng Navi, madedep to, boss.
Pero yung super evolved na Lord. Pero mabuhay si X-Magic, si BQ tsaka si Cars.
Anyari kay Light? Hindi niya pinansin yung Kasi kung wala si Fanny, walang problema kay Eman. Pre-hit siya dito. Pero dito na nga si Worshipful. So wala nang inhibitor towers dito yung Navi. Ang tanong, ipapuwersa ba ng BTR to? Kompleto yung mga hero ng Navi. Annabelle? Sakit na ni Ayun na, nadali na. Yung Evolve Lord, boss.
Wala na si
Okay pa rin, over. Kailang bumaba ka sa over.
Okay lang.
Pero 2-0 para sa Pulahan. Ang sabi ko naman kasi sa inyo, walang kakaba-kaba. Kamay po.
Cellphone.
Ba't ang hinginig yung kamay po?
Putik, sayang.
Pero that's it para sa ating series number 2. Ano sa tingin mo, Tokwa, yung nangyari sa Navi? Dahil gusto na nilang tapusin lamang na sila ng early.
Wala, tumanga.
Rektaan na.
Rektaan na rin yun.
Saan ba sila nadali? Umabot kasi sa point na na hindi na makaburst si Worshipful. Kanina lagi niya napipick up si Annabelle. Nung nakabasag ata si Eman sa baba. Tas tapos na sana to ng Navi kung hindi na kuha ng BTR yung Lord kanina.
Oo. So, yung?
Pero that's it. 2-0 para sa BTR. Tingnan.
Ay, hindi yan.
Lost yung 2-0 mo.
Ito, tingnan mo.
Putik sayang. Yan lang. Meron pa.
Wala na.
Wait lang. Pero that's it para sa ating game number 2. Gaya nga ng sabi ko, pay. Let's go na. Check nyo muna yung mga highlights. Pero magpapaalam na kami.
Bye-bye.
Actually guys, meron pa tayong last series pero mapapahinga na po ang ating mga casters. Pwede nyo nang abangan yan sa official live stream ng MPLID. KLID versus RRQ pero magpo-post pa rin naman tayo sa page natin ng result. So, that's it for today. Kita-kita tayo next week para sa ating Nostra at Watch Party dito lang sa JustML.
Bye-bye guys.
Dari posisi 6 kali ini mereka merangkak naik ke posisi 3 dengan kemenangan barusan Bigetron. Wow, 2-0 yang cukup mendebarkan. Annabelle 2-0 di match kali ini. Game kedua terasa cukup ketat.
Game 2 kayaknya banyak mistake juga dari kita kan. Terus Navia juga main bagus sih. Soalnya lumayan jago Washipol main Vania.
Iya, jadi Bunda penasaran banget ini kan bisa dibilang kayaknya kita kali pertama ngeliat Washipol dengan Vaninya sebagai match up-mu sendiri. Gimana sih kamu ngelihat performa dari Washipol hari ini?
Jago banget dia main Vania. Aku nggak expect dia bisa kayak lancar main Vania.
Wow, dan apakah karena Washipol nih yang bikin kewalahan di game kedua?
Kalau menurut aku iya.
Kamu ya, dan bikin kamu juga agak kebingungan kah tadi dengan gerakan Washipol? Apa sih yang berbeda dari Fanny milik Washipol?
Kayaknya Fanny Washipol kayaknya full lock aku deh, nggak lock Emen kayaknya.
Pokoknya fokus Anavel aja. Dan ketika kamu digituin, apa responmu Anavel?
Tetap sabar aja sih, harus santai.
Oke, sabar dan santai. Tapi kalau ngelihat posisi sekarang juga dari tim Bigetron, banyak banget nih pertanyaan. Rambutnya udah merah. Masih tetap strong gak sih?
Ya kita usahakan strong sampai akhir season.